Into this series, this is where I guess I come in and make sure you don't waste your time watching these series,
It really
because I
has
spend
been
a lot of time.
season of
I'm
growth
one
for
of the
Shooter.
guys who
Started
sits here
teasing
and
him a little
watches
bit in
this
the
stuff
spring.
all the
Now
way
they're
through.
fully committing to him so far.
And I
He's
think
been
it's
the
getting to a
rumble
point
still.
where most of you guys
Yeah,
don't
well,
even
so
sit
what
and
they've
watch a
been doing,
whole
Grooves, is
series. You
we,
just
we
kind
were
of
kind of
pick
trying to
through and
figure
watch
out,
your
well, with the rivalries,
co-streamers and
it feels like
watching
they're
things
giving
at your
one
own
series to
convenience, which
each
I
of
don't
them.
really
They're gonna
like
share
because
one
I'm a
series to
sports
plug
fan
in
and
the
I
other
like to
series.
watch
And I
stuff
have to
live.
say,
Wow, this is
I
really
think
loud
it's
in my
looking
headphones.
pretty good either
Those
of
are
the
some
side.
really
I mean,
nice
Flangray brings a
shoes
lot
that
of
Coach
experience. I
has.
think his team fighting
I'd
instincts
like to
are
have
really,
a pair of
really
those
good.
wingtip
I do think
shoes.
that Cher is a fantastic
This is
laning-based
something
player.
new here that I gotta practice. So again, if nobody's watching out there and thinks I'm nuts doing this, I'm still doing all of this for practice, because maybe someday I could become a caster or a professional esports coach like I want to. So this is to make me better at this streaming thing, regardless if you're here not supporting me. I don't know if we got any chat or not. I think you guys went to bed earlier. I had some people in here, but I didn't get started at their time. I got to do it at my time. So, but that's the world we live in right now, and everyone watches at their own convenience, which that's great. So if you're a new streamer out there or wanting to pick up streaming, do it, and just pretend you have an audience when you're sitting here talking, because you'll eventually have one, and people will watch your stuff. Uh, Maybe not live, but at their own time. They'll pick through it. They'll get bored. So we had a couple technical problems here on my stream today, where I had to go and uninstall OBS and reinstall the newest uh, version. I think I was like on version 20 and we're on version 30 now. But I had all these different sources and things set up, and I don't even remember why I did it. I know the one reason why I was trying to reroute my audio through my headphones so I could listen to music while I'm playing League of Legends and you can't hear it. Because first off, once you get into streaming, there's a lot of copyright stuff that goes into it, where you almost need a lawyer just explaining you everything. I mean, that's some of what I think I'm scared of now, why you don't see me do as much content as you would like. It's like I need to hire a lawyer to explain all of the copyright rules to me, to know what I'm going to make money from and what I'm not going to make money from. Now, I'm not worried about making money right now. I kind of see this as a retirement fund, but you almost need a lawyer when you get into this. So, anyways, and I don't know how much to talk. I think I talk an awful lot for one person, so I think I'm good on that point. But to me, it's always like, well, what's content and what's not content? I mean, people go, that's why I get stuck with these VOD reviews, and I'm watching am I doing a VOD review? Am I just talking? I want to do actual coaching analysis type of stuff and look at things that maybe you guys don't pay attention to or see in the games, because there's so much information going on at once that you need someone like me to come in and break these down. We can't accept all the information that a game of League of Legends is just giving us all at once, right? Like some of you might be better at these roles and lanes and things than I am, but you don't, at the right time and circumstances, uh, you need me to still give you some of the other information. So there's so much information going on in one game. What I'm saying is it's impossible for one person to comprehend it and know all of it. I mean, you got 10 people going on at one time. So I think I worry a little bit too much about what the analysis and breakdown of things are that I do here on my stream. So I just want to help you become a better player. And I would like to help elevate the level of the analysis that's going on right now. So, so one of the newest additions here is the Epic Pen that I forgot I had. And I will be using this today and from here on out. And I don't have a second monitor. So bear with me. You'll have to see this toolbar and stuff. I may get a new rig. Depends on if the streaming takes off or not. I've got a little bit, I think, that I could buy maybe some better hardware at the end of the year, but just depends. Is it gonna be worth my time or money or not? So, um, other than that, I'm very poor and can't afford new things. So I've been messing with this a little bit. I mean, I've used it before. I have a little bit of experience, but I'll not be smooth with it yet. So I'm trying to figure out where to hide this thing.
Shield, and you can play towards either of them. I wonder if JDG will be experimenting with something like that. Veterancy, the rookie, the hot shot, and the cool head. Getting into the first draft.
So I've been messing all afternoon getting the volume levels right.
They've already banned away the Leona, Ashe, and the Rumble. Also, the Nidalee, Navi being the main target for Weibo.
Okay, so like first thing in this game that I noticed is we have Sheer playing. So my question is, where's Flandre? Why? I don't know what's going on with JDG. They have another top laner for you that don't know JDG. He was on EDG in One Worlds back in 2021. Graves top was the big thing. And he's on JDG. Now, JDG lost 369 last year. He went to top. If you watch the content, I live stream and live co-view, whatever we call this. Top. They played T1. Took one game off T1. But it was kind of odd, us over here in the West wondering why 369 left JDG, why Knight left JDG, why Knight's on BLG, why we have Yagao now on JDG, and now why Sheer been playing a lot. Because I haven't been watching all of the JDG games back in stage A, but I only saw Flandre a few times. I don't know where he is. I'm trying to say. So we've got a weaker top lane right now playing in JDG for one thing.
So with both of the primary
WBG is a team that came in and brought Tarzan in the summer split, and I've made comments and thought that this is a really good roster that WBG have, and this is one reason why I picked this game out, because to share with you all, I've thought about doing like Sodaron's game of the week or matches of the week or something like that, or every week I just VOD review the games I want you to see. So this is one of them, and WBG have this really good roster of Zahu, one of the top LPL mid laners, Tarzan, who's been one of the best one of the best junglers in the world for years now, and unfortunately he's one that's not won. I can't recall him winning MSI. I can't recall him winning Worlds, so he's done a lot domestically, but not Worlds, not the international tournament. So he's one that, and if you're a jungler, most people will highly think that Tarzan's maybe the best jungler in the world, if not one of the top junglers in the world. And I kind of went about this in my stream before last week, I think, when I was doing Jungle Brand. I'm talking about how I think Kanavi's the best jungler in the world right now, or on form from what I've seen, because I've seen a lot of his solo queue stream, and he's always hard carrying in solo queue, it seems like 13 kills, 18 kills, and he just looks like he's ahead of the other junglers. But here we go. There's a storyline that Kanavi is the protege of Tarzan. That back when Tarzan was on Griffin, Kanavi was the substitute jungler, the lower one. And so this is his protege. So this is a match of two of the best junglers in the world playing each other, the master and the apprentice. And it's like, well, is the apprentice going to overtake the master in this series? I don't know. So, okay. We're back to the Tristana mid.
That Tristana, I think Yagao has been on incredible form on the
If
AD
you
carry.
pick Callista, you usually got to get Renata Glass
On
with
the
her.
other side, though,
Get
did say Tarzan has been going back
Ash's
towards more of
band.
these
I think
initiators.
we've
They
seen a
have
lot
a
of
strong
Callista Ash.
snowball-like bot lane with the
Like a
Callista
T1
potential locked in
thing.
already. Tarzan would likely path down towards there and secure bot side some extra pressure.
And so I started rolling the game again, because I could sit here and probably talk some more about things. But again, I don't know exactly what I'm doing here on this stream. I want you guys to get better at the game. I want you guys to maybe watch series that you wouldn't watch before, or sit here and watch them with me, or maybe sit here and discuss how I see the game and break things down, because I'm sure everyone sees this game from a different perspective. I don't think I don't think like I view the game like Faker does, or vice versa. We probably see things completely different.
From the jungle.
I'm sure it'll be an AP jungler. I went over this. We're in an AP jungle meta. They picked Sejuani, which is like one of the AP jungle counters. I think I've got that on my list always. Counter AP jungler, Sejuani, Ivern, Diane is one. Trying to fill this in so the notes make more sense. There's no specific order of this. Karthus should be up here. See, a lot of problems with my stream and my stuff I was doing. I was doing a lot of work off stream that I could have been doing on stream that I wasn't doing. So I would like do these VOD reviews and put a lot of work into it, but then nobody watch them. So it's like, well, what's the point of all the work I put into? So I guess more importantly is I show up here every day and talk to you all, and you hear my voice. So that's what I need to do. I probably put too much prep and planning.
I'm just going to take a minute and say
so we're watching a game of JDG versus WBG.
Not having played in
try to
spring,
do some coaching and analysis breakdown.
I think both these guys.
Ezreal is,
really
I guess, the strongest AD pick right now. Or
especially, I really want to see what they're going to take into each other now that
commentators
Tarzan
are saying
played his card of the Sejuani. It is
there's the good old brand
in already by JDG, so they'll have the double marksman comp here. AP jungler expected.
I hadn't even thought about this. This is the first time that we see this matchup since the finals last year. The
Yep.
So they
Game
pick up
5
Zyra.
LNG, where Tarzan was against Kanavi
JDG
in that
pick up
jungle
Zyra,
matchup. It is going to be the fast
so
clearing
Sejuani's
Zyra versus
an
of course, the
AP
tankier
counter, so I
Sejuani.
guess he's
Sejuani
gonna
won't be
do
able to keep up
okay
in terms
into
of player
Zyra.
speed, but can impact the game a little
Maybe
earlier.
this will
and
cause
also
some
typically
more
has
work between
better
Crisp and
early
Tarzan
game
in this
options,
game to try to
Zyra's
go
kind of,
steal some farms
used
from
to her plans spawning.
JDG's
She wants to
side
get
of the
the first
map.
clear off.
There we get
Are you
Renata
able
Glass,
to
which is
do
one of
that?
the best bottom lane duos you can get. Callista and Renata. Renata's W, I think, works like Trendemir's ult, basically. Except you can put it on a teammate. So Renata seems to balance out some of the problems with Callista because she does a lot of damage, but you have to stack her rid, so you need a lot of extra time to get all that damage off, to hit the E button in random. So her W allows a lot of time, and then you can rend, and then your opponent's gone off the map, and then you still live because there's the reset on Renata's W. You stay alive if you take down the enemy. I don't like to say the K word or bad things like that. I try to be as positive as possible.
Though when you're against the Callista Renata on the other side, look, Ezreal is a safe laner. No one is a safe laner versus Callista Renata. You're going to expect that Tarzan.
So I don't know why they banned Misfortune.
Is either going to go into the enemy jungle to mess
They
with what
banned
Kanavi's doing
Lilia.
with the plant spawns, or is going to immediately run towards bot side. Kanavi
WBG,
needs to be on his
that
A game
is.
to make sure this bot lane doesn't get snowballed out of control with the help of Tarzan.
And Crisp has been a bit of a master of Renata since she came out.
Also, I'll make up an excuse, but it's not really one. I'm not at maybe the top of my game right now. My last streams I did when I got up at the beginning of the day, I've been up all day, so I'm going to the end of my day. I may not be as talkative, so I may struggle getting through this. Who knows?
One of the first ones to really use the kind of flash ult combo as well, proactively. At
So
least.
WBG
Now,
banned
hyper-focus
Cassante and
on top
Renekton.
side here. Maybe rightfully so.
The last
She has
two
had some
bans.
fun up in that top side, but Breathe wanted to be a little bit stable up there.
ADG's
We do
gonna
get
ban
Cassante,
Jax.
Renekton ban followed by the Jax.
So the thing is, if we've got this huge bot side pressure, you're expecting top lane to be left alone in a 1v1. That is perfect for both of these top laners. Shit, fantastic individual laner. Breathe, one of the very best to do it in the LPL, though. I think he's had a fantastic laning phase if you specifically look towards that. So the fact that you're batting out some of the better kind of
So
like
JDG is
champions that are very
scared of
self-sufficient,
Zhao,
the Cassante,
who's
Renekton,
here.
and Jax, they just tend to sit on an island there. Maybe opens up an option for Breathe to get counterpicked towards that top side on R5.
We're
and get
getting
himself a
rulers
really
Ezreal,
good
which is
matchup. Of
amazing
course,
to
you're gonna
watch
have
in
the
this
knowing
game.
matchup.
So
The
there's
mid-lane
one
champ
reason to
likely
watch
going
this game
towards
right
that
now.
Corki.
We're getting
That means
Zao, who's
that Breathe
quirky,
very
which
happy
is
with the last
good.
pick.
there's another reason to sit
Wonder
here
if
and watch this
maybe we get
match.
the
You get
Jace,
two of
but
the
it is
best
just gonna
junglers
be
in the
Corki
world
lock
playing
in
against
there
each
to
other.
answer. Tried and true matchup we've seen
There's
so
probably
far.
more than
Corki
that.
and
You're getting
Tristana,
two of
but
the best top
honestly,
laners, two of the best
both
ADs.
guys getting their primo comfort.
Two of the best
picks.
supports.
Obviously, most played in group stage by Yagao was
Breathe is.
and most played by Xiaohu in group stage was Corki, at least.
I'm trying to think
I
how
wonder
high
now,
up you
though,
rate
what
Breathe,
this
right?
top lane is
As,
going to look
like
top
5
I
of
think there needs to
LPL
be a lot of setup for JDG.
top laners.
And I think there needs to
I'm
be a lot
not
of
big
follow-up
into
for
making
Tarzan
lists
from
and
Breed.
ranking
So the
people,
Skarner is
so-
the pickup for JDG so far.
This is one I've
It
been
is,
trying to
but the
figure
problem
out
with
is
blind
why they
picking
picked
Skarner right now is
Karma.
that I feel like Breeze is going to look
safe
into like a
into
twist of fate
Renata,
from
maybe
Mordekaiser,
the
you name
extra
it. That is going to
shielding
be
and
a
poke.
very difficult matchup to maintain. Looking to see what the
You're
last
getting a lot of
support will
poke
be.
here
If
from
you're looking
Ezreal.
to contend in laning
Karma
phase,
has some heavy
Karma
poke.
might just save your early pressure, and that is one of the big things we are
Do
worried
we
about.
count
Melissa Renata, no one's
Renata
really
Glask
safe
as a
out there
poke?
against that. I don't
I
even
guess
mind
she
this
is,
Karma,
right?
even
Her
though it leaves you in a
her
very
E pokes a little
large
bit.
lack of engage.
Handshake.
This could be a problem in terms of the team fights later, but if it helps you survive against the
Corki's
Calista
gonna
Renata,
poke.
it might just be worth it all the same. And as we said on
Lista
the other side,
pokes.
Breathe, very much likely locking in something that can just dunk on the Skarner in lane now.
The other thing I see here is it's a
think they
lot
picked
of onus
right.
on Sheer to be
Right
the engage, it feels like, for JDG.
Mordekaiser is what I hear, or we hear, is the counter to Skarner.
The Mordekaiser is going to be locked in. As
Trying
they
to recall if
realize
we saw
they really only
Mordekaiser
have
at
that
World
one
Cup.
frontliner. We could just
I
take
wanna,
him out of the
I
game.
want to
and
know
maybe
why
that
we
makes
stopped
the
seeing
difference here.
Skarner at
I
World
think
Cup.
also the other thing too, if
Plus
you locked
it's
into Twisted
where
Fate, Missing's probably going towards the first side of
369
Mikhail's,
played
and then you don't get to use your
Mordekaiser, so
gold
they
card
knew
that
that
easily, even if you pull the ult. So I think
Top
this is a
could
good,
counter it.
good adaptation. You can't
Went out of
QSS
meta.
out of the
There's a lot of
Mordekaiser
weird
already,
out
or
of
you
meta
can't stop
stuff at
someone
the
from
end
going
of
into
World
that.
Cup
Breathe, going to get a winning
I
matchup
could really
versus
go
Sheer on the top
into
side,
that I didn't
especially
on my
since the Skarner
stream.
nerfs as well. And I think Weibo, they have. Well, we'll see how the bot lane goes. Calista Renata can still explode the Ezreal Karma, even though it's a famously powerful bot lane. Mid lane's a bit of a wash. Tarzan will be clearing slower than Kanavi, but can impact the game earlier, and that might just flip the lanes into a winning game state. I like this draft coming out of Weibo. I feel like it's got a lot of lane dominance and a lot
But
of...
now I've got the
snowballs
telestrator,
anywhere
I
on
can
the map.
kind of
This is
show
a lot
you,
on
I can
Kanavi to
point
make
out
sure that you
more
can
of
bail
how
out
I
the
see the
lanes.
game or what I'm looking
I
at.
think
I'm
this
sure
jungle matchup is
everyone's
gonna
looking at
deliver
their
exactly
own
what we
thing.
want it to. I think Tarzan's going to have a lot of presence and pressure if he can find the right tempo into Kanavi. But Kanavi has been one that has just strangleholded the jungle time and time
Yes,
again.
right.
And
It'd be nice to be able to
will have
afford
the
a
decision-making
Mercedes.
power when they want to burn objectives on the Zyra. General Kanavi versus
this
my
is
new age jungle.
Got to be a
king
good
in
match, right,
Tarzan.
guys?
This
These are
one's
two of the
the one
top
I've been
teams, some of
waiting
the
for,
top players in
and
the
I'm
world.
very excited to see how the
A lot of people out there get put off if they're not watching top players, so they're not interested. Well, here you go. These are some of the top players in the world playing in this game. This is a great match.
These two
Here we
guys pick
go.
apart the early pathings in this game, number one. But in Beijing, it is JDG's home arena. It has been a split of
Okay, so they're playing in JDG's arena today, which makes sense because JDG's the blue team and WBG's the red team.
revenge, nay, maybe dominance by JDG.
The reason I said that is like sports will do the same thing, and then you know where the home team away is. But I just realized Riot does it backwards because it should be like if you were playing at home against a football team at home, it would be versus, and the team on the right side or stage left would be that. So I guess Riot has it backwards.
And Weibo, question marks abound.
Not that I
don't
have.
know what
I don't
of this
put
team
Riot
we're
down
gonna
on
get.
my
They
stream.
barely
I like Riot
slinked
games.
in to Group Ascend, but here we go, ascending into Group 1 and Game 1 of this second best.
So apologize for this little epic pin if you don't like it. It's probably like in front of my face. For all I know. I don't know if that's a good spot I have it at or not. But that's a lot of my stream too. I can't tell till after I do the stream and I go look. So looking to see if we see anything weird. This is where I start looking like right now. How do I view this? Okay, so Karma has the sweeper ward. See, Riot's bad about cutting off the first 30 seconds of the game, so I can't see what the teams do exactly. And these are very important because this is what the teams are basing their first play off of is they're looking for a vision ward somewhere on the enemy team and they're trying to get it off the map. Notice like right here. Oh, let me redo this. Tarzan's recalling back. I guess he got his ward down, so we're trying to see where Tarzan put his ward. I think he put his ward there, so Tarzan's gonna go back home and get the sweeper next. So I'm guessing Karma is not gonna do that. They're looking for some type of ward down there to take out with a sweeper. Trying to see if what I'm looking for is that a ward there. And again, Riot cuts this off on like every beginning of the game, so we don't get to see. It's kind of frustrating. So WBG have the vision of the river right there. That's it. So you're playing in the dark and playing a guessing game. Breathe sees where Sheer is. Kanavi can't see anything. Zahu can't see anything. But this will determine probably which way Tarzan comes down in here and ganks, which lane he's gonna show up in and gank first, based off the vision and what they're looking for right now. So, and Riot's really bad about not showing this first minute or 30 seconds to see there's some really important stuff going on. So this may not look like, so I'm pointing this out because this may not look like much to you right now, but you would just overlook this. So they've only got one ward down here in the bottom lane. Is Renata going to go back and get a sweeper, or is Renata going to go down here with 2 wards? You know, so some teams come down here in the bottom lane and they got the 2 wards. And some teams don't. They play off having the sweeper lanes and not having this extra ward, which you could put this extra ward in the jungle somewhere or just wherever, mid laner. So then that means they have to play safe. So what I'm pointing out is like JDG, their bottom lane down here is going to have to play much safer in the first. What don't count this against me, but however long the wards stay up and the timer on being able to sweep again, I don't know what the exact amount of time is on the lens and the trinkets and stuff. I need to go and look at that carefully and maybe show it on stream and stuff. Like we need to look what the times are. I mean, but important because that means that Tarzan can go down and gank the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or WBG's gonna push very hard and JDG is going to play very safe down there and play around their turret area and not shove the lane out. What, JD? Sweeping lanes. So I need to go and figure all of this out because I've not really paid attention. Sweeping lanes. Okay, so 90 to 60 seconds based on level, second cooldown. 500 to 2000. So like 2 minutes, minute and a half. The dog's got, I just took the dog out twice before I started the stream. And now he's got to go out again, so I'm going to have to take the dog out real quick. So a minute and a half, 2 minutes for the ward, a minute and a half for the sweeper ward. This is all important again because this means where the picture I was showing you means that red side can play really aggressive and push the lane forward, and their blue side is going to have to play safe. Maybe why they picked the Karma. They knew what was going to happen. But I gotta see what the little buddy needs here really quick, so I will see. I wonder if it'll let me do it like this. Little little buddy might be all right. I've had a lot of problem here the last. It's like Memorial Day. Ever since Memorial Day, and they made fireworks legal here in my area a year or two ago. And for years, people go across state and buy these illegal fireworks like bottle rockets and stuff that make a lot of noise. Well, I'm back, by the way. Well, they made them legal here in my area, and it's really annoying because since Memorial Day and it's now a week after the 4th of July, every night there's got to be some guy, person, woman, whatever. I wanted to see a negative word like idiot or moron, but I don't want that type of negativity here on the Sodaron stream. If somebody wants to go put bottle rockets off and blow their money and watch it go bang in the air, sorry, JD. See, it scares them. That's them. But it scares my dog, is my point of it. I've had every night, I have to deal with my dog being scared to death because some idiot's got to go out and blow up bottle rockets and fireworks for since Memorial Day, so like a month and 2 weeks now. So I've had to deal with this every night, and it's not an excuse, but it's some of what keeps me from streaming. So, but he's okay. He's here on my lap. So let's get back. So what were we talking about? We were talking about stealth wards and looking at the timers on it. Important stuff. And when I was doing some coaching stuff, I got into the vision. I was into the vision and jungle stuff. I'm really big on vision, and vision wins you games. So you're losing games in solo queue. Maybe you need to start picking up wards and learning better ward places. And you gotta have vision on the enemy. You never want to play in the dark. At least I don't like to play in the dark. So save as. And I gotta write this in my notebook, guys. It's just something I want to keep in mind when I'm playing the game. I mean, I've got a cooldown book there off, so I can't. I'm sure the timers change a little bit every so often, or have changed in a couple years. So I'm just sweeper lens. It's something to keep in mind. It's based on level. And the word. To 120 seconds. And I'm horrible at math. I'll just admit it right now. I gotta get out my calculator and add it on my fingers. So okay. So grant site 198. This is called the far sight ward. And its cooldown is 198 to 99 seconds. So how many minutes is that? If 120 seconds is 2 minutes and 90 seconds is a minute and a half. So these are things to think about. These are how small of micro decisions that the teams are making, or macro, whatever you want to call it. Micro. I mean, there's a difference between micro and macro. These are obviously macro decisions. But I'm just trying to say, like, how do I put it? Down to the smallest details, what you got to look at, that teams are looking at, that maybe a normal solo queue player out there isn't looking at. And so I'm kind of confused on here. Like I said, I guess this isn't. What is this little dot? To be, I got to pay attention to this when I go into the game. Like, is that a ward or is that just there? I think it's a ward, right? We'll figure it out as we go in. You would, I mean, that's must be where missings is. Is missing did that and went back? I don't know. I missed the first 30 seconds. So there's the ward that WBG got right there in this. What do we call this brush? It's been a while since I've done this coaching stuff and analysis. Okay, so this changes kind of what I said, because now this means that Xiaohu can play aggressive in his lane. Xiaohu can shove Yagao hard, which I think Corki is usually ahead in this matchup, and Tristana's a little bit behind. So, moving forward.
Hey, we get started with some
That's a
gyros this
plant.
time.
Okay,
Let's go.
that's the plant thing. Okay, Kanabi's plant. Got it. So, Telestrator. This is Kanabi's plant here that I was talking about. There's a ward that WBG have right there. So that means that Xiaohu can come in here and put pressure, play hard, and shove up his lane, because he's always going to be safe right here until this gets swept out. And maybe that's where missing's go. That's probably where missing's going right now, is to sweep this out. And there goes the playing safe. So there's little things that go on the first 30 seconds, a minute, that
I like to see it.
we don't get to see.
One thing,
really.
there was a really cool interview by Ruler
Okay, so
after
there
the
goes
stadium
that.
for JDG was kind of unveiled.
So what did I say now? Is it's 90. So a minute and a half, the sweeper lens comes back up, that they can clear out vision again. Because again, WBG don't have that yet, so they've got an extra ward from what it looks like.
And they started playing it. Ruler was saying that it feels like you're playing Worlds every day when you're playing in that venue, because it holds, what, 2,500 people? It holds a lot of people. It holds multiple thousand people, which is a lot for regular season games. And when you've got teams like Weibo, which have a lot of famous players on them, JDG, which of course been
And
such a notable
Tarzan,
the LPL.
I don't know where to set this thing. Tarzan's got his ward there, so that allows him to move on up to the top side of the jungle. No leash.
For a while now.
Bear with me, guys. I'll get better at this Telestrator thing.
Then yeah, you do get yourself a decent turnout there.
There's another little thing. Yagal's got his. So Yagal has his ward. here, the faker ward we call it here at the Raptors. So what does that do? That allows Yagao to play aggressive and shove this lane up, and he's got vision on that side, so he can play safe over on this left side of the lane and shove up. And basically, wards allow you to have distance, like some distance to run away from the enemy so they don't catch you. Basically, it's kind of like bumper cars, and you can always make a mistake if you have the flash, but if you don't have the flash, then you get caught out, you're dead.
Spot. So, JDG, one thing which I want to note very
And
carefully.
again there. Yes, JD. My dog's name is JD, so it's great. I like JDG just because my dog has his own team. Secretly, my dog owns and runs JD Gaming, for all I know. Okay, so that I'm guessing is Breathe's ward down in the blue side top jungle. So that allows him to shove his lane forward. So Breathe's gonna be able to shove his lane and play aggressive. And we'll keep Sheer probably around under his turret. Again, I talk about it in my stuff, but I kind of see the game like there's this imaginary line that runs like this. And once you go over that line, you're on the enemy side of the base or enemy side of the map. And you're not safe once you go over that line. So it kind of, and then the longer this game goes, this line extends up that way or that way, just depending who's winning the game. So I kind of see the game that way. Again, if you asked Faker, he would have his own way of saying it. If you asked LS, he'd have his own way of saying it. That's the way I see it. I see an imaginary line that runs. It's basically the river. The river splits the map in half. And then there's another one here too. But once you're on that line, you're on enemy territory, which means if you don't have flash, you don't have vision, you don't have a teammate, you're going to die if you get caught by the enemy. And so you don't want to get caught there unless, again, you have a teammate with you, you have a ward, or you have flash, or you're going to die. And why go, you're trying to play a frustrating game and win, why go and die and make the game even more frustrating? When you can when you don't have to make a mistake like that, have a ward, have flash, or have a teammate around and go over that line and go exploring. But anyways.
Interestingly here is that JDG have, of course,
I don't know if Kanavi now here knows that this is warded. Probably does.
Going to be under threat. Yagao has gone for the press the attack and not the fleet footwork. If you're going for the press the attack in this...
I guess that's another thing too. And I said this too the other day. I was like, well, why aren't they running press the attack? Well, Yagao's... Because I think all week we saw fleet footwork ran on Tristana at World Cup. Well, we're seeing press the attack today.
Matchup. You want to be taking hard trades instead of looking to get that wave push and keeping yourself topped up with the fleet footwork. If Yagao does get someone into his lane early...
So again, like this allows this one little ward here allows Yagao to shove his lane forward across this imaginary line I'm talking about. Because once you're over that line, you're on enemy side. And if you don't have flash, a teammate, or ward, or ability to get out of there, like Ghost or something, you're dead. So this allows Yagao to play over that line and shove into the enemy territory, which you want to do that because you're chipping away at the turret. You're applying pressure to the turret. This game, you're trying to kill the turret in front of you. That's how you win the game. I don't like to say kill.
Like
trying to take down the turret.
Chris might find it hard to roam in this kind of lane. That could potentially flip the mid lane
So
matchup.
I kind of thought that WBG will play aggressively here in the bottom lane. See how it plays out because they have some vision there in the river.
And now our eyes are on the bot lane to see if anything will start off there. We have the Glycerin up, we have the Ezreal Karma, very powerful lanes which we were focusing a lot on in draft.
Yeah, I mean, JDG going for the full poke central down there as well. I want to talk about one more room before we get too far into it as well. What do you feel about the phase rush for Tarzan on Sejuani?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense when you're going into big ranged characters when you need to get in or get out. It's very hard to stick to targets. The aftershock not necessarily going to get you the most value. So we'll have to see whether he can use that to great value. Xiao just walking.
What am I watching? Since I'm a jungler, what am I watching? I want to watch this farm number here to this farm number here.
In a really hard trade.
So you see
Xiao.
Zyra's has double the CS Sejuani has already.
Back
She's
a little bit of that. This
already
is
on the bottom side
nice
of the map.
edge
She's
that we
already
expect
on her
between
other
these two mid
camp.
laners as well, but
While
mid
Sejuani's here
priority is
finishing up
so
his...
important when you're playing around these two junglers.
Well, particularly because Xiaohu now has fleet footwork and Yagao doesn't. He's already used the pot. Xiaohu has fleet footwork and the biscuits and also took a decent trade there. I think that now Xiaohu's going to get himself decent amount of control of this lane up until you...
There's the extra ward that I was talking about because they didn't have the sweeper lens. So it looks like this bottom, the Karma Ezreal is, I guess, stronger. I don't know. I mean, is it a coin flip? It's level 2. I've talked about this too, but like the game you're trying to do when you're playing bottom lane is exactly what they're trying to do right here, right now. Get level 2 on the support and AD to WBG's both level 1 bottom lane, and it's pretty easy to all in and be able to pick up a couple takedowns because you have those level advantages. So that's something the teams are always trying to do in their bottom lanes.
Yagao gets himself a
Games
teleport
within the
back into it,
games.
so keep watching and see where that wave has been pinged about. Yagao has the XP for advantage for now, so at least get that push, but still not bad from Xiaohu. Xiaohu, a player which has been under a lot of fire for his group stage, and let's be honest, a lot of fire for the last year. I think his last series against IG was fantastic. I think he walked away with some really powerful games at that
Breathe
point.
is shoved up in
Now
his
see
lane.
Bot lane, Ezreal Karma gets the priority. Glycerinata has killed pressure. Kanavi not
Navi
able to
just
steal
stole that
something over
Gromp.
the wall, but he's on bot side now to make sure that his bot lane can continue the push and make sure that Glycerinata don't get an all-in angle where they can flip this lane.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten push in mid and bot. It enables Kanavi to move forward anywhere he pleases. Will be spotted out, though.
And so here again, this AP jungler that I harp on is allowing Kanavi to be ahead of Tarzan, and he's got extra time to sit here and harass because they farm so fast right now. Now, it looks like Riot has came in today. I was reading on social media that they're planning to nerf AP junglers, so if you want to get some
On his way
fast
out.
LP, go
Tarzan
play these
finishes
AP
the
junglers
turn.
real
Scuttle
quick.
Crab will be secured by JDG on the bottom side of the map at least. And
I should probably stop the film and all of this.
And that's
to
also
talk about the
something
Scuttle
I
Crab,
wanna
but
talk
I'm not
about a
going
little
to
bit
right
for
now.
Weibo is
I
this
see
has-
Zhaohu. Again, I'm pointing out how I view the game, what I see going on. Zhaohu's teleports down, so I forgot to clear that. So that allows now, if which they do, the pro teams at the highest levels, they pay attention to this stuff. That would allow Yagao to make some type of play here where he could go bottom lane and shove and dive or something, and then WBG can't call that play because he just uses teleport. Now, does that happen or not? I don't know. I'm just talking about how you can make some plays.
been a bot lane that
I
has
never
come into
know what
question
to
as
talk
well
about on here
because
'cause
of some of that
so much
consistency that
stuff.
was there for them in their world's runs and things like that.
You get the first crab that more than likely gives you the first crab in the bottom part of the jungle. More than likely, you should be able to get the dragon once you get that, or gives you a much better chance.
Hasn't necessarily been there, but we get it.
And if you listen to my content and stream and stuff, I harp about the dragons, and that's all I talked about. Not all I talked about, but I talked a lot about the dragons at World Cup this weekend.
Stop playing League if you don't have
Happened.
Professor yet. Yes, it makes such...
Oh man, what? What did I do? I think I was like 3 minutes in or something. Sorry about that. told
has
you
Fleet
this
Forward
would be
and
bad
Distance,
because I'm
and
learning
also
how to
took a
use the
decent trade there. I
telestrator.
think that now
So
Xiao, who's going to get himself decent amount of
sorry
control
about that
until
stream. I'll get the
Jigao
game
gets
going
himself
again.
teleport back into it. So keep watching and see
I
where
know
that
I was
wave's
talking
been
about
pinged about.
Dragon
Yeah,
and
the
trying to
XP
harp on it.
to at least get that push, but
That's
still
basically
not bad
why
for Xiao
one of
Hu.
the reasons I think
Xiao Hu,
JDG
a player who's
lost
been
this
under
weekend.
a lot of fire
Not
from
the
his group
only
stage,
reason,
and let's be
but
honest, a
just
lot of
looking
fire
at their
for the last
gameplay.
year.
They even
I
tried
think
to
his
take
last
Dragons.
series against IG was fantastic. I think he walked away with some really powerful games at
Okay,
that
we
point.
didn't get
We do
far
now see
behind there.
bot lane. Ezreal Karma gets the
Why
priority.
cry over
Ronaldo
spilt
has
milk?
kill pressure. Kanavi not able to steal something over the wall, but he's on bot side now to make sure that his bot lane can continue the push and make sure that Kalista and Ronaldo don't get an all-in angle where they can flip this lane.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten push in mid and bot. It enables Kanavi.
Again, I never know what exactly I'm supposed to be talking about on here, or if you got any questions, send them to me in my chat, Twitter. I think there's an email on there or something. Just write it. It'll be like stream questions, Sodaron, and I'll look at it. I may have emails and it's on a, I probably never check it because it's like just set up for this. But I watch some of the other streamers do this, and they sit there and eat half the time, and so I guess I'm doing enough analysis and talking enough. Also, gotta get the game in
To
too.
move forward anywhere he pleases. Will be spotted out, though, on his way out. Tarzan going to finish his clearing, though. Scuttle Crab will be secured by JDG on the bottom side of the map, at least. And back has to be completed by Light and Chris.
And the World Cup, that's different analysis. It's a lot different too when you're watching stuff live.
That's also something I want to talk about.
That's
a little
why I
bit
enjoy doing it and see
this has
maybe how my
been a
live
bot lane
analysis
that
turned out, because you might sit here and say I'm dumb or don't know what I'm talking about, but if you try to sit and do it while it's live, you would see the same problem where you could go and fact check and look all these things and have all the time in the world, but it's different when you don't have. That puts you on the clock when you're watching it live, so you can't cheat. I like that.
has come into question as well, because some of the consistency that was there for them in their Worlds runs and things like that hasn't necessarily been there. But we get a collapse here.
Coming. Yeah, Tarzan sniffed this out. Kanavi's still going to be down here too. Do they know that Tarzan's here? I'm not sure.
So this lane didn't work out how I thought, and maybe that's why Tarzan's had to come around here some more. Obviously, is this bottom lane didn't work out for WBG early. I didn't say it would. The Karma must add a lot extra strong poke with Ezreal. Haven't seen Karma support in a while, so this is one thing trying to figure out. Well, why did they pick Karma? I think it was kind of an odd choice mismatch for some reason, and it must have been because it just adds some synergy for Zyra and with Ezreal and obviously Skarner. So
Sure. They don't know that Tarzan's
Karma.
here. He's skirted around Vision. So, Tarzan, ever so good at this.
Does it pay off for him later? We'll have to see.
Spots him now.
So what happened there? Somebody just used the flash. These are how I try to do fights, and again, you can't really break this down in live time either. So we've got, again, Telestrator. What's going on here? Oh. Let's see. There we go. Renata just used their flash. Kalista just used his heal. What's Sejuani doing? Now, right now, this is trying to break these fights down look much different when you pause it than in live time. So we got a 3 versus 3. Kanavi was ahead, so that allows him time to come up here and poke and give some harassment instead of farming. He's ahead of him by 100 gold. But Sejuani, Tarzan has to come down in here because JDG had them shoved under their turret for a while. Oh, you gotta double click.
The heal immediately coming out. Oh, Tarzan He over predicts it, but does end up getting the CC from the Arctic Assault, and first blood goes to Weibo. Now they're fighting tooth and nail over Missing, but Ruler's trying to take one back for him. Can't get it in the end, but does.
Okay, so Missing had to use his flash there. His Ignite's down. Yagal's teleport is down. Again, it's like it's kind of like being Sherlock Holmes and you're trying to figure out a mystery here of what went on. Because I see a lot of misinformation when I'm watching live games. A lot of misinformation on the internet. Tarzan used his flash there. JD, what? I think my dog's gonna go outside. So, Tarzan's flash is down. Okay, so what did it looks like WBG is gonna win this team fight, right? And then they got Zhaohu coming down here too. Hold on, JD. Let me just get this fight here. So Zhaohu's coming down here to help clean up. Now, what is Yagao doing? Also, Breathe is down here, I guess, getting a ward somewhere, looking for. They saw Kanavi. Well, basically, this means who's going to get the dragon. So, this is kind of an important fight.
Does end up getting out to safety, still has flash available to him. Missing, put himself between a wall and a hard place. That handshake gonna bring Ruler right back. He's trying to fight him back, gets the barrier, gets the kill, the flash.
So Ruler had to use his flash and barrier there to survive. Okay, so Breathe has his flash and teleport up. Sheer has his flash and teleport up. The mid laners have their flashes up. They don't have their teleport to make some type of flank play. Because again, Dragon 5 minutes, and I talk about it in my content over the whole weekend. How I don't understand what Gen G was doing. Why don't you just take the Dragon at 5 minutes? And that's why I'm doing this series, and hopefully these dots start connecting on my content that make more sense, and you see maybe I'm not a liar or full of BS or something. Now, JDG have a lot of vision up here in the Void Grub area too. I think Breathe just put his ward down. There's a ward there already. Guess that was from Tarzan. There's another one there. And there's another one down here in bottom lane too. So WBG are doing a lot of good. Well, there's some good vision too from. Again, when I was working with a professional team, I did vision coaching. I harp on it, how important the vision is. So they got 3 wards down here, and then JD or WBG have 3 wards up here top. They've got the Skarner counter. And then what else are we looking at? Dragon spawns at 5 minutes. So they're getting ready to, somebody's going to take the dragon off the rift at 5 minutes, I think. That's what it's looking like. You gotta go outside, bud. You want down? You might just need a drink. It's getting kind of hot in here, JD. Doing all this work. So, again, I'm only 4 minutes and 28 seconds into a game, and it might look a little boring to you, but this is probably the most important time in the game's first 10 minutes. At least solo queue players. Like, this may be the time period you need to work on to improve, not so much the 20 minutes into the game when you get the 2 or 3 items. The first 5 or 10 minutes is what you need to work on. Your vision, the first 5 or 6 levels. So that's what I'm here for. That's what we're trying to do, teach and learn. Now if we could get the dog. Come. comfortable here, we can get back into the game. You want up here, JD? Or you want on the couch? You gotta go outside? What do you need, bud? You want up here? Hey, little buddy, I'll be right back. Be right back, bud. I gotta go. Hi, buddy. Good boy. You hold down the fort, JD. You're a good buddy. You're my good buddy. I have a dog voice that I talk to my dog just like most people. You gotta go outside? You gotta pee? Okay. All right. Hold on, bud. There you go. Okay. Hold on, JD. Let me make this comfortable for you, bud. Okay. Okay. JD. Sorry, it keeps getting caught in the blanket. There we go. It's pretty cool when I got a little dog that'll help me stream. I like that. Okay, so where were we? What were we doing? Got my little buddy. Got any questions out there? Everybody's asleep. Everybody thinks this is boring watching the JDG WBG bod review.
Out to victory, but Xiaohu steps
Get back
in
to
and
the
takes
game.
him down.
Weibo
We got a kill
comes to
over on.
play. Tarzan
We've already got three kills over on. 3 kills over on WBG. Ruler just kind of happened to get a kill there from the Ignite barrier.
early jungle pathing makes the difference yet again. Sniffs out the gang coming up towards bot side and really
Or Breathe can play very aggressive up here top because he's got all this good vision. So that allows him to hammer into the blue side turret. I mean, that's what you're trying to do. Right? Like if you're red side, you're trying to get the turret. You're not trying to get as many kills as you can get. You're trying to get the enemy's turret down. So you can then go into the enemy lane and extend down to their second tier turret and take that turret down. It's not kills. So I kind of forgot what was going on in this game, or I had to AFK for a minute of the vision game that's going on. Because now there's all these blue wards down here. The plant makes it kind of hard to see if it's a ward or not.
throws a curveball into them. I love how JDG
I was wondering what I thought that was a ward there, and I was like, why is there a red ward there? But that was a pain.
were looking to play around the Karma to make sure that the
Mordekaiser
early lane
almost
power
solo
of the Callisto
kills
wasn't going to be as
Skarner
easy
up
to
top,
get, but they
but
throw it around that bot side.
Skarner can get
and
so
honestly,
much
this could determine
distance
so much in this
his
game. Tarzan
QE
gets himself that
that
level 4,
he's got
gets
a lot
out
of
of vision.
gap
JDG
distance
have
he
no
can get
idea
away.
he's there, and yeah, Tarzan ends up
Pretty much
overplaying this a little. I
undiveable.
think he's trying to, I think he's trying to get the flash Q just
I've
to
seen
predict whether
Skarner get
Kanavi was going
dove,
to
but
flash
it's
or
really
not. I
hard.
think he was
It's like
assuming
a
that he wouldn't.
3-man
Gets himself that
thing.
kill all the same,
I have
and
a
they walk
Skarner.
away with a huge set of kills. Yeah, Tarzan does go down towards the
Yeah.
end of this, but it ends up being, what, a 1 for 3 overall? Massively worthwhile for, of course, the side of Weibo.
I will say missing pathing there, a little question.
What's going on mid? Yagal's getting... I don't know what Yagal was doing.
Well, for, of course, the side of Weibo.
His flash is down, so here again, I'm looking, you guys think I'm looking at these little details that don't matter. See, his flash is down. He's probably going to have to use his flash right here to survive.
I will say
I'm looking
missing
at this.
pathing there, a little questionable.
No, he didn't.
But definitely.
He didn't have to use his flash. That's a great reason you guys wonder why they keep playing Tristana. I've been a big fan of Tristana because she does what I was just getting ready to say, but also does all this turret damage too. So she's just, I think she's OP, in my opinion. She just does too much damage and then does too much turret damage as well. And yet you want to ban Brand, then you want to nerf Brand, but you don't think Tristana's OP.
Punished by Weibo in plenty as Yagao gets aggressed on in mid lane by Tarzan and Xiaohu. This duo
I
is
think one of the main reasons the user is the turret damage that she can take down. Plus, you just saw the distance she can make with one ability from there to there. Almost the same distance, if not more, than what a flash has. Probably a bigger distance than a flash.
Going to be enabled now super heavily. We do have Dragon.
So that allows, Tristana allows you to play aggressive in the mid lane. And you're safe. Or her R'ing somebody out of the way. She's just really, it's too good for mid lane. It's like Lucian a few
Up
years
on the
ago.
table, Grubs spawning
Just does everything you want a mid laner to do safely and aggressively.
on the other side. So the trade timing will be there if Kanavi
Same
wants
thing
to
with
transition
Corki.
to the other side of the map.
Yeah, there's no summoners down in bot side, so a little harder to...
So what I was talking about though earlier is the dragons. Now WBG's looking like they want to win this game because they're taking the dragon. They're taking the first dragon. Now, I guess maybe I should go back in time and look here.
There's
Trade timing will be there. Dragon up on the
They
table.
prep it or
Kabu,
anything.
this duo is going to
Do
be
any
enabled now.
prep. WBG, that is. One word there, one word there. Ruler's barriers down, ruler's flashes down. So all their summoners are down. Oh, their summoners are down. Breathe has his flash. Okay, JD, hold on, bud. Your team looks like they're not doing very well. They're already 1,000 gold behind in 5 minutes. So, what I'm trying to say is what made WBG call this dragon. Now, I've watched Tarzan for years, so maybe I play like Tarzan. Maybe I know what he's gonna do because I want the dragon every 5-6 minutes because there's a formula. You get 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons, 4. You get the soul, and then you get a baron, and in 25-30 minutes you get this big extra wave that you need to be able to push into the enemy base and close it out. You need the baron buff wave. I mean, you don't need it, but it helps.
Super heavily. We do have Dragon up on the table. Grubs.
But if you need it if you want to win a 25-30 minute game, which is what I want to coach and see. I don't like 50-minute long games or 60-minute long games.
Spawning on the other side, so the trade timing will be there if Kanavi wants to transition to the other side of the map.
Yeah, there's no summoners down in bot side, so...
And Tarzan does what I like to do. I like to put a control ward down at the dragon pit when I take an objective off the map. If it's void grubs or dragon, I like to put a control ward down there.
Little harder to force the kill trades down there. The thing about Ezreal Karma, after you lose a play like that, is that you are meant to be the...
JDG, I guess, can't do anything here to help fight this dragon away. These are the questions I'm wondering. Well, they know they're taking the dragon, right? Why aren't they doing anything? Sheer can't teleport down here. Yagao can't teleport down here. So that's one thing.
This lane, which locks people into lane. You force the enemy team to take worse backs than UG. You tend to get them to lose some CS
Breathe.
as well. Now you've ended up
Teleport.
losing those first kills, and you don't have any summoners, and you can't really stand a strong side on bot side now because, you know, the enemy jungler has won that individual battle too. JDG, the value from this Ezreal Karma is going to go down an awful lot. They picked the Karma for the laning phase. That's not necessarily worked out.
So
JDG,
Kanavi's going to go take Void Grubs. Now, my question again is, did Kanavi... See, I'm looking at the pathing here. I'm looking at where Zyra and Kanavi are. They just go right for Void Grubs.
those first kills, and you don't have any summoners,
Right.
and you can't really stand a strong side on bot side now because, you know, the enemy jungler has won that individual battle too. JDG, the value from this Azrael Karma is going to go down an awful lot. They picked the Karma for laning phase. That's not necessarily worked out. JDG need a fallback somehow.
Now you're like, oh yeah, check in after like.
Now Yagao has his flash here, so he can play aggressive like that. That's why he's playing like that.
25 minutes. We'll be fine. It's fine. We'll make it there, right? Right?
Tristana too, this is probably another reason as well why she's being used. Her E helps farm these void grubs very well. Because they have all the extra little spawns on the ground.
Yeah.
JDG.
So any type of champion you have that has some type of area damage, like Nidalee does, or Vi, Lee Sin kind of has area damage with his E. I think Trent. Wait till I pull out Trendamir.
G, your
I'll
odds are probably
call you
likely.
back. You know, I'll send you an email when I know.
Okay,
You
okay.
know.
My people
Check
will get-
back.
So this allows Zhaohu to shove aggressive now over this line. Because he knows that Gal's probably going up to Void Grubs or Recalling.
With your people.
Yeah.
Because remember what I said, there's an imaginary line I want you all to, the river line, that once you cross that, you're on enemy side. See how Zhaohu's on enemy side and he doesn't have his flat, or he doesn't have, again, no ward, no flash, or no teammate. So by rule, he should be dead, but he's allowed to because he knows that Yagao is recalling. Or going up to Void Grubs. That's why. That's why he can make the difference.
That's the one. So, Weibo,
Oh, and there's a
can they
ward
use
right
this
there.
Kalista lead in the bot side to do something special? Because
Right here.
now they have themselves the kill lead, the CS lead, and they have themselves a lot of resources thrown in towards the bot side of the map in regards to vision.
So I'm
and
gonna let
attention.
this game
That is
play
gonna be
out. I've done
so
some
important.
commentary
What's
and
been
stuff.
happening, we've had Breathe on load on the top side match.
Oh.
Game play a little bit.
A little bit of a weird combo
not
going
go
on
as
there.
in
The
depth.
death run was popped on Kanavi.
Because I think some people have been turned off with my content because they think that I don't have in-depth analysis or don't go in-depth enough. So
Breathe gonna make it out alive there. Do end up getting his ulti out. Maybe try to follow it up, but don't end up doing so.
Really nice from Breathe. Just ignores the second part of the Strangle Thorns by going into the Realm of Death, because when you summon something on the Summoner's Rift, it doesn't come with you into the Realm of Death, so you don't get the plants, you don't
Tarzan
get
gets
yourself
Scuttle Crab there. So
Strangle
Tarzan's
Thorns at the
level
back end of
6.
that
Have
too.
River
Tarzan
Vision.
is level 6. There is a barrier coming just up on Ruler, but he doesn't
and again, did he just put that ward in this brush? So allows pressure.
have something like Cleanse in this lane either, and that does mean that with Breed surviving topside, seeing Kanavi, free reign for bot side to start snowballing from Weibo, and this is what we were wondering whether we'd see. Are we going to see the good version of Weibo? This seems like they're really coming to play.
Oh, they're over-committing a little bit over here. Gonna get
No,
a handshake
most people
going. It's
said
not an
Weibo's
overcommit.
really
If he gets
bad.
kills light, doesn't get the red damage. Oh no! Okay, well they don't get that one. They're
I've
gonna
said
bring
they would
down
be a good
Xiaohu, but
roster.
he's looking to clean up kills yet again. Just call him the Clean Meister.
I mean, they see him on this. Xiaohu doesn't have flash. Can he kill him? Can he stop the recall? They spot Ruler on the ward.
Oh, Ruler
There's
has
some
barrier.
wards I
He's gonna
missed
wait till
and
the
didn't
last
point
second. He
out, but
pops
again,
it, but
I can't
Xiaohu
sit
wants
here
to
and do
commit,
this
and
all game.
Xiaohu commits indeed.
So we'll let the game
2-0
go a
to
little
start us
bit.
off in Weibo.
to-
They're making JDG
Weibo's
look
using
like
a lot of vision
I
here now that
can't
Tarzan's
believe
on the
this team
roster.
just about slipped into the Ascension group, and now they're toying with JDG in the early game. Fantastic plays from Tarzan have really brought
Yagao
this team
decides
life.
to
He
shove that
struggled to
mid lane out
integrate,
instead of going bottom.
into this
which maybe he
team
should have
in the
went
first
bottom
part
in
of
this.
groups, but I think he has
that
more than met his
circumstance.
found his place within this at this time. And JDG,
Not
they
saying
found right
that's
away about an
should've
awful
what
lot
he
last
done
year.
or
They've taken a bit of a breather
saying
from that this
a
year
different
so far,
option than what
but
he
it does
did.
feel like Weibo
Have options
really,
in
really
life.
have turned on the afterburners and showing exactly their upper level and how that can be.
And
Armor
again, I
usually
came to this
falls
one,
off
I
later on in
love
the
the way
game.
these two junglers think about the game and their pathing. We already saw
I don't
Tarzan
know why
playing
they
with a
call
lot
him.
of the vision to come out clutch with that
It's
early
kind of
play,
why
but
I tried
this-
to
it was
go more in
criminal
depth, trying to
that
figure
this
out
man
why
was
did they
not
pick
playing in
Karma.
spring. The fact that Weibo are able to pick him up, and yes, it's been through trials and tribulations. That Weibo have had a really rough early part to the split, but this is the group that matters. You made it to where it matters, and I think when you're able to take an early
Yeah,
game, at
everybody
least
said
against
Weibo would
JDG,
get knocked
you have to
out
be able to
and
close it out as
Be in
well.
the group,
Yeah, no, just
lower
qualifying
group
is all
where
you
can't
needed to
get the
do. There's no
playoffs.
malarkey
Made
with
it.
seeding
Rumble
coming into
stage.
this stage of the
So we're
competition.
watching. That's
Rumble
another
stage.
thing I think is we're watching the Rumble stage, and I think there's another stage of LPL games where the teams can't go to playoffs, but They're still playing, so that's going on too. I don't have the time for that.
All you got to do is win now, and your sins are
If I
forgiven.
did, I would
Weibo,
show
they
them.
were-
And Weibo could do that. I
Maybe
mean,
I'll
hey, they
get
were
to it.
World Finals last year.
Plenty of
Just
stuff to
saying.
Somehow,
watch
some
out
way, here
there.
comes the
So there's a
ults.
lot going on here where I shouldn't be talking.
How life finds a way this time around. Maybe death not finding its way in here. JDG do make it out alive.
They do. It's an ult pulled out from Tarzan. You can see the danger. If there's no one that can tank out these Sejuani ultimates. It's going to be really, really difficult as the game goes on. You don't have any cleanses, and of course now with missing, falling behind
And
in lane alongside.
trying to
Ruin,
really
it's
look at the
harder
first
to
10
get
minutes
less
of the
goals,
games.
which means that you're not going to get
think
yourself
that's what
a
players
timely
need help
McHale's
with.
or something
They're-
like that. It's going to take
those
a lot
players
longer
are
to
good
get
once
towards
you get
that
20 minutes.
important
plus you get
item, which
some
you have to
items.
imagine will be coming out from missing at some point.
It's just getting to
Weibo,
that
now is
point.
really the time for you to start throwing out your ultimates, using the Kalista Renata in this early game, and make sure that the Sejuani can start accelerating the game from beyond what really the Zyra can match before they reach that 1-2 items. They bring home that extra damage threat.
Tarzan has completed convergence here as well, so you're going to have that early spike there. Bot lane be almost
So
all the
Skarner's
plays going to
using his
Weibo
teleport
here.
there,
Not
try to
just
save this
yet,
bottom.
though. But this is where I want to start talking about the entrances, because there is about a 20 CS lead for Kanavi. He is just farming his life away. He wants to be around
Light
his objectives
shouldn't
and
really
things like
be
that.
there, but they have so much
Tarzan a little
vision,
bit
that's
behind,
why.
but
So here we go again, pull the telestrator out. You shouldn't do this, but like he's not backing off, but they've got so much vision. Look at all these wards that they have, so Light's pretty safe. Maybe Sheer can make some crazy play and impale him into the turret.
Has the kind of go buttons for Weibo to make entrances into these fights and that tempo that they really can play around.
Because if you're a solo queue player, you really shouldn't be doing what Light's doing right here. A level 7 Callista and a level 9 Skarner. But he's Light's a top tier AD player in LPL, and they've got all this vision here, so he's pretty safe.
Easier.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of kind of like playing around those team fights, it feels like it is really in the hands of Weibo for a while now, and particularly with I think Breathe in an even lane matchup, the neutral lane versus the Skarner is going to get more valuable as the game goes on too in a lot of ways.
I'll probably
I think
have
that
to take the
Skarner,
dog out after
can
this
really
game.
struggle against
meaning
this
to stream
champion.
the
He is
stop
going to
and
be
just
potentially
fuck
dove, but it is a Mordekaiser. You
Take a
can
break
reduce
for a
this down
minute,
to a
take the dog
1v1.
out.
Likely
Then
Breathe
get
is
on
going to
to
get a
game
load of
two.
poke thrown
Maybe
onto
there's
him.
3
He can
games.
just use that ultimate potentially to stop himself from dying, at least in the short term.
Mm-hmm. I will say, you can take some time now, Merrick. Go ahead and close your windows because Grubageddon is upon us. JDG have gotten all 6 grubs. So you can
I don't
take some
really
time.
value
Make
the
sure you're
void
safe.
grubs.
I
I
already got
value
mine
the
all locked
dragons
down. We're
more.
good to go.
So
Yeah,
Tarzan
get
is
your
second
grub
dragon's
spray.
up, so
Whatever
Tarzan
it
is
is.
going
Yeah,
for
make
that.
sure. Whatever. Safe.
Again, WBG have all this vision down here, so it allows them to play the way they're playing right now. Look at all this vision they have. I don't really know what they're trying to do topside. JDG, that is.
Saves you from Grubageddon. I don't know. I haven't done the math.
You can get like the little sticky tape you put in as well to catch them as they go through it. Look, anything
get
you
a
got
bug
is going to
zapper.
help at this point. You could get like that. You need it all at this point, folks. As at least Ruler and Missing,
We're
they're
on the
able
Dragon
to get into
too,
that top
WBG
side and get
have,
some plates from top
which-
side. It's kind of bare minimum. They are already
What, a
2,000
2K gold
behind
lead,
what's happening in
3K?
this bot side. Light took all of the plates towards bot side and gets himself very far ahead of the game. Add his 1 item spike close to his 2nd item beyond this point. Ruler and Missing, they picked this
Got
lane for
the,
early game. The early game has not
Chris,
worked out well
the
for them.
WBG
It's going to be an
support.
uphill battle
He's up in the top
beyond
jungle
this
trying to
point.
get some
As
vision
long
and
as
clear
Weibo
things out.
can continue to find ways to force plays and stay ahead of the game, I think they're very, very happy. They have themselves 2 early dragons on a very good timing. It's a Mountain Soul. There were a lot of memes about Tarzan not getting very many dragons towards the end of the year and then coming into this year as well, as he came back into a roster at the start of summer. They've got really good control over this now, and that could potentially help them close out this game, should they get towards an early soul point.
What time is it in this game? 12 minutes and 30 seconds. It's about the time where you get your bottom lanes should be about mid lane now.
Question still lingers. Will it be enough to take down the Titans of J?
So Zahu gets caught out there with an impale.
JDG impale into mid lane.
So what was Zhao doing?
Here as well, as he came back into a roster at the start of summer.
Zhao's over this line I'm talking about, guys. He's got a flash. Getting better at the telestrator. So he's over this line right now. He does have his flash.
They've got really good control over this now, and that could potentially help them
I'm watching
close out
Zhao
this game
do
should they get towards an early soul point.
Question
He
still
didn't have
lingers.
any
Will it
vision
be
of
enough to
Skarner.
take down the Titans of JDG? Impale into mid lane.
It may be where they were trying to. It may be where WBG are trying to prep for the Void Grubs since they just got the Dragon, so they're focusing top lane. So JDG makes some play middle lane where Zhao is overextended. Flash isn't gonna save him.
Has nothing left to give, but he will give his life over to Ruler.
So I don't know why he did that. Let's watch that again. Why is he shoving that?
Really good control over this now, and that could potentially help them close out this game should they get towards an.
I don't know if that was just a mistake on Zhao or communication. I would think that WBG should have rotated mid there. They wouldn't have lost Zhao, and Callista and Renata Glass rotate mid that turn.
Early soul point.
Question
Turret
still
down.
lingers. Will it be enough to take down the
There is one turret down. That's when you should start going mid. So maybe that's something that WBG need to
Titans
work on
of
there.
JDG?
Communication or
Impale into
something.
mid lane.
So they
Xiaohu
lose
has
Zhao
nothing left to
over it.
give, but he will give his life
I think
over
that
to
was
Ruler.
more of the bottom
That's
lane's
quite greedy
fault.
from Xiaohu. Late Valkyrie
Zhao
doesn't
died,
flash
not his
away from
fault.
anything either. Once you get hit by the Excel's impact, you're effectively dead. But Xiaohu maybe thinking that if he flashes away, she
Maybe
will
they
just
didn't
flash
know
impale him.
where
All the
Skarner
same,
was.
over pushes, goes down. That is something for JDG. Also allows Kanavi to get a camp steal in.
So
on the
I'll
other
keep
side.
the game moving
He's
here.
like-
There they JDG have a couple wards in the top side WBG jungle or the top red jungle.
They're like halfway across the map from the camp, still taking it. Love
Oh,
that. Love that
get
for
cleared
him.
out.
Oh my goodness. But that's also some of the
There's so
understood
much
current, because
going on in one
I
game.
love the points we've been really highlighting on Weibo, but the major thing that you said that stood out to me is they need to keep pushing, because JDG are going to be a ridiculous objective team fight composition. We see Sheer kicking it off here onto Xiaohu.
Not great positioning from Xiaohu.
I like how
almost wonder if he
Skarner
could have
looks
gone
like a
into
giant
the blue
hand
side
when
jungle
he-
instead of kind of running towards river.
At
Either
least
way,
the
I don't think he quite understood how much
mechanical
danger is in it.
one.
He goes down for it. Does mean that Yagao is now ahead in the end.
So this is where really I think that at this point Zhao needs to be in this lane over here. Breathe is down here, so we need to get the bottom lane that's there here. I don't know what the bottom. There's some miscommunication or differences there.
Individual matchup, despite Xiaohu taking some decent early trades in lane. We'll need to make sure that he doesn't have too many more of those mispositions. Otherwise, you allow JDG well and truly back into this game. They have a very long-range composition. They have a lot of damage because
I think
they
it's
have
going to
design.
happen because JDG just rotated what I'm talking about because you see Ruler mid.
Compared to the Sejuani. You have to cut through a bit more beef because, of course, the Mordekaiser and the Sejuani are going to be very, very tanky, but still, Weibo, they don't really want to be sitting on their laurels if they
Like
can help
that
it.
ward
They do have
spot
some
that
big
Missing
ultimates
just
back
put
up.
down.
Maybe
I
they
like
can force
having a
them onto
ward
Sheer.
in the mid.
Look at this
Oh,
vision
how
on the
fair
top
is that?
side of that.
See how
fair
ridiculous
is that?
Skarner
Come
is
on.
that you
Tunneling
just can't get
Gideon,
dove.
Okay, they do that. Do you not know how the wild works?
Got a nice, really deep
I'm
ward
gonna,
there
he
for
will be tunneling his way into the
WBG.
ban list at some point. I mean, look, they nerfed this champion. Doesn't
The
really
warding
change
looks
things.
pretty
Teleporting
good.
onto the minion. If they can kill the
Vision,
tower,
I'm
Breeze
happy
will
with the
probably
vision
die.
that WBG had in this game.
Breathe gonna pop the death realm there. It does end up getting turret. Breathe knocked back. Pops out to
It's
four
like
members.
Breed's
of
gonna be a goner
JDG.
now. What's this gonna cost? Is okay. WBG's over here taking Rift Herald. What is this gonna cost JDG? Because their teleports down. Teleports down. Trista's ult is down. Ruler's ult is down. Seeing if this costs any ults or not. Mordekaiser's ult is down.
just surrounding him. They will end up be giving this one for the Rift Herald,
Flash
though.
or anything.
Rift Herald and top lane out of turret also means they potentially lose some chip damage on mid lane turret. Chris?
JDG also won the Vision Bloom or Scryer's Bloom and got some vision in there. See if they could clear any wards out.
There's no cleanser on Ruler. He's used his E.
Chris needs to hit a handshake, see if the Arcane Shift comes through. It's the Flash instead.
So it's going to be the flash away from Ruler, and then he has
Oh,
nothing left to
no.
escape.
Oh!
So Rulers, so now you got Rulers Flash down. And this predicts the next team fight. I'm seeing how to use this better. Oh look, Corky's ult is down. Sedge's ult is down.
Oh no! Tarzan comes
So
out.
WBG's gonna
clutch
pick up this
again
middle
in mid
turret,
lane.
and
It's
they have
just
the
a
Rift Herald,
snowball
so
from
it should
hell
get the
here,
second
Nightmare.
tier
And
turret
so
down
top
too.
lane gone, mid
Unless
lane
they
going to go
used it.
down as well. Weibo with
Why?
no grubs, still take that tower. They have the
Tarzan
Herald
likes
on
to
an
sit
inner
on
turret
that
now at some
for a
point
while.
as well. So while JDG do get themselves an opening on the bot side and
They
they end up
don't use the
killing
Rift
Breathe,
Herald here.
they lose a fair amount across the map, and the Herald is still yet to be used. So Weibo still fairly happy with the cross map, all things said and done. The only thing really left on the table is to see whether Breathe can get himself to more important breakpoints and not just be left alone on the weak side. Couldn't quite survive that last time.
WBG have the
Ended up getting
Rift
a reset
Scuttle,
there from Tarzan.
Scuttle Crab, whatever you call it.
He's still very far behind.
Just the
Konami,
vision
30 CS
boarding
now
looks
in
pretty
terms
good
of
on
clear
WBG
speed.
in his first game. They've
That
got the
Konami
whole
brings to the
map
table.
lit
It's
up like
huge,
a Christmas
but
tree.
also
Don't see too
another
many
Dragon's
wards
coming
there
up in sub a
on
minute. Weibo
JDG's
with actually
side,
pretty
blue
nicely
side.
timed resets, it seems like.
See
Are going to be
two
able
wards
to
right
contest
now,
for a
3.
sole point at about 17 minutes in the game.
So I think we're just going to have the, we're going to just about have the Sodaron ult coming back up that importantly so. There's a lot of flashes available in Weibo. No flash, no barrier for Ruler. Ruler doesn't have the best item. Well, I mean, he has the Trifle, so he does have a decent item spec, so I'm going to take that one back. But still, JDG needs to be very, very careful. They don't have a Mikhails, they don't have cleanses. Whoever Tarzan hits in a 5v5 scenario is likely going to go down. There's very good follow-up from the side of Weibo. Even Crisp has Flash in the Callisto ult too. I think Weibo is spoiling for this next big fight in the game. And I think that'll be the point where JDG needs to really be very, very careful. They might even have to give up this
So
dragon.
got the
knowing
dragon up in 10 seconds. So that should be what you're prepping for right now. The teams don't see really any vision down here around the dragon pit area. It looked like they just burned some wards up. JDG, they've got this one ward here in the bottom red side jungle and the control ward.
It's not the soul, even though
I
it's
haven't
soul
done
point.
this
I
spot
don't think they
review
have
in
the
a while. I'm
items or
rusty.
the summoner spells right now to really contest this in a healthy location. They might just turn up anyway and try and use their poke, but it's risky.
I was going to say, do we ever back down in the LPL? No, we don't.
Yagao has his flash and teleport up. Zahu has his flash and teleport up. He has to back. He can't do anything because he doesn't have blue buff. Yagao has blue buff.
There's the back actually trying to be pulled out by Xiao, who has no mana. They both
He
have
has to go back.
TP, but right now we're looking at a
Should be
4v4
going,
on the
to
bottom
Dragon.
side of the map.
Probably
Breeze is coming
teleporting
on a
to
flank.
Dragon.
Chris goes for the hand.
So that's probably what initiated this team fight right here. Who initiated it? Because you got Zahu recalling back, but he'll have his teleport. Let me see this real quick. His ult is up, his ult is up, his flash is down, his barrier is down. Okay. Their stuff's up. So he'll probably be teleporting down here to make a play. And what I was saying is that's why I think what initiated this fight, obviously where he recalled, so somebody can make a play right here.
Now we're looking at a 4v4 on the
Sweeping out any vision.
bottom side
Wanted to see who initiated this.
of the map. Breeze is coming on a flank. Chris goes for the hand. Now we're looking at a 4v4 on the bottom side of the map. Breeze is coming on.
What am I missing there?
TP, but right now we're looking at a 4v4 on the bottom side of the map. Breathe is coming on a flank. Crisp goes for the handshake, or at least the
I was gonna say, I thought I just saw somebody burn. There's another thing where like you make a play and then there's lag in the game, and you're like, well, what just happened? That's what I wondered. Crisp used his flash right there. So Crisp initiates his flash, I guess, for Berserk, which is a great engage or disengage.
before on the bottom side of the map.
So it's WBG that initiate the play. Zalhu must gonna be answer and come in here and teleport in.
Breathe is coming on a flank. Crisp goes for the handshake, or at least the combo there too. Gets Ruler. Stranglethorn used.
Yagal's immediately teleporting down there. Zalhu's gonna recall then teleport.
A little bit sporadic by JDG as both junglers trade their ultimates. We got TP on the back end here. That's gonna be.
Where did Breathe come in? Where was Breathe going? Breathe is fighting Sheer down here in the jungle.
As both junglers trade their ultimates. We got TP on the back end here. That's going to be Xiaohu joining the fight to try to get some of this poke down. Sheer in the death realm, not going to go down, but does go down immediately afterwards. True Shot Barrage is popped there in the end. The Rift Herald also gets summoned in the middle of all that fighting. Breathe is just 1v1ing missing over here. He's going to flash over the wall, try to get the safety. A little bit of chaos breeds for Weibo's victories.
Yeah, so JDG, they do lose the one, but they end up taking so much damage, well, giving out so much damage to the other side that they will be able to at least survive without Weibo going towards the dragon itself. Ruler, I thought he was dead to rights at the start of that. Makes it out because Weibo don't quite manage to get the follow-up.
I need Zyra. She does a lot of work. Look at this. Again, the whole AP jungler thing. I mean, Zyra is 119 CS to 146 CS right now at 18 minutes into the game.
Fantastic set of peel abilities to make sure his carries could live.
Zyra just farms while you're running around.
Thought it was going to be a bit of a slam dunk. Felt like they had the right items and the right cooldowns available.
Tarzan's always going to be behind the enemy jungler
right now.
and playing
See
catch
that
up.
it's Ruler who ends up getting caught as missing flashes away. Look how much CC goes onto him, but he somehow gets the arcane shift midway through the CC chain, and the CC can't lock him in place long enough for him to die. Navi doing a hell of a lot of work too. While all this is happening, though, Breathe, we're starting to see the problems with the Mordekaiser. If you have a split fight, he will just solo someone out on the side of it. I think that way, but even with all of this, though, they'll probably consider this worse than what they expected. JDG showing exactly what they can do in the clutch team fights.
Little things going both ways, right? You see some of the poke, some of that instant burst damage can be turned around by JDG, but you also see what happens when Breathe takes away JDG's only real front line. And it becomes a lot more difficult to kind of micromanage the fights itself. We are getting second items now. Light having the Guinsoo's pretty huge as he goes back onto the map, but Yagao has had constant side lane pressure and has a pretty massive CS differential over Xiaohu as well.
This is something that which JDG have done an awful lot. If I were to say, if I were going to point out the one big thing which LPL has done as a macro sense for the last couple of years, it has been throwing your mid laner into a side lane, getting gold out of side lane.
Says it's ahead
it's
right
a pretty
now
common thing, but LPL has really gone towards that. They've drafted compositions
3
towards
dragons.
that before. And I think it's also why we've adapted so well to 6 grubs plus.
And I highly value the dragons if you want to win a game of League of Legends.
They did the same thing with Azir with Nash's Tooth in the side lane last year as well. Yagao has been carrying very effectively for his team when he's been able to get that gold. He has that the only gold lead on his team individually. He has himself 2 items. He's on a Tristana with Grubageddon behind him. The Zerg Rush well and truly alive here. I think JDG will once again have to rely on their mid laner, who has been a big carry for them in summer.
They're still trying to do the meatball dance here as well, because that is where their strength is. Arctic Assault is going to go wide.
A 2-man impale
come through, though. Sheer getting
gets
chunked
off, and that's one of the main reasons.
By his own team. And Light ends up claiming the kill there, and now one body down means JDG can't really
big
fight.
reason they're trying to play Skarner, because he can get a multi-man impale.
For a fight.
Yeah, you can see that they managed to survive that.
That was a good one. Must be really hard to get
not able to get
targets.
the distance, but Tarzan goes for the flash play, missing, just completely caught out there as well. And Breathe will claim that one freely. Weibo might overlook to the Baron, but not going to overcommit there this time.
Yeah, they get themselves a kill. It's quite a lot invested for that, but it does mean that JDG maybe can't stick around and push down that mid lane out a turret. The next wave is a long way coming off. So yeah, that will save the mid lane turret and the last bit of siege through here. I'm loving the way that Breathe is approaching the side of these team fights. We've seen this earlier in the day from that
The
first
dragon
series.
comes
So
back up in
Xiaoshu
2
has
minutes
some of
and
these
30
flanking
seconds.
Camille's and Jax's. Feels like LPL top lane is one of the big things that they're all showcasing is just being able to
And
approach the side of
WBG
the
will
fight,
have
forcing Yagao to
Scuttle
flash
Crab
out
in that
here from
area.
so many things. I also think that Chris, a player
He's
who's
got
had
it.
a lot of criticism leveled towards
I
him,
pay a
on
lot of attention
Renata
to
has
vision.
shown himself some big
I
ultimate
know a lot
in
of you
this
don't.
game. Weibo continuing to show exactly what this team competition can do when it has been proactive and ahead of the game. JDG, they're typically very good at this point of the game, looking for that first big fight.
I don't know,
Weibo
maybe
not giving it easily
pay
to
a
him.
lot of attention.
But that's also the
Really
shocker.
does.
Like everybody
Trying to not
were
say
rainbow
comments like
doubters
that anymore.
coming into this one. They barely made it into this group nonetheless. And here they are taking JDG to task. We asked them to be proactive. We asked them to keep putting the pedal to the metal. And
What
they're
do we got going
consistently
on here? We
keeping
got a
2,000 to
4K
3,000
gold lead on
over a team that
WBG.
we've
They
seen
got a
as
big
so
lead because they got
dominant
3
so
dragons. They just got to
You
get
know
one
what's,
soul
the real
or
sad
one
thing
more,
about
get the
this is
soul.
that
and
Wave
then
have had a
you
really good early game. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing for them.
Gonna be
scary.
I still can't believe that I'll see it for more than one game in a row. The next game,
Maybe
JDG
Callista's
completely
good
put the Shears
into
over-engaged into Breathe.
Callista.
Yeah,
Renata
now
might be
Xiao's
good
gonna
into
commit to
Starter.
it as he comes
And
out of
that's
Death
another
Round.
reason
He
too we saw that
realizes
at
there's
World Cup
two
this
enemy
weekend because we
bodies
saw
there.
Callista and
He will
Renata
end up
come
getting
back in the
traded
meta.
down for that mid turret. Not
Hi,
gonna be
bud.
too much
I
there.
know.
Yeah,
Life's
I
tough.
think when we looked through to this draft, we did say, oh, blind picking that Skarner could give Breathe a window to really do some damage in this game, and he has absolutely done that. 2 items now with the Riftmaker on top of the Rylai's. Weibo, they've managed to dismantle this new top laner for JDG Sheer. We were wondering whether he'd be starting or over Flandre. It feels like they were trying to go for a sword and shield approach. If Sheer is the sword, he has been blunted very effectively by both draft and play by Weibo.
And I would say that this might be, one of the first times we're really
Make
seeing
another
a
cup of tea,
top
JD.
lane
I'm starting to
difference
get
here
tired.
for JDG, where Sheer has stepped in pretty dominantly for most of the game.
Not my talkative self at the moment.
We do see second items completed for JDG across the board.
Gonna have to
Is
eat.
that going to give them enough gas in the tank to take fights or even sustain fights? I don't think so. As Handshake comes in on a ruler, he has flash, he has barrier.
What do we got? Like, I'm
Items
starting to
completed
lose
for
my
JDG
focus.
across the board. Is that going to give them enough gas in the tank to take
I
fights or even
apologize for my
items completed for
so
JDG
in-depth
across the
analysis
board?
right now.
Is that going to give them enough
So-
gas in the tank to take fights or even sustain fights? I don't think so. As Handshake
What went on here?
most of the games that he's been able to play. So we do see second items completed for JDG across.
Mordekaiser has his teleport up. Sheer has his teleport up. Zalhu's teleport is down, so now's the time, I guess, to make some type of play around the map. Yagao's teleport is up. Now the only thing is his flash is down, so he's somebody to Mordecai's ult or lock down. He's not going to get out, so the team should probably know that his flash is down right now. So it's a good time to target Tristana.
Across the board. Is that going to give them enough gas in the tank to take fights or even
Crisp looks like he used his flash right there. I guess that's the
sustain
berserk
fights?
ult.
I don't think so. As Handshake comes in on a ruler, he has flash, he has barrier, he is perfectly fine. As now that hostile takeover used, the impale from Sheer bringing him back to the team, but he might not be able to take him down fast enough. Stranglethorn goes down. Both top laners traded
That was
immediately.
the
As now Yagao jumps his way out.
bailout
Not gonna use
went
the
on
resets
Mordekaiser
easily
and it
here,
didn't
but
do
now
anything.
that poke damage is coming in. Clutch Kanavi, the general from the front line, the explosive charge. It's enough. They're gonna get the resets now. JDG, they knew that they were a beast lying in wait, and that beast is roaring to life here. 23 and a half minutes in.
Trying to see what went wrong for WBG in this fight.
From the top laners traded immediately, as now Yagao jumps his way out. Not going to use the resets easily here, but now that poke damage is coming in. Clutch Kanavi, the general from the front line, the explosive charge.
I was trying to figure out, did
Might not be
WBG
able to
initiate
find,
that?
As now that his handshake,
Watch it
is
one
that
more
going to give
time.
them enough gas in the tank to take fights or even sustain?
Crisp initiated it. He flashed and berserked. So, what did... It was WBG that initiated this fight. And then it looks like Tarzan's ult is going to miss or something. Because he used his flash ult there. Crisp, that is, on Renata Glass.
sustain fights? I don't think so. So as Handshake comes in on a ruler,
Trying to see where the Sejuani ult
give them enough gas in the tank to take fights or even sustain fights? I don't think so.
Tarzan whiffed something there. So that might have been on Tarzan because he queued nobody there. I don't know if they thought. See, yeah, they don't. WBG don't have any wards here, so they don't. Tarzan's gonna whiff. So you had Crisp come in and ult. Flash alt ruler. Then you got your carries sitting right here with him. Getting ready to pounce on him as soon as you get him flash alted from Crisp, but Tarzan was off. Tarzan missed.
Across the board, is that going to give them enough gas?
But they don't have any wards here. It's like he queued thinking that somebody was
in the
going
tank
to
to
be
take
there.
fights or even sustain fights? I don't think so. As Handshake comes in on a ruler, he has flash, he has...
I think Tarzan thought somebody was right here, that he would Q ult them.
to take fights or even
Got that vision over here. Red has the vision in the Baron
sustain
pit.
fights? I don't think so. As Handshake comes in on a ruler...
So what happens there?
Games that he's been able to play, so we do see
Should be
second
able to
items
see
completed
them
for
right here.
JDG across...
He sees two of them. He doesn't see Yagao. So Yagao makes a smart play. And like I said earlier, he knew his flash. I'm pretty sure Tarzan knew these teams know. They know his flash is down. So if they ulted Yagao right there, they're gone.
Is that going to give them enough gas in the tank to take fights or even sustain fights? I don't think so.
But I would think he didn't have enough time there to get down there. So Tarzan or the team thought that Missing or Yagao. Does Missing have his flash? Yeah.
So as Handshake comes in on a ruler, he has flash, he has
That's
barrier,
the whiff
he is
there.
perfectly
It was
fine.
on
As now that hostile takeover used to get
miscommunication or Tarzan, they thought somebody, Yagao or Missing was in the brush, even though Yagao was by this ward up here. So I would think that they saw where he was. Maybe they thought Missing was right there.
hail from Sheer, bringing him back to the team, but he might not be able to
So
take
they
him down.
whiff that fight. Zyra's ult is really good at disengage, saving you. Giving you a lot of area.
That
So
Stranglethorn goes down. Both top
kinda
laners
turned the
traded
fight.
immediately as now Yagao jumps his way out. Not going to use the resets easily here, but now that poke damage is coming in clutch.
Missing
Konami,
uses his
the
flash.
general from the front line, the explosive charge. It's enough. They're going to get the resets now. JDG,
Okay, I'm
they
gonna let it
knew
roll.
that they were a beast lying in wait, and that beast is roaring to life here 23 and a half minutes in.
So is Zahu gonna
Weibo
get out of
just
here
don't
safe?
have the damage and they can't close down who they want to. Xiaohu's over the wall. He has flash. He has good damage.
So this is gonna put WBG behind. They were looking at a 25-minute, 30-minute win right here, but losing the dragon will put you behind another 5 minutes.
She has a big one in the inventory as well. If they can wait long enough, Breathe can TP back in, but Xiaohu's got to live.
So there was
Yao
miscommunication on
sidesteps it.
WBG there.
Push out on Xiaohu. That'll be the Dragon's soul denied. A game that was going so holistically in favor of Weibo.
And Mordekaiser
has
just
now been
teleported
cut
top.
down to size. A 3,000 gold lead
Shoving
dwindled
that
down
wave
to
in.
1.
Or
Mord's up here. Ugh. Shoving this wave. His teleport's down now. Yagao's got his teleport. Sheer's teleport has been down. So there won't be any... Yagao could make some type of play. Teleport flank or something.
Alright, so Weibo, we said they needed to be ahead of the game. They
So it looks like
barely
Weibo
are
were
now,
going
only
to win and
1,000
close
gold.
this
A
out
couple
in
of dragons
25, 30
definitely
minutes,
help
but
in
now
terms
they're
of extra
behind
stats,
because
but
they
as you were
lost
saying
the
just before
dragon.
this, hey, 2 votes for JDG. Does that change anything?
JDG
Apparently
get
it
the
does,
keep
particularly
WBG
big
from
damage
getting the
coming in
Dragon
from
Soul
JDG
there, even
stays
though it
alive.
looks
The
like
first combo didn't end up quite hitting
team fight
onto
would have
Ruler, or at
went
least
a
it did, but
different
he had
way
the
if
chaos. We
Tarzan
told you how important
ulted,
that is.
Q
Missing
ulted
doesn't have
somebody.
it now, though.
Oh,
So
that's
he
a
just-
lot of damage
I
in a
didn't see
short
who
amount
he
of time.
got that time.
Not able to get the peel
Instantly
out of
got
that
melted.
one. Blast Cone going to cause a little bit of chaos, but Sheer will shortly...
So that was
Not able to get the... Oh, that's a lot.
what happened
Did,
here
but he
from
he stays
JDG.
alive. The first
Because this game looked bad from JDG. And it's like, did they just underestimate WBG and not practice for them? They thought they were a bad team. Got the Farsight. It's called the Farsight Ward.
combo didn't end up quite hitting onto
Looks like either Light or Zahu get a really nice Farsight ward in there.
or at least it did, but he had the Mikhails, and we talked about how important that is.
Tarzan Q ulted somebody.
It's missing. Didn't end up quite hitting onto Rilla, or at least it did, but he had the Mikhails, and we talked about how important
Q ulted, missing. Missing don't have flash to get out, so he's a
that is.
goner.
Missing doesn't have it now, though.
Oh, that's a lot of damage in a short amount of time. So, not able to get the peel out of that one.
So
Last
WBG
cone
get the
caused a little
blue
bit of
buff,
chaos,
which is
but
very
Shea will
valuable.
shortly join his teammate in that gray screen.
Don't
here.
forget that,
Light
guys.
claiming
Later on,
that one. Now
25-30
pings
minutes
onto
in
the
the game, that
Baron
blue
here by
buff is
Weibo.
still very valuable.
Last fight, you could see that the
WB
Mikhails and the
WBG are
disengage
gonna
play
get the
won out
Baron
for JDG.
now.
They didn't have the Mikhails, missing the first person caught. JDG can't get their damage down. Weibo fail in the mid lane, they don't get
The
themselves
Gal's down
solid,
here,
but they
he just
pick out
used
the
his
enemy support,
teleport.
and they get
Shove this
themselves the
wave.
Baron. Weibo back onto
Or
the lead.
try to distract
It
WBG.
just goes like a rubber band
Bud,
back and
you
forth.
okay?
Maybe a yo-yo is a little bit more of a better analogy. But from a 1K
So
lead back to
now-
a 3K lead, Yagal will end up taking a
JDG
2-2
can't
in the
make
bottom
any-
side,
I think
so
JD thinks I
JDG
keep
still
saying
trying
his
to
name.
trade to some
JD,
extent, but you start seeing
you
the
loving
items
this,
that are
Manny?
gonna
I
be
keep
coming online
saying
if you are going to get
JD,
into these big
JD.
team fights.
So
I think JDG
JDG
are just on par.
Well, it really does depend on who gets caught first
JD,
missing.
it's me
You know, he
versus
doesn't
you.
have himself the cleanse right there. I think it's still on cooldown from that mid lane. At the same time, Ship once
Lost
again
my
caught
train of
out by
thought.
Breathe. Breathe has been monstering this individual match.
Yeah,
Yes, Breathe has
absolutely.
died occasionally in the 1vx scenarios where multiple people kind of go down onto him. But honestly, this guy has been so dominant. I think Breathe has been one of the more consistent members. I say that, he might be in a 1vx
I like WBG's
scenario
roster.
again, but he does have himself a good amount of tank. And it is just the one person, and it'd be Kanavi over there. Breathe. Oh, wait, he's
I don't know. I
frozen.
lost my train of
Can't find
thought of
himself, that guy.
what I was saying, but it doesn't
That would have
matter.
been so dicey.
It's important
Kanavi's
it
heart
comes
probably
back.
jumping into
Oh,
his throat
Yagal.
there.
We weren't going to
we
see
don't
any
see
flank
anything come
teleport
over here,
plays,
but
but
they are
now
trying to push on
Zahu's
this bottom side.
teleport's
They
back
still have
up, so it
Baron
doesn't
for another
matter.
2 minutes as
So
well. Looking
WBG's
at
doing
these
what
tier
you
two
should
towers,
and
easily
pushing out a wave with the
up
Baron
by
buff.
Weibo.
That's what it's for.
No
It's
grubs
not.
needed.
It's not to look cool or recall you back to
JDG, what is the
town.
plan now? They win.
I call
They
it
win
base
when
town
they can
'cause I
escape
play
the initial
MMOs.
engage with the Mikhails, and they can
Gate
start
back to
fighting
town.
back using the extra range that they
You,
have. It's really hard to play if they lose someone. First, though,
You
and it's
gotta
gonna
use
happen again.
that buff to push
They
waves
do not
out.
give you a moment of reprieve. They will jump on you every
That's
second
what
they
the
get.
Baron
It's a
buffs
traded kill,
need
1
me
for
for.
1
It's
though.
not
And
like
now the poke, the
to get
follow
you back to
through. This is
town
where
faster.
JDG thrive. Breathe is
I
gonna
should be
taken
talking
out.
my
He's not
analysis
able to be
in depth
bailed
on
out this
this.
time. That rocket jump is not going to give that distance separation there, but
But WBG did some
time
dumb
G thrive.
things there that
Traded kill, 1 for 1. A moment of reprieve. They will jump on you every second they get. It's a traded kill, 1 for 1 though. And now the poke, the follow through. This is where
WBG
JDG
got
thrive.
impatient or something,
Breathe is
did
going to be
some
taken
silly
out.
things,
He's not
and
able to
now
be
they're gonna
bailed
pay
out this
for it.
time. That rocket jump
Should have
is
been
not going
paying
to give
closer
that
attention,
distance
but was
separation
talking.
there. But JDG actually come alive.
They do somehow.
So
Callisto just gets
WBG is going to
exploded
allow
midway
more
through that
footing
fight. Life
for
must have just been
JDG to
absolutely
come back
dunked on
into
by
this game
Kanavi's
now, so
plans
they
and
got
the
to
rest of the
recall
team
and
following
reset.
up.
But they were getting some
JDG,
waves
they lose one at
pushed
the
into
start,
the
but
enemy
again,
base
if
with the
you
Baron
don't
buff.
finish the team fight with your opening salvo from
Got the
Weibo,
dragon coming up in
the
2
range
minutes,
and the
so
follow-up from JDG
teams
is
need to
really
be
powerful.
prepping for
Power
that.
doesn't really give you that much, but does give you the ability to chase down with the extra shields.
Which
and the kind of
most
chase
of the
potential
vision
from
looks
that.
like
Look at this
that
again. You're going
WBG
straight in,
have are on
you're
the
baiting out
blue
that,
side top
Mikhails.
jungle.
It does get rid of that Sodaron ultimate, still gets hit though. What happens to Callisto all the way through this? He ends up jumping into the front line and gets hit by absolutely everything. Not gonna lie, Light's positioning there was pretty bad. He ends up losing himself, his life and losing his team there.
Manera says that Light had really bad positioning there, so
No wonder
that's
we
what
had to
happened.
second check ourselves because we didn't
There's
think
been
that,
some
the
errors
Light
that I see on
stepped up that
WBG's
far
part.
in. Now
Even
Weibo,
though they're
on the
winning
back end of it,
against
looking
what
for those
might be
picks.
the
We've
best
known them so
LPL
well
team
for
right now,
Kanavi
JDG.
tanking up a storm though, and missing with the shields comes in clutch.
I think Tarzan largely been very on point with the Sejuani ultimates. I think he's become a leader for this team. I've loved how Tarzan's played throughout this game, but it's not all clean combos. Dragon coming up in a minute. The Sejuani ultimate should just be back up again, I think, by that point, with some of the extra cooldown reduction brought up by Tarzan. But they would have loved to get themselves jungler off the field just for a little
Zahu
bit to
getting
make
a
sure their
blue
center
buff
to the
for
objective
himself.
was just that little
I don't
bit more
really see
potent. JDG,
mid laners
they know they
getting
can't give up
the
this Dragon. They are
priority
looking
on
for a
blue
big team
buff like
fight.
they
Weibo
used to
just
back in the
need
day,
one more
where
fight
you'd
to
get
seal
the
this
second.
game, but JDG,
Every
they have the
mid
items now,
laner
and
would
they're
get
playing around their
every blue
ranges
buff
so
except for the
effectively.
first
They
one.
could just win it out off of
So
one
here
big
we've
team.
got
They
Teleporting
definitely
in.
could.
It'd have to be
and,
Shears teleporting.
I think
so.
taking a little bit of stock of how JDG can
I think
approach a lot
JD's
of
trying to
these
keep
Na'Vis,
some
having
pressure
a
in
ton
here
of damage underlying
on the
all
enemy
of the
side
team
of the
fight
map.
here. And I think it's rightfully so that we put such a heavy focus on
If you're
Kanavi's
just now
Tarzan.
watching,
The
go back in
Griffin
the beginning
bros
of
that
this.
have
I
come
talk about
over
the enemy
to
side
the
of the map and
LPL.
the pressure.
Obviously,
Try to show you where it
a lot
is.
longer of a stint from
pushing-
Tarzan. But
You're
these
adding
are the
pressure
moments that
onto the
matter.
enemy
Dragon
team when you
Soul
get
on
over
the
that line.
For Weibo and JDG are going to
So
try to
we've got to
contest.
fight over
Breathe
the
will be
dragon.
spotted if he flanks a JDG. They can't let this go over. It's
Probably go
against
back
the
and give
red.
a
This is
better
really
analysis.
difficult.
Oh, it's so difficult.
JDG's
Kanavi's
ahead
getting
by
CC'd
5
down. He's
gold.
going to be brought into the death realm, and he can't do it. Tarzan's going to take the soul. Now they're going forward.
Tarzan got the soul there,
but
so
Light is hop skipping his way to a
WBG
potential
have the
victory.
dragon
Kanavi is
soul,
down.
which gives you
Now
really good
Sheer,
team
he's
fighting
tracked down
power.
as well.
So
The damage is not going to
we
be
don't
enough.
really know what
Ruler
gold
is
value
trying
do
his
we of
damn
how much the
heart
dragon
out,
soul
man,
adds,
they're
but it's
chasing
probably
him
like 5 or
down.
10,000
Tarzan
gold.
able to survive with just a sliver of health. Luckily, Ruler
Get the
is
dragon
able to
soul
arcade
would
shift
be
his
like
way to
add
distance.
5 to
So much
10,000
damage
extra gold to your
done.
team.
But there's the TP to bot lane for Weibo, and they're going to try to stop the backs.
Yeah, they're going to try to. Ruler, can he get out of this? I think he
I
can.
don't really pay
know
much
whether
attention to the
Weibo will
gold
spot this out in
values
time.
as I should,
Missing
and the exact
will die.
timers,
It will
like the
just be
trinkets
Ruler
and stuff
defending the
like I was
base, and he
talking about
might
earlier.
just be under threat from the mountain sold up solo laners of Weibo. Need to be careful. Looks
And
like
there
it's
was
just
some
hit
weird
him
stuff going
and
on there.
out
I
of the
should probably
stands.
go into more depth about. But
Missing
again,
slowly but surely.
doing
They
this
make it out
practice.
alive. They do
Hopefully,
lose
give
that
me a
bottom
like,
hit, but
follow.
not
Trying to
too
get this
bad
stream
for
off the
JDG
ground. Who
on
knows?
what
Maybe
could
a
have
year or
happened,
two.
it feels like, but
we'll have some
that soul
viewers.
secured for Weibo
Comments.
makes it a lot more difficult for all this poke from Ruler to really stick.
Ruler really, really tried at that last fight. Just about makes it out alive. Has himself that Shojin as third item. Just look how much damage Ruler does across this team fight. Sadly, it doesn't matter. Both top laners tried to stop the engage coming, or the smite fight coming through. You can't end up Mikhailsing Kanavi out of the Mordekaiser ult anymore. You can see that was put onto him, maybe just missing, panicking, just thinking some CC was going to hit him. He gets put into the Realm of Death all the same. Smite goes over. But look how much damage Ruler is putting through this.
I think I'm
Very
improving
nearly
my
cleans up
stream
a couple of kills. Only just
and
about gets out
my
with his life.
content quality, so that's
And Xiaohu having a hell of a
Means a lot
step
to
up
me.
there in that fight as well. Honestly, some question marks early from him on the Corki, but now sitting at 6-1, I think there are no more questions. He will be packing the punch for Weibo as they start up the Baron.
I don't think there's really any contest
so
coming through here.
Weibo
Kanavi is walking
have
out
the
from
dragon
base, but he won't be
soul,
there
so
for
that
the
should
fight
help
still.
them get this
You're against
Baron
the
fight. I
red.
think they got all
really
the confidence
does
in the
feel
world
like
right now.
JDG, they've lost their
They
window.
don't have
The
perfect
map assault
vision.
is through. The
They've got
ability to
some
force
vision
the
around the
engages is
Baron
very,
pit
very high,
area.
and Tarzan is so tanky at 3 items with a
WBG or
mountain
JDG
soul,
don't
with the
really
double
have any
mountain
vision
dragons
on the
giving percent
bottom
for
side of
resist
the map.
increases
Got
as
a
well.
couple
I think
wards there in the
JDG,
river.
they might just have run out of damage now that soul's come through.
Hi, buddy.
Tarzan leading from the front as known. They will try to take this
Hungry JD.
tier 2 tower easily in top side of the map. Yagao is trying to get as much of a push in bot side before he has to TP to defend. He is going to pull that trigger here, so the defense is standing strong. 2.5 minutes left on the Baron buff, though.
And that will probably be enough to at least crack an extra inhibitor.
Okay, so
JDG,
this-
they don't have great engage options.
Again, the
This
Baron
is one of
buff
the problems.
allows you
They
to
have,
shove into the
what,
enemy base.
A long-range route from
Kind of
Kanavi. It's
need it
slim
to
pickings of
close
that.
out.
Sheer can occasionally get himself into a good position, but he's so far down in this individual
Maybe you're
matchup.
watching
Here
my
comes Tarzan.
stream
They
and
just go straight on to
you don't
Sheer.
watch Professional
As,
League of
why
Legends.
not, I
then
guess, but that is a big
get into
ulti
Professional
down.
League of
Use the
Legends if
go
you're
button
watching
for
my
Weibo,
stream.
so they don't want to get
Because you
caught on
just
the
like
back
League
end.
of Legends.
We've seen
You
them
didn't
getting
notice
poked
that
down
there were
time and time
professional
again.
teams
Xiaohu
that
is waiting on the edge with the
are
Valkyrie.
maybe
who
at
should
the
get a
top
play
of the
on
world
Blue,
at
nothing else
playing
can
this
come of it.
game.
Crisp is on a bit of a flank here
So
on the other
maybe I
side.
can help.
He has flash.
You
too.
enter that
Flash over
world.
the
Here's
wall,
the
tends to
key.
go for that ult
Here's
flash
the
combo.
door.
There's only one Mikhail's, only one
He's
person to be
using
able
the
to
wall
survive through
against
that.
them.
Yeah, he's going to come out of Fog of War. Here it comes.
He did it.
Okay, there
He was
goes
the
Crisp
one to
using
bring
the
it into the
Berserker
league, and he's going to
and
pull
the
it
Flash.
off here
See?
yet again.
Crisp
The
Flash
for
ulted
not
there
a
to
hostile
engage.
takeover. They do end up
Crisp
getting
is a
rebuffed,
good
but they take
engage
the
support.
turret itself. Now Yagao, he's starting to get those resets
Tarzan's a
going
good
here for
engage
himself. Chris going to be in a
jungler,
lot
so
of
you
trouble.
got two
He's
good
gonna get
engages
grasped,
there
though,
on
and Fate's
WBG
call will
that
get
should
Chris to safety.
be good here by the end
Yagao
of
is
the
still
playoffs.
really scary on this Tristana, but can't quite get the damage down. Weibo.
I think they can be
They
number
don't manage to get that
th-
first kill,
number
but they
3
do manage to
team
get
in the
that
LPL.
that turret, which ends up giving
May
that
not be
open
the top
inhibitor.
number
That
1
will
or number
pretty
2, but
much
I
be
think
the end of this Baron
WBG
buff
can get the worlds.
push all the same. So JDG somehow escaped with multiple inhibitors alive, only the one falling.
They don't need the
They
shy.
survive another day. They do have really big damage.
And I hope they
Yagao.
prove it
I
this
feel like
summer.
a lot of this game all comes down to this Tristana now.
Who knows,
because
maybe they
Ezreal
bring the
is
Shy
pretty good at
back
putting
in
out damage, but if you hit
Worlds or
everything,
something.
it's quite unreliable, and you're still not as good at killing
Kinda
tanks
crazy.
as this Tristana. Level
But I think
18,
Breathe is
maximum rank of that draw bead passive, so it's the maximum
as
range of that one.
serviceable as
Maybe,
needed. I think Breathe
just
is
maybe,
as
Yagao
good.
carries JDG need. It's quite a hard ask.
Not saying he's
against
better
so
than
many tank
Shy, but
stats.
he's
Yeah,
good.
4.5 items. You're gonna have to
Saying
use
the
this
Shy isn't
strongly,
needed.
but
It's a
also
little-
love to see the
this
GA
team
completed
should be
for
able
light.
to
He's
do
going
it
with a lot of
without
utility
Shy.
in his build right now because he realizes he's kind of the lifeline for
Seen
Crisp
Breathe
as well.
play at
So
some of
we
the
wanted to
highest
make
level.
sure that there's some extra
Seen
strength
all
in
these
that
players,
regard. But
so-
I think that's where I want to take perspective.
And they should,
of
I think, have
how
good
JDG
synergy. I
can
think
win these. 'Cause you know
Zaru
how
and
Weibo win these fights.
Tarzan
They just pull
should
the
have
trigger
good
and all of a
synergy.
sudden you're dead. But JDG need a lot
They're
of
both
sustained
more
timing
macro style
in these
players.
fights, and they're gonna
It's
have an
the only
Elder in
scary
less than a
thing
minute
is
to
there's
fight
not
over.
some really
Are
mechanical
we going to get
beast on
ourselves another Elder
WBG.
flip? 3 games
It's
in the
like,
Nevada series yesterday
Chovy or
had
Faker,
3
but I
Elder
don't think
flips.
that's needed.
So,
in League of
yeah, we had an awful lot of that yesterday. We weren't
Unless
necessarily
that's
expecting
what
it out of our
the
Ascension
final
matchup here
World
between
Cup
JDG
proved,
Weibo,
that
but
to be
it's
the
the
best,
nature
you
of
gotta
Weibo,
have
it's the nature of this matchup in
superior
some ways.
mechanical
It just
players.
is so much closer than you expect.
Get outside of
Despite
metas,
Weibo's assumed
and you
level
get
of form and
mechanically
JDG's assumed
outplayed.
level of form on the other side. 30 seconds till Dragon.
But I
Weibo
think the
starving at some of that
WBG are
vision,
good
and
enough
they do have
to be
themselves
able to
again
get the
those really
Worlds.
big item
Now,
break points which you were talking about. You can also see the Mount Assault starting
LPL is
to
really
like
good
poke
this-
coming in from Zyra as well. That extra chip down,
Exciting.
really not getting through the Mountain Shield.
Not able to get the burn damage through that either at this point. And Ruler really wishing he had 4 items now, but Dragon is
So
spawning.
that's all I'll say.
This feels like a do or die moment for JDG.
So
as
we've
they
got the
move in.
Elder
They've
Dragon
gotta get some
coming up.
vision
Now,
here, but
usually
Weibo
when you
wanna
get to
pull
the
the
point of
trigger
the
in
Elder
front of the
Dragon,
pit
the
here,
team
potentially.
wins the Elder Dragon, wins
Can
the
Shea
game,
get himself
closes
a
it
big
out. I
impact?
kind
That
of got
might just be what they need. She is
out
going
of
up
my
this
vision
tank.
and
Now,
stuff that I
Dragon's
talk
going
about, but
down.
again, I try to focus
Going to
more
Breathe.
about
Impale misses.
10
That's a
minutes,
big
because once you
cooldown.
get to
Kanavi,
20 or
he
30,
needs to be
40
the one.
minutes,
It's
there's
been
too
a
much
revenge
going on.
split. Can he get it? He's going to go over the wall here soon. It is
Oh!
going to be
Yagao
taken
stole the
by
Elder Dragon.
Yagao of all people. They will end up getting the 1 kill in trade to and JDG. They've just thrown this game for a loop.
Oh my word, Breathe flashes forward, tries to get Kanavi into the realm of death and can't manage it. Kanavi throws down the strangle forms to give himself a red carpet to go towards the dragon, and he's not even needed. It's Yagao that gets it somehow. I need a slow-mo replay to see exactly what happens. Breathe doesn't get impaled. See that the rend is on one side as well. How does this go through? The flash forward doesn't get impaled. See that the rend is on one side as well. How does this go through? The flash forward from Breathe tries to get onto Kanavi, doesn't.
So really bad positioning on WBG, or JDG kind of abusing the team fighting they know about WBG, because again, like Callista's kind of takes a while to get her damage
As
out.
well. How does this go through? The flash forward
Gotta
from Breathe
get
tries
rend
to get onto
stacks.
Kanavi, doesn't
The
manage
explosive
it.
charge.
She has a lot of burst damage. It just takes a while though to get that burst damage stacked up.
And the explosive
No!
charge.
That dragon's got a
tries
bunch
to
of
get onto Kanavi,
rend
doesn't
stacks and
manage
stuff.
it.
charge.
And the explosive
No!
charge.
So, Light was focusing the Elder Dragon there. No damage on JDG team members.
On the Mordekaiser.
So did the
Steals.
Tristana got it.
Explosive doesn't do it justice.
the mispositioning on
Hero
WBG?
play.
If you don't love this league, there is something wrong
We
with
could go
you.
back and
My
look into
God,
further analysis.
What a play! And JDG, they come away with an even fight now, having the Elder for another minute and a half. They can try to push this up into permanent damage against Weibo.
I can't believe the amount of drama that we're seeing with this. Breathe gets punted back after flashing forward, trying to deny the jungler. Jungler wasn't the person you need to be worried about. It's that carry in the mid lane. Yagao has been so stalwart in summer. Can it be
So
enough to see this out? Here comes
JDG's gonna
Mikael's
shove into
immediately through.
WBG's base
Tarzan
here and
starting
maybe
to
get a
struggle
turret
to
down.
Use his ult on cooldown before that Mikael's
No,
comes back up,
they're
especially
five-man
against that
unit.
Elder. JDG
5-man
taking
unit
a
right
bit of the
now.
map back.
Nothing split up, but I really
The push
need to break
with
out the
Revegeddon,
telestrator and
it's
show
so
you.
deadly. They don't even need the minions. They've got the mites there to help out as well, and they're just outright taking an inhib tower in mid lane.
So the
way.
range comes through. Even with the Mountain Soul, the range and the burn being put through from the Elder is really, really powerful. It's going to fall off in 40 seconds. That's a long time to defend the base, though.
Hostile takeover comes through. They got to try to defend the minions. They aren't able to do so. So Baron falling at least
No
up
waves
now,
there for
maybe is the
WBG to
follow-up
be
for
far enough.
JDG if they want to pull back onto it. They still have this Elder for 30 seconds.
So
They won't be able
Baron
to
is
keep on
up.
to it for that long. I think by the time they're on the Baron, Elder should have
They
fallen
burn it
off.
so fast.
However, Weibo, do they have teleport
WBG
options? They
need
have
to get
one
over there and
top
try
side.
to get some
Don't
type of vision.
think Weibo are going to be able to
Don't
get
think
hit
there's
just
anything
in
they can
time.
do
It's gonna
right
burn
here,
down
'cause
just at
the
the end
Elder
of that
Dragon
Elder.
buff.
So they time it just about right. JDG inhib Baron and out
So
to get
now
themselves a safe reset.
JDG
Now
have
we are truly into the late
Baron buff.
I want to try to
Had
catch
the
the
Elder Dragon
stragglers,
buff.
but that is not what you want to hear. Those words are like nails on a
Now the
chalkboard
gold is
if you're going against
back
JDG
even.
because they are the ones to put you to bed.
WBG
as
had their
time
lead.
goes on. They are the ones that can absolutely
Still think the Dragon
pull you
Soul,
apart in these
4
team fights, and
dragons in the
they have
soul.
the comp to do so now.
So JDG, they have themselves big
Very
items.
important to
Full
win.
build Yagao. Ruler almost got himself to his last item as well, has a Shojin and a Cerildis, so he has much more ability to kill the tanks than he did before. His individual damage has gone through the roof. On the other side though, it's not like Weibo don't have a load of damage, a load of tanks. Breathe, if he gets someone into the realm of death, is probably just going to outright kill them. I don't think many people can survive that. Even the AD carries from JDG need to be so careful. So Weibo, I think they're relying on Breathe to take someone out of the equation.
So Yagao's
I think
up,
that
shoving
particularly
top
Tarzan
lane.
needs to find himself a big
Tarzan.
target.
It's a 4v5. They're going to try
What do we got here? Yagao's got his... I haven't done this in a while. Yagao's flash is up. His teleport's up. His teleport... Or his flash is up, his barrier is up, his flash, his ignite's up. His teleport is up, his flash is down, so... There's one key thing. Shear's flash is down to do some type of Skarner... Impale, initiate thing. Yagao's kind of missing right now because he's up in the top wave. Mordekaiser looks like he's recalling, I guess, to make some type of teleport flank play. Tarzan just used his ult there. Crisp did his ult flash right there. Flash ignite.
to take the play here for Weibo. They will get stopped by the Stranglethorn, but Breathe has come in for the flank.
So
He's going to pop the
Zyra
Realm of Death on the
disengaged
Ruler.
there from
Ruler is
the
locked down. JDG are going to have to stick this fight. Yagao is running over to try to be the saving grace. Hostile takeover across two. And Weibo, they've got a front to back that they've dreamed of.
What was going on there? Hold on. I thought we saw the... Oh, okay, I was wrong. I thought he flash ignited there to... Or flash ult there, but he didn't. He held on to it.
Lockdown. JDG are going to have to stick this fight. Yagao is running over to try to be the saving grace. Hostile takeover across two. And Weibo, they've got a front to back that they've dreamed of. They take
Oh, that
Sheer
glass
down.
is really
They're not
good.
gonna move any more forward, but Ruler is still waiting to try to pick people off on the back end. Weibo do strike true.
Insane kiting from Ruler. I thought he was 100%
Crisp
dead.
is
Gets the
Renata
arcade
Glass
shift
is looking
just as
pretty
the
good
ult
in
was
this
being
game.
cast by Mordekaiser, but it's not enough. I thought that would have been Mordekaiser just killing him straight out. He gets the
I don't
cooldowns
know if
back,
that's
gets the
because
shift
it's
over the
into
wall again,
Karma
and
and
then
not a
while he's in the realm of
engage
death,
type of
the Renata
hard
ult can't
engage
hit him. He's in another
melee
space entirely.
tank
He's in an
support like
alternate
Leona.
dimension. Weibo can't quite get themselves that explosive fight that they've been looking for time after time. And you know what? I thought this Karma was going to be like, you know, just
Yes,
a lane
dead
phase
even
pick.
game
This
minus
Mikhails
the
has really blunted
WBG have the
Weibo
4
in the late game
dragons.
around what they want to do with that Sejuani
Xiao Hu
Elspeth.
just got his
Weibo,
last
they have
whisper,
been
so he's
really
sitting
held
on
to account by JDG.
6
Their team
items.
fighting has been so good in the middle
Didn't really
lane.
talk about the number of items.
If Ruler is going to get that full item
Thanks.
here, needs to get that completed before the next big fight. We have another Elder Dragon, about 1:15. Big thing is, though, Xiaohu and Light, they're on full build.
Now,
Mercurial
Mordekaiser
Sun
does
continued
have
to
kind of
for
a big
Light
lead
as well.
over Skarner.
Still
So
a
Skarner's
little
just
bit left on
slowly
his Baron
getting
buff, but not much to give. We're going to take a look
dying
at the
in this
setup
game.
around this Elder.
Tarzan walking forwards. Remember, they still have the Mountain Salt. Really does help them in regards to the front
More and
line,
more
but
useless.
they just can't stay in range. Again, you get all this damage to Tarzan. Cool. He has a Warmox. He has the Mountain Salt. You're not bursting him. He's going to regen up back up to full. All JDG are doing is holding their vision line at this point and trying to push in some wards across the map. JDG, it's really
Baron
hard
is
for them
up,
to get
and
themselves that meaningful
right
poke
now,
against
let's
that Mountain
guess
Salt.
why WBG
This is
is
such
going
an
that
interesting
way. I
late
don't
game.
know why
Really got to see how
Yeah.
Weibo
JD's
or JD
recalling.
can
Of course,
burst
they
someone
need
out
some
from
wards or
full
something.
at the start of a fight. If that happens, I think the rest of the fight goes with it. It's really hard to do that, though, with so much range on one
Oh,
side,
it's
so
Ruler
much
that
tank
recalled.
shielding on the other.
All right, full build for Ruler completed. He will have the
Ruler goes
Bloodthirster
back to get
Dragon
his
coming
6
up in
items.
20 seconds. He has sent the True Shot Barrage
Fine,
top
though.
side to try to clear that one. It's not going to be up for a little bit. He will get that cooldown down in the team fight, though.
So
Yeah,
this
as long as he gets the target to hit with Q.
Yes
he'll be
game
able
here.
to
This is
regen that one
important
up
to get this
really,
whoever
really
wins
quickly.
this Elder
Elder
Dragon.
spawning right now. The
Shadow's
Zyra
taking
plans.
because both teams
Yeah,
are
Shadow's
shoved
taking
into the
team
enemy.
red buff. That's the
nexus.
important thing. It's for the entire team. He's going to get back to this in time. It does mean that Weibo can't play around
This
the red
inhibitor's
though.
down, this
JDG, they get to
inhibitor's
set
down.
up again. They have Mikhails. They have important flashes. This should be it. Where's the big engage coming from?
Tarzan and Kanai.
So what do we got? Is this gonna be the last fight? Sheer doesn't have his. Sheer's flash is not up, so he might not be able to get an impale. As for Crisp doesn't have his flash up. His ult is up. There's vision that WBG have around the pit. They don't have any in the pit, even though they're in the pit. JDG have a ward in the pit. Okay, well, let's see. Plays out here. Again, this is much different than live analysis. You can go back and look at your mistakes.
Navi, two of the biggest brains in the LPL in the jungle sphere. We'll see.
Okay, so Crisp had his ult that he just used, but he didn't have his flash up. So WBG go in and try to initiate the fight. Tarzan doesn't have his flash either. His ult.
See them go toe to toe here. They're getting locked down. It's going to be Tarzan that comes out big. Elder is
Oh, he had to
taken, so
burn
they
his
have that fight
flash.
potential. Kanavi already taken down. The clap of the Elder wings starting to come alive here. They will end up leaving
Breathe
Breathe
is
out.
just
TP
one
in mid
versus
lane right now by
5ing.
Xiaohu. He wants to try to finish the game. Multiples coming through from JDG to try to defend in time.
This won't even be the game. So it's going to be, what, 1 for
So
1 in terms
Zahu
of
flash
kills. Ruler's
teleports
caught out. He doesn't have impact.
mid lane
He does have a
into
lot of slippery
JDG's
ability to get
base.
away from this, but Tarzan has vision on him.
Now they're gonna catch Ruler out.
He's going to need to pull his
And
most famous 007 moment here. That
Looked
Elder
like
Dragon's going to
JDG
make it
was
a lot
kinda
harder, and Chris coming over the edge.
indecisive
They'll
there,
get that
so
shutdown
Ruler
over
gets
onto
caught out.
Ruler. Now they'll push in mid lane as well.
Oh no,
So
that
Zahu
is
makes
disaster
kind
for
of a
JDG.
weird play
Somehow,
there, and
Ruler gets kind of left out to
Let's
His most
get away from the
Ruler.
Ruler's.
Multiple TP
The
to mid
teleport.
lane right now by Xiaohu. He wants to try to fight potential. Kanavi already taken
So
down. The clap of
Zahu
the
is
Elder
going
wings
to
starting to come
his
alive here.
teleports
They
up.
will
He's
end
got
up
a
leading
teleport
Breathe
there
out.
to shove the
TP
wave
to
in
mid
on
lane
the
right now
base.
by Xiaohu. He wants to try
Smart
to finish
play.
the game. Multiples coming through from JDG to try to defend in time.
This won't even be the game. So it's going to be, what, 1 for 1 in terms of
Oh,
kills.
Ruler.
Ruler's
Which
caught out. He doesn't have
Zahu's more
impact
of like,
recourse. He does have a
think
lot
him
of slippery
more of
ability
like
to
a
get away
macro
from this,
player than a
but Tarzan
mechanical
has vision on
micro
him.
type of player.
He's going to need to pull his most
Ruler's
famous
gonna get caught,
007
use his
moment
flash
here. That
and his
Elder Dragon's
barrier,
going to make it a
I'm
lot
gonna guess.
harder, and Chris
And
coming
the
over the
game
edge.
lags.
They'll
No, he
get that
didn't use his
shutdown
barrier.
over onto Ruler. Now they'll push in mid lane as well.
So
Oh
smart.
no, that is
and
disaster
veteran,
for JDG.
Ruler
Somehow,
is.
Ruler gets kind of left
was
out
in a
to try around the
4-man,
Elder as the teleports go
1
back to
versus
base.
4,
Weibo go
42
hunting
minutes into
for
a
just
game,
one
his
in
back
hit,
up
and
against
then
the
also
wall,
Ruler,
still
they
holds
kill
on
the
to
AD
his
carry, and
barrier.
they march in
There's
with a numbers
probably when he
advantage.
dies.
It's been
Game's over.
Weibo's all
So that's how
along, but
veteran Ruler
JDG,
is.
they gave him a run for their money. They
Pretty
fought
veteran.
them here now. They're going to try to defend. Sheer getting low. The Elder Dragon wings are flapping once again. And the
Very smart
Dragons
play
have
on
taken
Zahu.
over. Weibo, they won't be able to finish here. JDG with Kanavi and Yagao in tow will defend, but Weibo are waiting for another wave.
Here
They're going to
comes
get a TP in for
Mordekaiser
Breathe.
teleporting in.
They're going to have to, but the wave clear is going to be really significant from JDG. There's no Baron,
So-
remember, the minions still have to stay alive.
Baron
Moving
is
forward.
up
He's
yet.
going to cleanse. Hostile takeover moves over. Is going to tag
Zyra
Yagao.
ult didn't really do
Xiao
much.
getting
Now
low.
Zyra
Chris
ult is really
immediately
useful.
just
That's
takes down Kanavi there.
not
Now
only is
Tarzan
she
moving
really
forward,
strong
and
at
JDG,
farming the
they're on
jungle,
their
but her
last
ult is
breath.
so good at
Who
team
would have
fights.
thunk that Weibo will deliver only the second game loss to JDG
So
of this
Weibo
entire
beat
split. And look
JDG,
at
which
that
people
smile.
said Weibo's a really
Weibo
bad
come out
team, and
represent.
I've been on
It is
big.
such a
I really
false
thought it
error
would be a
trying
good
to predict
roster. So
Weibo. They
I'm
are
happy that I
such
can pull out a
good
game in a
team,
series
but managing
here
to punch up in
and
the
show
unexpected
you
matches.
that
This team
this is
that
a good
barely
team.
scraped through into the Ascension group takes a game off of JDG,
Now,
and
are they
going
gonna
to
make it to
fantastic
Worlds?
doing it. Great early game. Some really good plays around their big team fights too.
So I'm gonna take a break for a second and pause this and go take the dog out. I may have to sit here and eat food, but I'm gonna pause this for a few. Hey now. And I don't know if this comes through. Let me see something here. Hi, buddy. You guys can't see my dog. And we're back here at the Sodaron stream, guys. I'm starting to get some technical behind the scenes stuff ironed out, which is good.
I want to see this for more than one game in a row, but if this is the upper level which they're bringing, Weibo might just be back in the way that we knew them. They can always punch up at the most unexpected moments.
Man, it's just a treat to watch Tarzan and Kanavi go to work. There were such bright moments for both of them in this one. I look forward to seeing what the teams have to offer for game number 2. We're going to step away for a short little break and rest a little bit. We'll be back with game 2.
Too late. with my sidekick on my lap. Had to take care of him and myself. Getting a lot of the technical problems ironed out here at the Soda stream today. I don't know why I don't get my taskbar like that. Why is that doing that? Epic head. So I'm kind of running out of steam here.
I'm Mazel.
I'm probably not gonna go like into huge detail on this. Maybe I will.
I think is maybe a bit much. It was a close game. It came down to several elder games. The early game, yes.
Remember, he missed a
Tarzan
few
wants to
flash
be
there, like
largely
mid-game.
Oh my
that
word, he
would've
did
closed
such a
this
good
out
set of plays in
earlier.
the early game to get this team ahead. And I think Tarzan
But I'm
has
getting
been
some of the
so
technical
much of
stuff
the
ironed
resurgence
out
of this
here
team. He has been getting
behind the scenes, so the stream will be better. Like, I may not have good content from your end, but I'm happy with what I got accomplished today, except I wanted to stream and play solo queue and do this VOD review, but it's getting down to the end of my day. But I got a lot of technical stuff done, like ops, behind the scenes that were holding me back.
Games early, knowing what the win conditions of the team are, and his engages later into the game were also instrumental.
I'm getting used to streaming.
Out on the farm for a majority of the game. And then
Yagao did a lot of damage, Kanavi did a lot of damage. But it was what we set out
for Weibo from the beginning. They have a composition that if they can keep the tempo in their favor and keep being proactive, it will work out for them. And even if it got a little slippery at the end, we saw the execution come in.
Yeah, and I mean,
So
honestly, I'm still astounded by how JDG team fought that game. I think that Kanavi was caught out a couple of times and still put out a ridiculous amount of damage before going down. I think Yagao was doing absurd amounts of damage, as was Ruler, whilst also...
So there's a lot I could go into, but you can only cover
win.
so much.
Pushed. I think this was a great high
Before
level
we go into draft
this is what, if this is
number 2,
Now maybe
we got
a little bit more onus.
Weibo Gaming on
the placement
blue
stage.
side this time,
here,
which blue
now
side
maybe-
means that you get the first pick of the champion, but then the other team gets 2 picks on top of your pick. So most times red is really the stronger one if you're thinking
A
blue
little
is.
bit more onus in his hands with something more aggressive. It is the Nidalee and the Ash band from
Italy
Weibo
and
on the
Ash
blue
are
side
out on
this
blue
time around.
side.
Tarzan,
Lista and
Sejuani, fanned
Sejuani
away,
are out
as well
on
as
the red
Ballista
side.
from last game for Light.
So we still again have the AD mid laners up, so you're expecting a Tristana and a Corki at some point, especially Yone now gone.
JDG ban Yo,
As well,
kind of weird.
Kanadi,
You
I
don't really
wonder
think
if the
of
answer is to have
Breed
something
or
that can be more
Zahu
active in
as
the very
Young
few
players.
early levels of the game.
Rumble's
Because someone like Zyra
gone.
can't really impact the game at
Breeze
that point,
Rumble
especially in the not
seems
the
good.
same way as the Leona did for Tarzan in that last
think
game.
that's
and
'cause
of
it's a
course,
Skarner
group
kinda.
stage as well. The last few games from
Skarner
him
and
from
Mordekaiser.
Tarzan were absolutely disgusting. Leona has been incredibly potent though. Wouldn't surprise me to see that locked in, and then we get the trade of the AD mid laners out.
So Crisp looked really good on an engaged champion the last game on Renata Glask. Had a lot of good flash. He was wanting to flash every single time, if you remember. So putting him on Leona is
I do
probably a
actually
good
wanna bring
idea.
up an
Maybe that's why they're
interesting
flashing
conversation
Leona.
that the hover of Leona actually brings up here, as the Tristana is the one that locked in.
WBG have a lot of
JDG
engage.
have found a lot of consistent strength by getting missing out on the map. The
And
enchant
I really like.
setup
I
for
think
2v2
Light is
bots that
really
didn't really enable
underrated
that
as
last
an
game,
AD
and I feel
player.
like they were
So
missing that a lot.
I'm a big fan of
sure.
Light. I was big on
I
LNG
mean,
a couple
Missing
years
did
ago
try
when
Robo to mid at some
Tarzan
points,
was on
but
there.
how do you play a Karma from behind after you've lost lane? That
Yeah,
champion is
exactly.
there to win you lane. So yeah, having that Leona, I think you're
So
absolutely
JDG
right to bring
take
up the fact that Missing wants to be
Leona.
out on the map. Hopefully he can combo up with Kanavi as well. Ezra Leona,
It's like,
not a
well,
bad
what do you
lane
have
zero
left
because of the individual
on
strength of both these
WBG then?
champions.
You got like
Ezra
Braum
also pretty good at
or
kind of
there's
timing up with
Brand.
Leona's
No,
engage.
this is
You
one
want to
reason why
follow
I
up with
pulled
that.
this out
On the other
because
side though,
I've been harping on Brand.
The
Now
next
he's really
best champion
strong.
for Tarzan has been the Brand. He will
Now
be an
Riot
AP
saying
carry
they're
now,
gonna
and this
nerf
is
him.
pretty terrifying. He's a very good Brand.
The speed of clear, but also the threat around the team fights, very scary. And the Renekton, speaking of scary, is
So,
going to be logged in for Bree. The
You got
classic
WBG's
for him.
Ahu on
Corki
Tristana
on the
this
other side.
time, and
So
now
80 minutes traded,
Corki is on the
that's kind
other
of
side.
the hallmark of LPL meta right now, unless they've been banned out.
This isn't the meta you all
I
want
am
to see, but
very
unfortunately,
interested now into what's
Corki and
gonna happen in this
Tristana do a
top
lot
lane
of things that you
because
want a
Breed
mid
has been one
laner
of
to
those
do.
Renekton players which has played
have
so
safety to
dominantly
get
in the
out.
lane it justifies the pick. There aren't that many players which will play it very well. In regards to that, I think 369 is one of them, I think Bin is one of them, and I think Breed.
I don't really know
Those are
why
the
they're
three players I
Renekton.
look at the Renekton and say, yes, this is an impactful champion. You're likely winning
Breed
lane. You're
Renekton's
likely
good,
going through to
but I don't know why the
that
Renekton blind
Sheer
pick.
might have some of his champions taken away in regards to surviving
It
that lane.
looked like
Doesn't
Renekton
that
did
much
okay in the
really
Skarner.
does that much against Renekton early on right now. So they could also go towards jungle as well. But as we said, that top lane also likely to
Trying
get
to think of what the
And Weibo, honestly, off the back of that one, feeling very
like a
confident
list
in
of the
Breed
top
over
champions
Sheer, and I
right
like
now.
the fact that they were exuding that
Dante,
confidence by just
unfortunately,
blind
still
picking the Renekton there. Because I will say Sheer
one of the
got
best
handled
top
pretty heavily.
laner
One of the
picks,
first games that we've really
Nar,
seen him go
C.
down super heavily, at least one of them.
Starting to see
Now the Braum
Skarner
is
less
the
and
final
less.
walk
We saw
away against Chris.
LPL like every single
So
game.
Weibo, they don't have good engage right now.
Couple
The other side
months
has
here.
Leona, so they have engage.
So they banned
There is
they
enough to
banned the
guarantee that.
Braum, the
Champion is
engaged
really
champion
fair when it
against
comes to that.
analysis.
Chris.
So, well, no, that's not
And there's a lot of
result-based
stuff I
analysis,
could
just
talk
Leona
and cover.
is
And
just the one
leave
man
me
engage
feedback.
machine.
I'll go over
It
it.
just does so much work in that case. You're probably looking now at either
Kanavi's. I do say Kanavi's Nidalee is very scary. So yes, you ban that against him.
Alistair or
Light is good on Light is good on Ziggs. I've seen so. I needed a moment for the bans and stuff to soak in.
Rel for the side of Crisp. You don't have that big go button at the Sejuani on one side. I think JDG, as it stands, they probably can play towards hyper range. If they go towards this Tarzan
So
Karthus, that would allow them
since
to have 3
Tarzan's
long-range
got the
carries with not a
Brand,
great
the
amount of
next
engage on the other
strongest
side.
AP jungler pick. It's on my list here. Brand, Karthus, Nidalee, Diana, Zyra. Diana's the counter to the APs though. She's not like a strong AP jungler. On her own regard, she's more of a counter. Zyra, Lilia, Maokai. Then Ivern, we found out, is the counter to the APs.
And Kanavi's going to be perfectly fine just taking a farming jungle.
So I picked this series of match because I wanted you to see Brand in the Karthus, because normally Karthus is the strongest one and the strongest at clearing, but I think Brand's better.
Well, I think we've seen the Brand and Karthus matchup get a little bit more aggressive.
And also, I'm an Ornn support aficionado, so they pull out the Ornn support.
Than others,
I showed you
but,
earlier. I
I'm
made a
really
VOD
interested in
2
what
years
kind of
ago during
packages you guys are gonna
Worlds.
take, especially after
I was
that
working
first
with
one.
Gam.
You
Made
also get that double
Ornn
marksman
support,
lock in here for
set
Weibo
support,
as they get
and
the
then they
Senna and
pulled
the
out set
Ornn for
support.
Light and Crisp.
I like that lock-in
They
of
tried
the
to
Ornn
do
an awful
set
lot
mid,
because
I think,
JDG,
too.
they don't well, before that lock-in, they didn't have to be that
That's a
respectful
really good
of any of the
engage
engage
support.
coming in from Weibo because it's like a flash Renekton and occasionally a Brand stun.
So they force WBG to put Crisp on a. I don't know if you call this an engaged support or not. I guess you would. But they're gonna make Crisp be the the farmer of the bottom lane in this game. So they take him off of the engaged supports that he wants, and they're making him play the Senna Ornn or Senna Tom Kinch that you see. But it looks like Ornn, and I made a video about it 2 years ago. How and it's unsealed spellbook Ornn they're playing. I want to see a pro team do 5 unsealed spellbooks because I think it would be OP and make weird teleport plays around the map and smite steal stuff. But we don't see that. T1 could do something like that. So they pull out the Ornn support, so we get to see
It's
that.
not that easy to land on very long range.
Ban the Braum away.
Carries like the Karthus, the
Chris
Corki,
play a lot
and
of
the
Braum.
Ezreal when they're playing at their maximum range. Weibo with that, it allows
Lilia
them to play
gets
towards the
banned
engagement
out.
with the Ornn. It also allows them to put the center of the Ornn on an island if they want, and allow themselves to play towards potentially a dominant
So we
Renekton
got the
top
Jax
side matchup.
Renekton
Sheer goes towards this Jax. He
top
is
lane
a
match.
Jax
We've got the
specialist. It can
Brand
be a good lane
Karthus,
into that
which
Renekton.
is what I wanted you to see and why I'm doing this, because Brand's right there with Karthus and farming. Karthus is still a little bit stronger, but I think Brand might be more useful to a team.
Renekton. It is Breed's Renekton though, and if Karzan gets to go towards topside, that Brand is
Most of
very,
it
very
is
good at
preference.
comboing up with the Renekton stun to get kills. I think this can also be a bit of a flipped game.
But
from what we saw
I've
in
only
Game 1.
played
Game
like
1 was
3
all
games
about
of
bot side
Brand
pressure,
jungle
leave
and
top
went
side alone. I think
12-0 in
Tarzan
my
has
third
all of his
game.
options now to go towards that.
I've
See if
messed
Weibo
with him
can
in
bring
practice.
this to a 2-0 and not even up the series.
Stronger
And
than
love
I
it, too,
thought.
'cause we have 2 pole
Farms the jungle
engagers
so
on
fast.
each team. It's top and support for both of them. I
So I'm
really
glad
wonder
Riot
how
found
the
a
early
role
game
for
is gonna
Brand,
look,
because he's
what the prior because
really been playing
again in
much,
game 1, like
some
early
support.
game was so interesting, even though it was a little bit
Used
one-sided
to see him
for
as
Weibo.
support a couple
because
years
of the
ago,
priority
and
that
low
Lane
elo
was
people
giving,
were scared to
it
death of him.
enables play around Kanavi
He's a
and
good
Tarzan.
champion
That's
in
what I
low
expect
elo
more of going into
Brand.
game 2 here.
So JDG find themselves in a rare position where they have to bounce back. Who else but against Weibo? This team,
Of
they got to
course.
take after their namesake and not just tap. They got to tap. They got to double tap. Got to get that suo. JDG, they almost
time
team
is
fought their
it?
way back into that game one. That is the
12:06. How long has this stream been going? 3 hours. Wow, we did one VOD in 3 hours. I'm good at milking time. And maybe like 15 minutes of it was a AFK. So about 2.5 hours we did one VOD talk. So that's some good talking. But I wanted to play a game of Ivern Jungle.
level we're expecting out of this Ascension group. JDG, it all lies on this game.
Eat. So here we go. Like I talked about the last game, now Riot's gonna let us get in the game a little bit quicker so we can see what's going on. Again, I'm not gonna go on it as long in this one. This is the last one. Maybe I put all you kids asleep. But Missing is a great name for a support. They have their trinket wards. JDG have a different philosophy where the support goes out, puts a ward. Is that it right there? And then goes back and gets the sweeper. But we don't get to see this. We're trying to figure out a mystery of what's going on. So Weibo have a ward there. I don't know if JDG put a ward out in 20 seconds and went back or not. I don't think they did. So they're going out to try to clear this ward out. Which
I have to hear both sides out in full force, but also now
Missing
brings
got
the
that
question-
ward.
Oh,
So WBG lose their first ward that they put out that Crisp had. So now the bottom lane is down one ward. So yeah,
the ward.
I was kind of going into this the last time about that allows the bottom lane to shove more aggressively or not, but I'm guessing the last game they had just their one ward, so the teams were even, so it wasn't one team didn't have an advantage or not in the last game, and it's the same way with this one. So now WBG is not really going to have some type of vision advantage over JDG because they get this ward swept out here.
It's over. Oh no. Whoa. Okay.
But that does give vision to JDG
sweaty.
now. One down, JD.
I have to hear both sides out in full force, but also now brings the question. Oh, the ward. Oh, it's over. Oh no. Whoa. Okay. Ooh, so this is a little sweaty there. I don't know.
So that looks like a really good rune right there for supports. The one that gives you zombie ward or ghost poro. So if you clear out the vision, because they don't have that. Okay, Tarzan has that. Crisp does, or yeah, Crisp doesn't.
He wasn't gonna get the auto attack.
I am surprised that JDG
So that
didn't
leaves
wait,
the
did they get
bottom
XP
lane
off
with
to
one
Yagao?
ward to
There's-
play
Oh,
with
there's a
in the first
tiny bit. Okay, they did. They managed to steal
1.5
it.
minutes.
But the problem is they shared the XP between 4
3
members.
minutes.
They shared it between Kanavi, Yagao, Ruler, and Missing. The gold goes over to Kanavi. But the fact that I think you have to share it between 3 members or left.
So Yagao looks like he just warded. He used his ward at 1 minute and 10 seconds at his own Raptors for
Get the
Kanavi.
solo lane advantage when you
oh.
hit level 2 off of that first one. They do, however, get another ward, and we don't have to worry about that at all. Wow, that's 2 wards taken.
Keep
for that.
throwing
Jeez.
wards, Weibo. Let's-
Weibo lost another ward there. Let me see what happened again.
Get another ward, and we don't have to worry about that at all. Wow, that's
Who
Off
lost
that-
their ward? Oh,
think
that
you
was
have to share
Zahu's
between
ward.
3.
So Zahu loses his ward. So now WBG are going to be on their back foot here because they're going to have lost vision in the bottom part of the
members are left to get the solo lane advantage when you hit level 2.
So
Off that
Crisp
first
and
one.
Light have
They
to
do,
play
however,
pretty
get another
safe,
one,
but it doesn't
we
matter
don't have to
because
worry
it's
about
Ornn
that
and
at all.
Senna,
Wow,
so
that's
you're gonna
2
play
ones
safe
taken.
Keep throwing
anyways.
wards, Weibo. Let's see what
Gonna
happens.
go down here.
Crisp is
All
gonna
in,
be
solo
here.
kill
Yeah,
the
that's a little bit of a
enemy
late
bot
invade
laner.
coming through. We'll get a little bit of support here as JDG don't really
They
want to
didn't
continue.
lose
They might
Flash.
actually just
Nobody
go for
really
the red
lost
buff here.
anything. WBG's losing their red buff. But that's okay because Tarzan and Breathe are up here taking the Raptors, which is sitting on a ward, so JDG know this.
You can already see Chris has
It's like
to
a
blow his
trade.
pot because he's going to get zoned out from that laning phase.
It's going to keep Breathe a little bit out of lane. He might lose a couple CS here.
Ruler and missing.
It'll help
they're
get
gonna be
Brand
benefiting
going.
from the fact
Brand
that
don't really
probably
need help.
Weibo don't want to be
I showed this before, but he's stronger when he starts the red side than the blue side. Brand.
forcing on towards bot side. They want to be forcing towards top side instead. It's easier to...
So Tarzan's going to there to take their red buff. And they got a ward here in I forget what area we call that brush. I used to know all the brush names and I forgot them last year. So forgive me. I'll have to look at the map. There's names on like the banana brush and the tri brush and the raptor brush.
leave the center and that alone. Missing, buddy. You don't want to be going into tower with that. But it has the aftershock, so he gets a couple of resists. JDG, you get themselves a camp steal, but it's going to be matched by Tarzan.
So it's basically JDG's going to take blue side's bottom jungle, and WBG's going to take JDG's red side
On the other
jungle.
side.
Even trade.
We'll keep checking in on those two paths.
Just
there,
play
especially
horizontally.
with it being a little bit opposite this time
Vertical.
around, and maybe some vertical jungling going through. Missing.
And Brand and
just wants to
Karthus stay
let
pretty even.
Chris
I think
know that he
Karthus
needs to
might
pay
be
for
a
last
little
game.
bit
What's
stronger.
really cool
at
with that is, hang on, is he going to be able to get the smite? He doesn't
the
have...
look. To me, I thought, if I recall, Brand was actually a
Might he? Oh, it resets. Okay, so he's
They stay pretty even in farming.
not going to get the full quadrant. This means that Tarzan gets ahead in the individual jungle matchup. Kanavi slowed down at bare minimum. Might have himself... Yeah, he should still be able to get this, I think, unless Light has himself a...
See how Light put that ward down there to see what was going on in their jungle.
Available. No, he doesn't. Just slowed down, not stopped.
So now they may get
A
dove.
little bit of pumping of the brakes. Crisp is leaving himself out here in their turret. Light is
I didn't think
hovering
it would be
nearby.
smart
Not going to be
to
even
dive
close to
there.
level 2 just yet. He's only
Ornn is,
halfway to level 2. As Crisp going to be the one to try to clear this wave out before it crashes, so Kanavi can't get anything.
Yeah, so the thing is, when you have mid lane kind of even, you guys even getting a slight push right now. We'll see what happens
Still
with that
not level
one.
2.
I mean, yeah, this is a problem. No one's really coming down to help you.
Oh, the double knockback though. Now missing tank in the turret's going to have to flash. Light just there to watch.
So WBG Crisp lost his flash there, and Missing's Ignite and Flash is down now.
His support go down. And that'll be first blood for JDG, maybe following
Wait,
it up
can
with
they
another
redive?
one.
I was wondering, yeah, okay, there's the teleport coming through.
He's gonna lose
I
his
love
teleport.
how Ruler's been playing this with Missing. Gets the root, not going to be able to get that much follow-up.
You
beyond
play
this.
off these summoner spells. That's how the higher players, some of the stuff they do that low solo queue players don't do, is they know the timing of Flash and exactly when it'll be back up.
Point, but one of the big things about Leona and lane
He said my card I have is off. It used to be 5 minutes, and I don't think it's that anymore. I think they nerfed Flash or teleport times.
thing phase is getting that
20,
that sunlight
22,
passive down.
23
Every
when I
time you
made
hit
it.
an ability, next time your
I
ally
gotta
damages the
redo all
champion,
that.
they get the extra little buff on them.
Tarzan gets his blue buff, and now he's gonna go shove.
Every time Missing was going in for the level 1 Zenith Blade, Ruler was getting a skill shot right afterwards, starting to stack up that damage. That's what helped him get to...
Really, that just allows Zalhu to make a aggressive play like that because he knew Tarzan was around, so he made an aggressive play.
towards that HP amount, which made that dive very valuable and very easy to put through.
And then
JDG
basically
really
bait-
monstering through the bot side.
bait your
popping
gal.
up, and on the other side, Tarzan,
Yeah.
he's got himself far.
So this is what I want Tarzan doing, and maybe this is why he started the top side, is to get this dragon at 5 minutes in. You don't want JDG
he's
to
not
get
impacted
dragons.
the lanes.
This goes into what I was talking about on my World Cup live view and stuff, where I talk about the dragons and how even the good teams weren't taking them, and then they lost. Like Genji straight up proved what I talk about. When you don't take the dragons, you're gonna lose. And so I think WBG know this in this match, that at least maybe if they're playing a team that's a lower group, they won't do this, and then it confuses you fans out there and people watching because you think that you're gonna copy them and play like them, and they're trying to do different stuff that you shouldn't do in solo queue if you want to win.
I do like that
So
he immediately
WBG's
bolted down here to
staging
the
to
bot
take the
side,
dragon
realizing
here
that
and
Kanavi
planning
was
all
on
head
this side
already. So they got the scuttle crab, so they should have vision when
of
5
the
minute
map, so he's probably going to try to
dragon
get this
spawns
double
at 5
scuttle
minutes.
going for himself.
And also they're keeping Kanavi from getting some of his farm. So this is something like I talked about G2 as well that I want to see Ike and Mickey X work on because they really got behind when they were playing against was it Top? Yeah, they got behind, and Tian's not the strongest um, jungler when it comes to farming and stuff. He stands around and does a lot of macro that gets him behind, and why he loses to the highest level of teams. So it's something I want to see Ike and Mickey X work on. Is they needed to do stuff like this, like have a ward up here and keep Kanavi from getting his blue buff, or keep Tian from getting his blue buff in that game where he had Zyra and Yike was on Xin Zhao.
Meanwhile, Kanavi going to be pathing up towards this top side of the map, and nothing else going to really come of it just yet. We do have objectives coming up here shortly, about a minute for the Dragon. See a little bit of priority maybe given that way, especially with the length of pathing.
Now, JDG's got some deep wards here. My dog is asleep, so if he's snoring and you hear it, don't wake him up. I think I just woke him up. Okay. JDG have a ward there. He likes the sound of my voice. And so wards basically give you pressure. What we're looking at is this first dragon and how the teams are setting up for. WBG's already set up for it because the scuttle crab, and then they got a control ward right here in the whatever brush this is by the golem pit area and the gromp. And then so they're set up for dragon, and then JDG have some deep wards back here, can prevent flanks or something. So okay. Crisp his teleport is down, his flash is down. Zhao has his flash and teleport. Missing's flash is down. Just taking a look at this, registering this in my mind. So when see if the teams make plays off of it, see if the team makes a play against Missing here now that he don't have flash. Because if he's caught out alone, if he's out alone putting a ward in, he's dead.
It's going to be going towards topside in the amount of time we have till Dragon spawns.
Yeah, we're going to have both teleports coming in from mid lane as soon, which means that they can get in for full HP for the objectives very early on. Need to see, something that you asked after game one, is whether Missing can get himself out onto the map as well, start impacting things. Don't just get locked into lane with that Karma.
Tarzan gets some jungle on the top red side there with the Scryer's Bloom. Breathe is in the middle of the line like I talk about, so he's right in the middle of the map. So he's not on the wrong side right now.
He's in a position to do so.
Going
Bot lane
even
control has been
about to
established.
shove a
JDG,
wave up
particularly
into the
Ruler,
enemy side.
getting that first kill. He's very, very happy with how
It's
things
crashing
are
right in the middle.
currently. So need to see.
Okay, so Yagao just used his teleport, which he might have needed to keep that for a dragon play here. Coming up at 5 minutes. So his teleport is down.
What's going to happen? Both the Karthus and the Brand very, very quick at taking both objectives, both sides of the map.
And I think that Weibo definitely want to lean towards that grub
If
spawn
Zhao
if they
uses
can
his
get
teleporter,
light up there, because you get the double
throws back
bonus
in the
of
lane.
Brand being able to clear it super fast, but you get all the souls for Senna as well. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition here, because the push has been so hard to deal
His
with on the bot
teleport.
side now. We are eventually getting those TPs from mid laners out
Oh
on
no,
the
he
map.
made it.
though.
He could
Dragon
have maybe
is spawned,
teleported to Dragon
no
or
pressure that
something.
way, but
I
Kanavi
guess
looking at
Tarzan's not ready yet. They're not ready at 5 minutes. With
Breathe in
response. He's at
topside will be
Krugs.
spotted out up there, so information gained by
Kanavi's
Tarzan.
on the wrong side of the
Shit,
map
he's
to
trying to
even
keep
do
his passive
Dragon.
up to get that extra attack speed, so if it does come through to a all-in, he'll have the extra
So
stat.
that kind of signifies that Kanavi's going to take the grubs at 6 minutes.
Breathe, just making
like
sure that he's using that empowered
Tarzan's
Q whenever
falling,
he can.
maybe get a-
Tries
he
to
got
get
his
himself,
black
the big
torch.
kind of heal through
Did
that.
he have his,
But he's using
got
that
his
empowered
black
Q
torch?
whenever he can.
Kanavi already had his black torch, which I didn't talk about. But see, Brand is ahead. So Brand keeps up with Karthus, and then he does, I think, some better team fight stuff than Karthus
Tries
does.
to get himself the big kind of heal through that. Shit, doing quite well in the early laning phase though. His Jack's very, very
So Tarzan goes back for his black torch. It looks like they're not going to do Dragon at 6 minutes. I
good.
guess
Something
he's
that we've
going to
known right away
Void,
from Demacia.
Void Grubs. Maybe it's because we just saw Kanavi top lane. So Tarzan's thinking he needs to get up here to Void Grubs and try to
And through his games
that
all the
off.
way through.
Void Grubs, I think teams like it because it's really quick XP for one and gold, even though the Dragon is worth more
This year, Breathe, one of the best laners in the top lane in LPL right
because you get 4 of them, you get the soul, you're pretty much going
now.
to
So
win
the
the
fact
game.
that shareholding
Last game
is just
proves
about
that.
even is notable actually in its own way.
So Kanavi's going mid lane. He's probably wishing he'd get 6, but we can't see his XP bar.
Yeah, hey, you'll take that all day. And it's a stark difference from that game number 1 as well, where he was going down pretty heavily in that topside matchup.
He was trying to get a flash out of there for another play.
The
About a minute
matchup
from
itself
now.
was not going super well. Now JDG did push in bot side. They're gonna move missing up.
So Kanavi's sweeping that area out, prepping for
On the
Void
map,
Grubs.
that's what we've been
That's
wanting
the
to see
time
this
to be
whole
there.
time.
6 minutes.
Gal taking a decent trade in mid lane, won't get the full bomb traded back
Karthus
onto
and
him.
Brand
Kanavi
farm
gonna go
these
towards the
super
top side first,
fast.
missing out onto them.
So Tarzan's up here. This is a match, like I said, this is the Master against the Apprentice. And it's where, like, a lot of people think the Apprentice is better than the Master. And so I wanted to show you this series because it might show that the Master still knows a thing or two the Apprentice doesn't
Exactly what
know.
we asked, but Tarzan off vision might be able to get
So
himself.
he gets the first Void Grub and steals it off JDG. He was there at the
He's
right
got-
time.
So much damage
the
here. He's
second
level
one.
6. And now Kanavi burning a little bit. It will be a trade of the grubs so far, 1 for 1, but JDG cannot continue to.
So that's awesome. They didn't allow them to get the grubs, and now maybe Tarzan can go
Fight.
down towards
So
the
Weibo
bottom
will
and
win
get
out
the
on that
dragon.
one.
And Ruler caught with a root under turret there is going to start eating some damage. He's happy to farm up here, but it's not like the center and the Ornn can't have kill threat onto him all the same. Missing roams out onto the
Now
map,
who's
can't make
going to
anything
get
happen. Weibo walk away with
heal,
decent trade onto
whatever
Kanavi.
that healing
Wants to get themselves
flower
2
is.
grubs. Tarzan, we said that, hey, his Sodaron,
So it looks like Brand does
really found value
well,
on
or
Brand.
does good into Karthus.
Ooh, threading the needle there by Ruler and missing. Able to get so much damage on the light. Now Chris needs to be very careful.
I don't know what they're doing I don't know what Crisp and Light are doing overextended onto the JDG's side of the map when you're playing into Ruler and Missing with Senna and Ornn.
Going to try to unstoppable out of that one, but Chris in trouble. The Zenith
That
blade
was
under
kind of a
turret,
really
and
bad
that's
play and
2
mistake
quick
on their
kills for
part.
Missing, who
At
tracks
least they
that
got
one
Missing.
right back over.
Missing the real character.
Don't know what
Missing
they were doing there. I
Chris.
think they were getting
Damage on the light.
overconfident.
Ooh.
We said that, hey, his Sodaron, great in game 1, but
Well, they didn't. Looks like they didn't know Missing was there. Missing was
trade
missing,
on Kanavi,
and then he
also
came
get
in.
themselves 2 grubs. Tarzan, we said that, hey, his Sodaron,
Fiona
great in game 1, but he's
EQ'd.
really found value on the Brand.
Ooh, threading the needle.
So Light just gets caught. Light was in a really
Great in
bad
game 1, but
spot.
he's really found value on the
Mispositioning.
Brand.
Ooh,
Hopefully it gets
threading
cleared
the
up this
needle
season.
there by Ruler and missing. Able to get so much damage on the light. Now Chris.
He's a player that looks really, really good or really bad sometimes. But I think he's very underrated. I'm a fan of Light and Crisp. Must be like a package deal.
Needs to be very careful. He's going to try to unstoppable out of that one, but Chris in
So Missing's Ignite is down.
trouble.
Light loses his flash.
The Zenith blade under turret, and that's 2 quick kills for Missing, who trades
Light
that
was
one
definitely
right back
overextended
over.
there.
Missing the real
Wow.
carry, 2 and 1. Goes down under turret. There's no teleport though from Weibo. They will be losing themselves a bit of that wave.
Tarzan's doing what he should do. I talk about it in my jungle stuff. I want to take the enemy's jungle as a priority instead of mine because I can always come back and start farming my jungle if there's nothing to farm. So maybe I don't know. I've jungled before. I saw Tarzan, but Tarzan's always I've seen what I would want in a pro player of myself and him. So he plays a lot like does decisions I would make.
Turret on the other side.
Sometimes he looks really bad, but so do I.
And missing. I love the way they're playing out this 2v2, using that sunlight passive from Leona for all it's worth. Yagao jumping in mid lane. Xiao, who can't quite get him on a turret.
Tries to get the angle, ends up at
Zhao who miscalculates.
Ruler and missing. I love the way they're playing out this 2v2, using that sunlight passive from Leona for all it's worth. Yagao jumping in mid lane. Xiao, who can't quite.
I don't know why he did that. Maybe he thought he could knock him back into the wall.
Get him on a turret.
Tries to get the angle, ends up at
give you a stun
out
if
of
you
that.
Tristan yourself into a wall.
It was a good idea because I think Yagao getting a little bit of a win there could be difficult to deal with. Now
He
Tarzan
lost
did
his flash
clear
and
out
ult.
Kanavi's
Yagao
jungle,
still
and
has his
now
flash.
making a play on a Sheer who literally cannot move.
Tarzan makes up for it though, goes up and
after
makes a
the
gank in
flash
top
comes out as
lane,
well.
and so
Okay, that's a big win for
JD
Weibo. They get the kill onto the Jack.
lose flash
The
and a
goes
kill
towards
for
the
a
Renekton,
flash.
so you can stay ahead of the matchup.
Well,
and there's
Renekton's
no
flash is
teleport
down.
for the side of Sheer. They already took themselves the grub, so that
Gotta
means
keep
they get
track
to
of
kill
all
the
these
turret plates
things.
more quickly. Breathe, who is very, very good at taking advantages on the Rex and just got himself a big lead.
Breeze showing up big here so far. The
That Brand's
horn
ult.
is sounded here. Double knockout.
Tarzan did another flash engage, but missed there.
They only have engages through Crisp and Breathe in reality, but now maybe Tarzan trying to fight right back, going for the flash. Kanavi's answered right in return. A little bit of damage back too on the back, but
They don't
Dragon
really,
still
WBG
hasn't
don't really
been
have much
taken.
vision there.
It's
to
been all
doing
about
that
these little
stuff. They're
tussles.
just
Yeah, everyone
guessing
roaming across the
that-
map. Some fantastic little micro plays happening across there. Tarzan tried to go for
Trying
the
to think
Q.
is
The
that
Q
may be
flash
good
E
or may
would get
not
the
be good.
guaranteed stun, but Yagao was quick enough on his flash to not get caught up by that.
JDG's in here
Punish
doing
Earls
what they
coming
should.
in
They're
from
trying to
Crisp.
take farm
Close
away from
run
Tarzan
stuff. Now
because he's
fighting over the
starting
red
to
buff.
get a
Pingo's
lead
missing.
ahead of
True shot
Karthus.
barrage in there. Ruler pretty strong, but the pyroclasm, look how much
They're
damage
behind.
it's doing. He doesn't have much to follow it up, and now Light has overextended himself. He's in the shroud, but it's
He
not going to
didn't
be
have
enough.
flash or
Ruler
anything.
claims the kill here. 202 now. He's making good on that last Ezreal performance with the help of the Requiem. He'll claim a double kill.
Twice the kills, twice the pride in that one. They get themselves a huge play in bot side. That's probably going to open up the Dragon as well. As you're saying, it hasn't been taken even 9 minutes into the game. We are somewhat used to earlier Dragons coming through. This 2v2 of this Ezreal Leona has been utterly destructive from JDG. Love the way that they've been playing it out. Now with a 3-0-2 Ezreal, we might be seeing a vintage Ruler Ezreal performance, one of the ones which he really made his name on. It was in that era of kind of Korean Ezreal players. We had, Def, Bang, Ruler, all of these great players playing this champion. He had himself a pretty strong game in game one. I don't really feel like it was his fault that the game went the way it did. This one
JDG
might just be
have
able
some
to take
deep
it by the
vision
scruff
in
of
here.
the neck.
There's one in the
Love how
bottom
Mystic
lane.
keeps, again, applying this mark over and over, makes it easier and easier
In the
to get
bottom
the
lane.
big damage through. I think Light really mispositions here, though. Tries to get himself that last tip. Tries to get himself that last tap onto Kanavi with that Q. He would have got that kill had he been just a little bit lower, but miscalculation from him, goes down, probably could have made his way out. Light, he's had a couple of them this series, sadly.
That's just one of those situations where you see the play in your brain. You're like, that's too good not to do. There's a soul there. I can use the Q to get the long range stuff. Oh, wait, they're surrounding me. Get too invested into the schemes there.
Abort, mission failed.
Cooler,
But it's
hot.
too late. The hatch is already closed. Now JDG
So
will move back on the
Kanavi
map, though, with a little bit of
missing
contest.
or we're trying to get
Grubs
their
are
steal the
up.
blue
They're gonna
buff
try to
from
just get the
WBG.
outright engage. Donning
These are the
Shadow.
things you
Guess
gotta do.
who's-
Like, you gotta also protect your jungle, guys. You can beat the enemy team by stealing their jungle. I've done it for years. Where I win games just because that's one reason why I started playing jungle again. I'm really good at just shutting the other jungler down to where they don't have jungle and then they're literally flaming their team the whole time while they're playing solo queue because they don't have anything to farm. And then they're mad. And then they make really dumb plays because they're angry and then they lose. So I've done that since season 3 where I would go in and just shut down the other jungler. And I've got to start streaming more and showing you how to do that. Well, mainly it's you take when you're farming as a jungler, you put your priority on taking the enemy's side of stuff first over yours. But there's a lot of rules and things you need to know before you hop over that line because I told you there's some rules where you're on the enemy side, you either need to have a friend, a flash, or a ward, or don't be over there. You're gonna be a goner. So, but you do that so your enemy doesn't have anything to farm, and then if you take some of the enemy's farm, and then you come back and take your farm, then he doesn't have any farm and he's mad, and then he walks over to your jungle, and then your jungle's farm's gone and he doesn't have anything to do, so you just shut them out of the game.
Here, Breathe, and he is a massive crocodilian. Might call him from the Jurassic Age here,
Like
because he has not come
down
to
here on
sit down.
Yagao.
He's come to stand up, and he's going to breathe life into Weibo.
Wow,
Oh
WBG's
my
up here
word,
taking
that
the
is one hell of a
void
tyrant
grubs now.
crocodile on that top
It
side.
looks like
Gets himself a
Tarzan,
huge amount. Ruler does take
Blight,
one, and
again,
Grubstone
they've got
inside,
some type of
stops the
synergy
5
from
coming
playing
through. He's still going to be
before.
with the might buff coming through at the 4 mark, but still, JDG bit
think
off a
this
little bit
is a
more than
really
they could
good
chew. I thought
roster.
missing and found himself another great engage, but you took the fight too close to the Renekton. Has himself a Black Cleaver now in inventory, and Breathe might just be able to go and accelerate into that mid lane.
Why
with the
I had to
advantages
make
he's
this
just got
VOD.
himself.
That's so massive. We could talk about Breathe.
Yagal's gonna go and use his teleport and get this. They're gonna get this bottom turret, JDG that is. Again, I'm losing my energy and steam, so I could make a cup of tea, but it don't do me any good because I want to go to bed and stream again tomorrow. So that's my problem. I get stuck on doing one project and would spend days, like I would spend a week doing this and coming up with the analysis and to show you how to do it. Like I said, I spent like 2.5 hours talking about the first game, so that's probably enough analysis for one night of VOD review. I see a lot of like professional guys that have hundreds of thousands of views. They sit here and eat food most of the time while they're streaming and watching a game, and that's considered as high-end, paid, professional analytical content. So I think I put out way more than they do just in the first 2 hours. So I should be happy. All I need to do is just sit here and ride it out now. That's all they're doing is riding it out. So what is going on here? The dragon is up. The Rift Herald is up in 2 minutes and 46 seconds. WBG have quite a bit of vision up here in this. I need to delete this here. But basically, we're going for dragon here. I think that's why Tarzan's down here in the bottom jungle. Now, JDG have some vision around the dragon pit, as well as the top river. So, see, Yagal's teleport is down for this play. Ruler's flash is down. His barrier will probably be up by then. So Sheer can make a teleport play down here. Breathe can't. Maybe in a minute. He doesn't have flash. He can make a teleport play. His flash will probably be up. I don't remember when his teleport. Just looking ahead at Dragon.
A little bit. Maybe not the biggest splash into the season when he was picked up by Weibo. Maybe some question marks after seeing some of the rough games early on, but he has turned it up here, and especially against Sheer, who he confidently handled in the 1v1 in game 1. But in this game, he literally blind picked
I guess
Renekton.
maybe that's some of the reason too. They get the Dragon.
And you can only do that when you're feeling oh so confident.
I have to say, I have been a Breathe apologist. I've been supporting this guy, because even when Weibo had that crap first round robin, it really felt like he was still stable, still doing so much impact in the team fights. And he gets right into a great position again. He gets himself onto the flank, gets himself onto an important target. Kanavi had blown his flash earlier, knows he has the just about enough mobility
Trying to
get
figure
himself
out
onto
why
the key target.
WBG give
Getting
this
these
Dragon
kind of
over.
kills is really, really scary for JDG, because you've just lost yourself a big moment to potentially get yourself
Tarzan has his Leandries. Karthus isn't on his Leandries yet. Breathe has an Executioner's calling already, and his steel plate boots. So he's a good bit ahead of Jax in that picture. Brand's a good bit ahead of Karthus in that picture. Zhaohu's on a Kraken Slayer. He's a good bit ahead of Yagao, even though Yagao has the steel plate cap. Or steel plate boots, or whatever they're called. Ornn is not on his full item yet. He does have his Warden's Mail. Senna has her Lethality Knife. And Ruler has his Triforce and cooldown boots already, so he'll have the 20-minute stacked Mana Mune. So it's looking like JDG can't even team fight until 20 minutes into the game. That's what I'm looking at.
Buffed, and you've just given gold over to a person who's very strong at this point in the game. You can outlast the Renekton, but it is very hard to do so when he has this much gold.
And I'll forgive you if you thought that this is how this matchup should
Now
go.
who's pushing the
JDG
bottom wave out? He has his teleport.
literally strangleholded almost every
WBG
opponent
just
they
lost
faced
the
against.
dragon
They
or
have
gave it over to
10K
JDG.
leads across multiple
I don't know
series.
why they're not playing. I don't know why WBG is not playing the style they did the last game, unless they're limit testing or something. This really isn't the way you play in this game. The first game was how you play. So WBG show you almost perfectly how you play a game of League of Legends. They're not doing it this game. I think they're trying something else out with the Ornn and limit testing and seeing what they can get
And
away
this-
with because they can afford to lose a game.
This is not the JDG we were expecting here in Group Ascend. This is the Weibo that maybe
Now
some
Jax
true
has his
believers
Frozen
Yeah.
Force.
could see coming.
The thing is, you know, it's like, is this the JDG we expected, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I just
There's
said,
a lot to say about that.
looks
Dude,
like
I still think
JDG can't
are
team
playing
fight.
largely very well. It's just, look, I'm going to throw it this way.
They
If
still
you
need
didn't
a couple
expect
items,
Weibo to
but
have the
I'm
upsides,
thinking that
that's also a
JDG
problem.
can't
You
team fight
always
yet
expect
in
the
this game.
downsides because they're really, really visible. But you got to remember the upsides too. It was quite hard to see them in the group
They're
stage.
gonna
but,
like
I mean, there's
shove
only
the
so many
waves
times you
out
can
and
say
try
it.
to
The
make other plays
inconsistency of
around the
this team
map
is
instead of
legendary. But
forcing
it's
a
so
fight.
goddamn
And so
entertaining when it
WBG
comes
is
to
gonna
matchups
try
like
to
this,
force
where you just completely forget the fact
Now
that they have
there's
so many international title holders and great
Tarzan
individual
end up
players.
trying to steal
Occasionally,
jungle
they play
farm
like
from
it
the
sometimes.
enemy.
They do indeed.
do.
Now Sheer in some trouble. Breed actually might be able to go for a play up here. He isn't going to pull the trigger on that too heavily. But,
Breathe,
Oh,
sure how to use a
go
ward.
Ruler. That's Pyroclasm into
Ruler's
him.
getting
Dotting
dove. He's
Shadow
caught out
across
of
it. Who
where
is
he
the one
shouldn't
to
be.
Oh,
What
no,
happens here?
Ruler.
He
for
probably
play up
uses
here?
his
He isn't
barrier
gonna pull
too.
the trigger on that too heavily.
So they're gonna get Ruler, see if it costs any alts. It's gonna use the Ornn alt. Looks like Senna's alt and Brand's alt.
Oh, Ruler.
Oh no, Ruler. That's Pyroclasm
They're
into
all
him. Dotting
short
Shadow
cooldowns,
across
aren't
it.
they?
Who is the one to pick it up but Crisp?
Most alts are
First
short cooldown.
death
There's
on
some that are,
Ruler. Shutdown goes the way of the Ornn. He'll be very happy with that one.
there's
And
some that
Ruler,
are like 5
what,
minutes,
gets picked
right?
off in a 1v3. The huge follow-up coming in from Weibo takes him down under that mid lane turret. Weibo, as much as they ended up losing a couple of those early kills, they're starting to come to life. Now ahead in gold, they have
Yeah.
themselves the 4 grub buffs. Breathe has even more
And
gold
so
at this point.
WBG
Forces-
got Ruler. They're gonna get the top turret now.
Cheer away from his turret, which means he loses an extra wave. More plates go to the side of Breathe and Light shared out between them.
Ornn should be
JDG
mid.
said they can maybe outlast the
That
Renekton.
Zhaohu's gonna catch the mid wave.
Yeah, you have to still do that though. You might be able to get to the point where you have the
I think he's
Karthus,
still going
Corki,
mid.
the Ezreal doing huge amounts of damage, but you got to get there first. And now we get to have a look what happens in this mid lane.
Yeah, they just get the flash play.
Oh, he did
on
it
him.
finally. He did
Yep,
it. He did the
did.
QE flash. Tried it
Yep.
earlier, failed it, but I love to see that. Great stuff.
And big gold over to Chris. But this is also something you have to bring into perspective here. Weibo barely slunk in, but all you had to do was make it to Group Ascent. And now they're here in a single round robin. They have JDG. Breathe.
Okay, so WBG have a ward there at the Rift Herald, and as Zhaohu was trying to fight it. Oh,
Bring into perspective here. Weibo barely slunk in, but all you had to do was make it to Group Ascent. And now they're here in a single round robin. They have JDG breathing out a potential loss for the.
still, and Kanavi never gets is like never behind, but Kanavi is behind a jungler. He's behind Brand. 600 gold there.
first time in this entire summer
Both on their
split.
Leandries. The only difference is
Oh, it would
Brand
just be
has
the
his
way
Dark
things would live.
Steel.
It's just another day at the Weibo office. So, Herald being started. Weibo, they have Flash and Dominus coming up.
Got Zalhu down here. Can't make any flank plays behind JDG. That's what we're looking at. Got to look at like the ults and what's up. Ruler doesn't have his barrier or flash. I guess I gotta get better at this. Gone. He might be able to make some type. Well, how many more seconds is that gonna be? Gone. So JDG should be able to win this team fight.
Yep.
I mean, not WBG.
On Breathe very soon. Has the Flash, Dominus, and 5.
I'm gonna try to get you Gao over there on the side. Sheer has a massive flank. Is it gonna be enough? The poke is there. Ruler starting to hit the Mystic shots. Rift Herald will
Catch
be
somebody
secured
out
by
to
JDG.
engage. Crisp is the engage, it seems like, and he doesn't have a flash, and Tarzan doesn't have a flash. I don't think they want Zalhu to flash ult in, so they back off.
Weibo not feeling super confident to move forward. They will
They
have
didn't
their
catch
tools
somebody
available
out of
soon, but they
place.
don't have them now. At least the Dotting Shadow and the Call of the Forge God.
So they get Leona ulted to, I guess, kind of disengage him there. And Leona ulted and Ezra ulted to kind of disengage him.
The Solar Flare used on top of the True Shot barrage. So now JDG don't have a lot
I don't
of
think
tools left in
JDG
their
can beat
disposal
them
as
in a
well.
straight-up team
Yeah, really
fight.
good poke there. Does mean that JDG can maybe get themselves some control over mid and top lane. The shape of that fight was just all wrong for
Senna just
Weibo.
got her Ghost
I think it's
Blade.
good that they don't commit to that. You need Breathe on an angle. You don't want to go straight down the front and center of these fights, otherwise it's far
I mean,
too
the
easy
game
to deal with
says
that Renekton, even when he
WBG's
is this
500
strong
gold ahead,
in
so
the
they
game.
can't beat him
So
in a team
Weibo,
fight.
for once, showing that discretion.
Maybe
is
that
kind of
dragon
valid.
makes
They
up for it.
always do
True.
that. JDG, well played by them to make sure that they stop Weibo getting, getting that kind of ideal team fight where Renekton can get huge value. They get
Hungry
themselves that
JD.
Herald and they get out.
We also
I
got
play a
the
game solo queue, I might
real
have to say.
version of what we were talking about earlier. The triple
okay.
Triforce completed for JDG.
Dinner. I got
across the
dinner
Mount
like
Ruler
6
and
hours
Sheer.
ago.
There are some pretty
That's the
big
problem.
items.
I'm not making fun of people that eat on
This is pretty big for
I'm
JDG
sure
as well.
that'll be me. Like,
Should we just call this like the, I don't know, the Link team
Try.
composition? I'm not sure. I'm
you
not sure.
can't
I
sit
feel like
here
we
and
need to
stream
go
for
Legend of
5 or
Mine was
6
worse.
hours without eating. It's just insane.
I'll take the L on that one.
I
Kevin.
don't quite have myself a good I don't quite have myself
I just-
like a
I'm,
good
like,
enough
not
fun for that. It could be
comfortable
like
sitting
Legend
here
of Zelda,
eating.
like Triforce Princess, but even that's a bit of a stretch. We'll workshop it. We'll get
We'll
back to it at
workshop
some
it.
point.
Our
They
people
have
will get back to your people.
I
They
can
have
do it.
so many swords
Go
right
back
now.
there
It's
and
all you gotta
sit.
care about.
Dude, I mean, I'm not,
there's
like,
some
making
really big
myself
items like
miserable
them.
for
The
this.
Leandries as well and Kanavi are gonna really help
Gotta
them
get
cut
my
through
routine
the HP
and-
builders
or
of
make this
well,
on
actually, even the
schedule.
brand is a HP builder. The Leandries
Mainly for my
obviously an
eating.
HP item will go towards the Leandries. 3 targets which are going to be building up a decent amount.
My
of
diet
that.
and
Himself,
eating's
Morales
kind of
afterwards
off
will be
right
very,
now,
very
so
happy.
I need to get it back to normal.
Well, not the Rylai's for.
So,
Well,
like,
that'll be
throwing
for
the
brand.
streaming
Kanavi,
in
once he
on
gets
top
off
of it
Malignance
doesn't
after
help.
that point, he can start really impacting these team fights.
Sheer, I thought maybe would be on.
World Cup set me off and all that. So I really did this for you, Leon. I did this because Leon was like, will you do more content Sodaron than World Cup? And he didn't even ask that. He said streaming. Like solo queue.
Par with some of the fighting against Breathe now. Breathe obviously still
Which
taking
we
control.
were going to do this VOD review. I was trying to find, see, I'm good at like milking time. I was trying to find content for about a 3-hour stream today. I was going to do 2 game VOD reviews, and then which would be 2 hours, which has turned into like 4 hours already. 4 hours. So 1.5 games has turned into 4 hours already. And then I was gonna play a game or 2 or 3 or 4, how many, of solo queue, and it's already 12:45 in the morning. I got up at like before noon today. I slept in today because I've been getting up at 8:30, and I really screwed myself up there where I should have just got up early. So like I want to get up early tomorrow. So I don't know to stream a game of this. I want to play a game of Ivern. And maybe this is a good. Maybe some of my problems I need to stream later, like prime time. I was gonna call this the Prime time
Sodaron,
stream
the
day.
ultis popped by both sides up there. Rift Herald spawn in mid
Went
lane by
down,
JDG
JD.
as they take onus in priority.
Okay, so this is going to be a chunk onto the...
I think the dog wants down. He's actually tired of hearing my voice. JD, you went down, bud. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Be right back, guys. Well, let's see what my fortune is today, guys. The last one I got was really good. It was, tonight, let go of any fears and embrace your courage. And I needed that for streaming, so I set it right there on my computer monitor. What, bud? You went over here? Alright. So, what was I saying? Oh. New and exciting experiences are near. So, that's what we're doing now. New and exciting experiences. Woo! Take all my money and play it on the lottery. Alright, so. Anybody got any questions? Is everybody asleep? I guess I don't have any fans or followers. Where are you guys? I guess I do a horrible stream. I should stop doing this because I don't see anybody in here talking and chatting. I guess I should just give it all up. Rawr. JD wants to be part of this too. Hopefully I don't go back and the audio is like so horrible I can't watch it. That'll be the next thing. But, well.
Driving test.
Okay,
He gets it. Okay,
so-
a little bit of a slalom.
What is going? Okay, JD, lay down, bud. Good boy.
Turn.
Okay,
Parallel
so
parking right there.
Kanabi's gonna use his Rift Herald there, and they're gonna shove the mid lane, which is probably a good idea because they're behind, and that might swing things back. Or the momentum. Momentum's something we talk about.
He does get locked down immediately out of it, though. True shot barrage back across onto Tarzan. Not going to do too much there. More souls for Light in the end. But Dragon is up.
I
with
should
the-
probably mark some things there where the ult is down and Missing's ult is down. But we're gonna keep going now. Breathe just used his teleport wherever he is. So breathe or breath just teleported into the bottom lane here. Man, it would be nice to have a second monitor so I can just drag this baby on over there and you guys can't see it. that's again, if you follow me and help subscribe to my channels, by the end of the year, we'll have a new rig and we'll have a second monitor like that, and you won't see this stuff. So just it really depends how this channel does.
Second dragon for JDG as Sheer tries to push Breathe out of lane.
Yeah, Sheer is
Sheer used his teleport too, so now everybody's about to have flash up.
getting
we
spot
go,
restart
dragon
again,
fight.
throwing his weight around.
I think WBG's limit testing here because they won the game before. They know better to take the dragons, but they're seeing what they can get away with in this game. So they're playing with their food, I call it, here with JDG. So I guess they should have been set up a little bit better and ready to take the next dragon, but they weren't. So
Breathe has flash.
now they're having to play from behind and try to keep JDG from taking the dragon, and they allow JDG to get the second
They
dragon.
burned it so fast there as well.
Again, this is not the play style I want a team to play, and this is why I pulled this series out, because it shows two sides.
They are getting mid lane push for Weibo. Call the Forge Gods coming out from Crisp. Who's
Okay, so we get Horn ult there on Kanavi.
gonna go for it? Kanavi. Sheer's
But
on
they
the
just
side
use
here,
it as a
not
disengage.
committing
Sheer's back there and can flank, but I
to the
guess
flank. Xiao, who just took an entire mid lane turret too.
That's important.
Sheer, I guess they changed their mind and backed off, probably because Kanavi got ulted.
Lane out of turret again makes the game much easier to play. It means that when you play around objectives later, or even just in the jungle,
Baron's
gives you
up
that
in
extra
2
entrance
minutes.
to walk up further into that and get into the jungle in different ways. Weibo, they lose.
So WBG get at least the Scuttle Crab here at Baron, which should. I don't remember that. I need to get the duration on the Scuttle Crab too. Let's see. All right, bud. You want on the couch? Scuttle Crab. I need to write these down. Oh look, it doesn't show the times and stuff on it. What's the duration? Unless it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I didn't really pay attention that the second one after Baron gives sight around the area. What's the duration? Seconds. So I'm just writing my notes, chat. People that watch or don't watch. I made a lens page, so what was I looking at? You guys can read into anything you want. Okay.
Lose themselves that dragon.
So it's 90 seconds, a minute and a half.
But we did see earlier,
So 17:57.
dragon hadn't been taken that early into the game. This is not an
I can't do the math. 19 minutes and 30
Whole
seconds.
point
It'll
being
be
taken
back
up.
up
It is going to be that
supposedly.
Cloud Rift, which, you know,
There's Tarzan doing what he should do, getting farm away from JDG. It's a
I think
priority.
Cloud Rift is...
Kanavi from getting ahead.
Upset.
Tarzan's ahead here, 141 to 124.
Exhaust. But yeah, Cloud Rift, you know, I think Cloud Souls, particularly when you have...
WBG's ahead by 2.5. Or, it's almost 31k, so 1.5.
Less mobile champions like the Brand and even the Renekton, right? It really helps them to have that, and of course it means when it's against them, you get to kite them that much easier. So Cloud Soul, I think it's quite valuable in this sort of game. So JDG, we will work their way
What
towards it.
Breathe is doing there. He did have the sweeper legs going.
Just trying to see, are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stay around? No, no, nothing else gonna come of it. But I think when we look at this, it's been back and forth so far. Maybe a little bit more than the early game was last time around for JDG. But this is also a composition for both sides.
I gotta let the dog up, guys. Be right back. You gonna go outside? You wanna go outside? What? That is good. I need to eat my food. Man, that's good. I got a big bowl of Kung Pao tofu waiting on me. That it was something that I loved so much. That I get from this local Chinese restaurant that I learned. I showed you on my stream the other day. I didn't show you like how to physically make it. I could. I could easily put my webcam over at my kitchen. I have a cooking show. And we may do that. I was messing with my webcam earlier today. I forgot I could like zoom it in and get a much wider shot and stuff. So I could do a cooking stream. But anyways, I got a big bowl of Kung Pao tofu. The point of it is it was something I liked so much, I learned how to make it myself. What, bud? I think I gotta take the dog out, guys. I have a 14-year-old dog that he takes a lot more energy and effort than other dogs do to take care of, so kind of holds me back on this stream, and I've let him kind of hold me back where I should have kept this stream up and maybe show you guys. If I ever had like something professional, it wouldn't hold me back as much. I could get my family to help me babysit my dog when I'm doing this, but my family doesn't seem streaming as work. They think I'm sitting here not doing anything. So that's the way my family thinks. They live in the 50s and they're like 70 and 80 years old, and they think that the internet's dumb and that it's a fad and it's going to go away. And I try to tell them, like, well, you're going to die in 20 years, and then I'm going to be here for 40 or 50 years. So I try to live in the world I'm in now and do the things now. But anyways, like, if I had a professional job or career, my dog, I could get a babysitter or something. But right now, um, kind of, I'm learning to do things different so I can stream. So, but I think I got to take him outside. So I apologize. I will be back. I mean, at least I can. The way I'm doing it now, I can go and edit this stuff out if I need to, or fill it in gaps or stuff. But I mean, it's really easy. You could just go through and see the games and stuff. I gotta see. I guess he's gotta go outside. He's gotta go do the number two like every hour or 2 hours, and it doesn't matter what diet I give him or feed him. He's just getting old, and there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, I'm glad he's still here with me. So
Sides that I feel like are confident and comfortable going.
so I'm so I. Anyways, I got the dog back up here. I think I just talked for like 5 minutes and forgot I didn't hit my mute button. But I was saying, I think like my dog just wanted attention, and I think that maybe I'm upsetting him because his name is JD, and I keep saying JD and JD Gaming and JDG, and he literally thinks I keep saying his name. So sorry, JD. It's Sodaron's fault that he named you JD. This was before JDG became a thing, though. So your name was before this. So we we can't blame you. We can only blame JDG for taking your name away. So Ruler just got his mana Mune at 18 minutes and 40 seconds, which is
Going
ridiculous.
to later games, going to those big objective decisions,
That's
because
like a 20
you look
minute
at
thing.
JDG's side, right, and they'll have
Pre 20 minutes, he's already got his stacked mana Mune.
so much long range damage. They'll be able to take you off the board without you even thinking about it.
They do
I don't
have
think
less
so,
front
Daisy.
line, so they do need to be careful about that. We are going to reach a point where Tarzan might just choose that someone doesn't exist. He is going to remove your existence privileges. He's almost at that point,
Thanos
honestly.
snap.
Yeah, kind of at that point. You were very...
One thing is we got Brands on Mercury Treads, so he's not even as strong in this game.
Which could be turning to dust, or in this case, more ash, I guess.
I don't really know why the
Tarzan.
Mercury Treads. I guess you got to have it for Leona's ult, and then Corky's rockets slow you, I think, if they hit you, and then Karthus's gate. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
And once he gets that 2-3 items, it is so hard to fight against the Brand, especially when you have the low-range engage members of Sheer and Missing.
I like
If you get
Brand.
caught up in
I'm
the front
all
line,
about
it is
Brand. I've got the
absolute
video. Go
barbecue.
watch
So
the noob
Tarzan
play
gets
Brand
to
for the third
potentially show
time.
off
Go
on the Brand,
12
which
0
he's
in
looked very,
solo
very
queue.
confident on.
Show you
throughout
how to
summer
play
so far.
Brand.
However, on the other side, though, you do
Now,
still have the
WBG's
Renekton.
getting
Yes, you're
behind,
going to have a very
they're-
strong Brand.
they're
That
behind.
Renekton is going to lose value like Force to Flex.
think that's why
Turns
you.
out-
That's like the reason you take the Mercury treads.
from
I was
him.
just talking
And
about
Nexon
with
is going to
Tarzan,
lose value.
get hit
like
with that.
Crystal Cleanse.
Get the cleanse out from him, and that might be revisited. And he still will have the flash available to him later on. It looks like JDG is
Yeah,
going to
he
move
just
over
start playing
towards
some
this
Leona
top side of the map,
support,
get
so
some
what-
vision around here. Baron will be spawning soon. Not necessarily an immediate Baron take composition.
I know somebody out there that named their daughter something like that. It's pretty cool.
Tarzan was debating if he wanted to stop or maybe help this mid lane as the collapse is going to be coming in from JDG.
So I think JDG will probably have spotted that Tarzan. Oh, this is a problem. He was just recalling on a ward. He didn't realize it. JDG, they know that top side is okay. They know that they're okay to go towards this side. Even
So Zhaohu's got his flash up. And I think he's gonna get 4-man dove, it looks like. Because you got who's missing there? Kanavi? Well, there's Kanavi. 1, 2. Kanavi, Leona, Ruler. Okay, they're all there. So like Zhaohu's probably a goner right here.
I'm wondering if they go towards a Baron Rush, if they'd managed to piece together that he was recalling.
Crisp is like
Shout.
running.
Now Missing's ult is down. He gets the only engage they have is Karthus wall right here.
He's like,
So
bro,
he
I'm
easily
on
gets
my
out
way.
of that.
Rocket Jump will get Xiaohu out though easily, as the turret is now.
So why Tristan on Corky mid? That's why. You can shove turrets down quickly. They do everything you want in a mid laner to be safe and aggressively safe. We'll call it everything you want to be aggressively safe. I'll even try to be professional.
The ire of JDG. They won't be able to get it on the back end of it. So actually, Weibo move out to try to punish JDG.
So somebody just used their sweeper lens right there to clear out some vision. Oh, it was Tarzan.
Rocket Jump will get Xiaohu out though easily, as the turret is now the ire of JDG. They won't be able to get it on the back end of it. So actually, Weibo move out to try to punish JDG as they try to retreat.
Okay, so yeah, that was just the Mystic shot.
Here, and Ruler's gonna end up getting the.
Or what's his? Is that what? That sounds really dumb, but what is? What is is the Q Mystic shot? What's the E? Arcane shift. Okay.
The arcane shift over the wall and burn
And then Mazel just says it. Of course.
the flash.
Again, Tarzan with his QE stun.
So WBG's going in there and trying to steal farm from Kanavi, which is exactly what you want to be doing. This is probably really high CS for a game. If we were watching LEC about right now at 20 minutes, they wouldn't be that high.
Sun's really slick stuff. Gets Ruler's flash.
So Ruler
Out,
flash
good amount of
down
HP, but
now.
how-
Kanavi lost his flash. Telestrator here. His Flash is down. His flash is down.
They overextended.
Sheer didn't get the counter-strike off, but he's looking for it onto Tarzan. Tarzan gets the pyroclasm going.
Crisp just saved Tarzan's life.
And now
there, and then they're gonna.
Breathe is in there like swimwear as the Dawning Shadow comes out. The Requiem is actually pretty big here. Ruler still kicking, still able to do damage. Nobody
does that back off.
Pretty big here. Ruler is in there like swimwear as the Dawning Shadow comes out. The Requiem is actually pretty big here. Ruler still kicking, still able to do damage. Nobody goes down, and damage apiece for both teams.
No one dies, but that's a whole lot of flashes. 4 down for JDG, 4 down for Weibo. You can even see that Chris was switched over to the Spike Teleport, the classic on Spellbook summoner rotation. Really close stuff. You could see that Weibo, he managed to get that initial punish off, but they, and again, Tarzan, his mechanics on this brand have been really slick in this game. He's one of the best brand players within the LPL so far, but they do overextend. This is after his cool.
No, I think they all play brand.
Goes a little too far, missing. He's got himself this Leona. He's been playing so well.
Why the LCK and other regions haven't picked up the brand. That's why we're sitting here preaching on our soapbox right now.
Passive ticking and Breathe very nearly takes over again.
What's wrong,
Starting
JD,
to see though that Renekton isn't really going to be that tanky and can't quite one-shot in the people in the way that he would like to. We are getting towards the end of Renekton's power.
Went down. You gotta go pee, JD. Are you tired of hearing JD every 5 seconds? Come on, bud. We're almost through this game, and I won't say your name anymore. You want to go to bed? You want on the bed? Lay on the bed? Let me see if you'll lay on the bed. I'll be right back, guys. I apologize. I got to take my dog outside again. I think he's 14 going on 15. I'm lucky he's alive with me, so it does take me a little bit of extra time and care for my little dog. Again, if I get a professional coaching gig out there or something, I can probably get my family to babysit him. But my family's kind of like, you don't make any money off this. This is a joke. So that's what my family thinks about this. So until I ever do, they don't care. They don't like that I do this, and they think it's just all a scam. So I have to take my dog out, so I don't get paid for this. So I have to do this at my own time and leisure. Now, if you hire me as a coach or something and I don't work fast enough for you here on my stream because you're too lazy to fast forward back and forth where I talk and don't talk, I mean, it really wouldn't take you much effort or not. But I could work more at a faster pace if I could get my family to help me, like watch my dog or something. But right now, I have to do this at my pace, so I will be back. I got to take my dog outside, and my family is more important to me than anything else in the world. So I'm still here doing this, and the stream's still going, but I got to take the little dog out and probably be like 15 or 20 minutes because he's got to go to the bathroom. Then I got to bring him in and clean him up and all this. Just wait till you all get older dogs. You're going to love it. All right, hey now, guys. All right, I'm back. So I don't know. Maybe I don't have kids. I just have a dog, and I don't have a wife. I'm not married. Sodaron single, ladies. Ooh, I'm such a catch. Let me tell you. So, um, I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. So maybe a lot of you have. My point is, not look crazy here. My point is maybe you have kids, so you're more used to this or aware of this than I am. See, I put the dog on the bed now, and now he's mad. It's like I can never win with my dog. I'm always wrong. He's never happy, and unless he's like close to me on my lap, comfortable or something. But lay down. Lay down. Let me finish this game out. All right? Lay down. It could be saying JD 1,500 times. Who knows? So let's try to finish this game out. I think if you pieced it all together without the pauses and stuff, it would be good. And that's really easy to skip through. And you really don't even need me to go edit it anymore. At least I've got you like marked now where I'm AFK and not AFK. All right. JD, bet. No. Lay down. Good boy. That's all it took. I just had to be stern with him.
So interesting how much
I had to give him the
reservation
stare.
both teams are with.
Okay. So I don't remember exactly what's going on in this. Lay down. Lay down. Bad. Lay down. Good boy. Good boy. I have to be stern with him, which some people don't want to see on my stream. Okay. So I don't remember exactly what we were talking about when I had to AFK and get interrupted. So we're just going to keep
Really
going.
to give maybe a little bit of respect there, not go full ham and give bodies over. Now we are getting second items. Navori Flicker Blade for Xiaohu. Got the Malignance completed for Kanavi.
Lay down. Bad. Lay down. Okay.
Abo over on top side of the map here, hovering over Breathe as well.
Also worth noting, Light only at 67 stacks.
So
I think
we
losing
got
Light
a
early
WBG's
really hurt the
ahead,
ability to get
except
those
they're
double
down
taps,
2
which we're
dragons,
sometimes
but
used
they're
to.
up like
Get those stacks
couple
through.
K
We
gold
normally expect
there.
in pro play to get about 100 stacks around about 22, 23
says
minutes.
Ruler's 3,000 gold ahead of Senna. Ain't that something?
If it's a little slower, it goes
Making
towards
a
about
joke.
24. That's probably what we're on pace for at this moment. Like, not going to be as long range as you would like to. And in a game like...
So this is where you should be setting up for Baron right now. It's 20 minutes. So again, I kind of forgot and lost what was going on because I had to go take care of my father issues and take care of my child, JD. So I'm back.
this when there's a lot of long-range members, you'd like
So, okay. Crisp is teleporting top, and he has a smite up, which might help steal the Baron right here. So maybe this is some type of Baron play. So, JD, you're bad. No, this is unreal that I literally can't do something. It's unreal that I have to wait around until a dog is dead before I can have a stream or do something, you know? Like, that's pretty unreal. And some of it's low of how my family treats you. And think they're all high and mighty. It just kind of shows that they're not really what they think they are. Because you should be okay to sit by yourself for an hour while I work. But not allowed to have that. So. All right. Remember, games and computers are not work, says my family. So they sure know a lot, don't they? All right. Good thing I listened to their advice till I was 38, huh? It really turned out well for me, didn't it? Instead of listening to my own advice. Funny how, like, when I listen to my own advice and do the things that I want to in my life, and then don't have the support from my family, like, the things I want and do, I do really well at and accomplish them. And then I listen to my family that say, hey, that's a stupid idea or that, and then my life's miserable. So, like me personally, I decided I'm going to listen to myself the rest of my life because my family, I listened to their advice for 38 years and I'm miserable. So, you know, it's better to listen to yourself.
like that. Breathe in trouble on the side lane.
He's going to try to slice and dice his way out of that one.
All
Fine
right.
time for Weibo to come in. Crisp is TP'd. There's the long distance engage. Tarzan locked down.
Members, you'd like that. Like, not going to be as long.
I'm just saying, I'm not putting my family down, but my family actually don't like that I try to stream. Like, they think that anyone that puts himself on the internet's dumb, and we're living in 2024. Like, everybody's on the internet. Have they not seen TikTok? I've never watched TikTok, but I've heard and seen what it does. I want to live in the world we're all supposedly in right now. That's all I'm saying. So listen to your own advice. Don't let your family tell you you're wrong when you want to, like, if you've got a career that you think you love and will be successful at. I'm not saying this is a career. I'm not saying this is what I want to do. I'm just saying, like, believe in yourself is all I'm saying. Some of you probably have family that don't help you support in the beliefs that you believe in and stuff. Don't let them get in your way. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I do love family, and I put family first. All right. 'Cause family's always there at the end of the day. And that's enough about family.
Range as you would like to. And in a game like this, when there's a lot of long-range members,
in
you'd like that.
trouble.
Breathe in trouble on the side lane.
He's going to try to slice and dice.
Okay. So
When there's a
what
lot
were
of
we
long-range
trying to
members,
get
you'd
this
like that.
game
Breathe
going?
in trouble on the side lane.
He's going to try to slice and dice his way out of that one. Buying time for Weibo to come in. Crisp is TP'd. There's the long distance engage. Tarzan locked down, but Breathe has already claimed one. Kanavi is perfectly fine with that, though. He's putting in damage here now, but that Pyroclasm is raining hellfire on the back line. And Weibo, they come out with a Kanavi kill, which might just
Jungle's
mean
down.
Yeah, well,
a
not.
buff.
I guess it's going to
And then
allow
also, I mean,
WBG
Chris
to
even
get the
has
Baron
his own
here
smite. You have
because.
double smite versus Dub. That's absolutely overkill.
Yeah, it's double
JDG,
smite.
I don't think they can contest. This is gonna
Again,
be
I want to
the
see
time they
5
teleport in.
unsealed
Desperation
spell
from
book
JDG, they will not be able to
team
stand
comps
to
where they
Weibo's
steal
tempo
multiple
gaming.
objectives off the map
End up
and make
trying to
multiple
take this
teleports
outer
across the
tower
map.
in mid lane, but they might just get collapsed on.
So
They will
WBG
find their
get the
turret and make a way
teleport.
out. They have to
The
be
Baron
in sync
here.
on this, though,
My
because
brain's
Breeze and
starting.
Tarzan and Xiao who are chasing them down.
That's why I don't like
Okay,
to
so
get
JDG,
interrupted
they could
by
go
the
towards
dog.
that
It's not
dragon,
that
but they
I'm
can't
mad
because
at him.
Weibo are
It's
going to use those 4 grubs and the Tristana
interrupts
to
my
force
work
open this
and
mid
then
lane.
it's
They go
hard
for
to
the
get
engage.
going again.
Breathe engaged on. Got a lot of damage back, though. Tarzan able to claim down with the help of Xiao Hu on the
Xiao
missing.
Hu.
We do have some decent poke coming off the
Take
back of it,
down
though.
there
For
on
Yagao. He
missing.
goes forward. Valkyrie is down. Almost gets CC'd out by Tarzan as well. Nothing else, though. But Tarzan will move.
Sorry, I'm trying to do a LOL esports VOD. That's all I wanted to do. I'm not trying to get off topic into my life or something. It's, I just kept getting interrupted by my little one here, and it threw me off. And then it makes you irritated because you forget where you were, so then you have to spend a bunch of energy trying to come back and remember, well, what was I doing?
To the dragon and deny the soul point from JDG.
So many of these fights are being determined by very small micro things. I think Tarzan getting these catch out stuns is leading to the passive, causing
And
JDG
so
to
Missing
spat
gets a
to
Warmogs
really
here.
scatter. They can't stand in the same position. And Weibo, while they end up, getting ran around at some points, they do end up getting themselves a really big
Will allow
phase to play,
WBG
and
to get
once
the
again,
dragon
JDG,
as well.
They are on the back foot. 2 games in a row now where Weibo have been able to really use their points of power effectively. I think that Breathe, we said that the
I don't know if
the
there's,
power,
again, there's Sheer, this top laner for JDG now. I don't know if this just makes WBG look good because Flandre's not in this game, so there's also that variable to this.
To follow up on something else. Kanavi absolutely blasted. Kanavi, we've talked him up. He is one of the very best players in the league right now. Weibo have held into account magnificently. He's not been able to team fight very effectively.
Saying that earlier,
On
I've
these
been
AP
watching
carries.
Kanavi. I
Zyra
watched a
the
little
last
bit
game
on my
had a lot of good
stream.
turnaround damage. Couldn't be the
I
game
watched a good bit of his
This
solo
time,
queue. I think he
has been punished for his positioning an awful lot.
may be
And
the
I-
best
maybe
jungler
it's
in
a little bit
form
reading
right
into it
now.
too much. But I am
Still
so
go
used
and
to
solo
Kanavi
queue
this
and
split
just
being on
have
active
super hard
junglers.
carry
Yes,
games where he's got like
fine,
12,
whatever.
14
but junglers that
takedowns,
want to
16
press, want to
takedowns.
invade, want to stranglehold. We've seen Zyra, we've seen this Karthus not work out because you don't have that same backing power yourself.
In fact, the one game they lost to TT was on that Karthus as well. The one game in group
That's-
stages.
I'm just saying, there's little things that are starting to culminate in something maybe a little bit bigger.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe it's just enough for these top teams to exploit in a good day. And the Baron buff of Shahoop is, of course,
So I
spot
kinda
out
lost
technically
my
because the
path
Baron
on
buff was
this.
on the wave. JDG would
I
have known that he
apologize.
was in one of those
Trying
pushes.
to
He goes back, has himself teleport.
rewatch what's going on in
That
the
bloodthirst
game
that's
so I can
Tarzan
have a
again,
foothold
these
in the
stunts.
analysis
So
and
not
commentary
He's
that
just
I'm talking
finding
about.
everything, and now the Pyroclasm was doing some extra damage there at the end onto Sheer. They'll take a tier 2 at top side.
WBG
Still about
uses
20
Baron
seconds
buff
on
and
the
get it.
Baron buff. They will end up backing out
Turret
because
off
of
the
that, but
map.
they have gotten a 5,000
Turn
gold
into a
lead
big
now
gold lead.
off a game that was so neck and neck for the longest time.
I thought that Shun was the best brand within the LPL, and he is really, really good.
JD, I do what you want. I put you down. I'm over there. You're gonna have to sit there, bud. Lay down. I'm sorry I have to sit here and talk. People have to work and make money. Apparently, I'm supposed to just not and then be broke for the rest of my life. It don't make any sense to me. All right.
I think I'm changing my mind now. Tarzan is so damn good at this champion.
Put
Throughout
some
the group
respect
stage.
on this man's name.
Yeah, I think
My
I
dog
think
doesn't
Tarzan-
even
Community
want
says.
to
there was some, the first round robin, I think turned a lot of people against Tarzan, but honestly, the amount of work he's been doing is fantastic. Again, look at this. Gets himself the E, predicts to the Q, gets the stun as he tries to leap strike, gets himself the full combo. Dude, look, we just get to visit this guy's combos. The guy's really good at this champion. I love watching on this. And he's not even just limited to this anymore. Showed a great game in Sejuani, great game on the brand now as well. Tarzan's back, baby.
Which I think is
Again,
selfish
this
because
man
I
was
would
the
like to do
pillar
this
of
and help
LMG
others.
for all
That's what I
those
like
runs,
doing.
and now he's making it known that he is
So-
here to give Kanavi a run for his crown. Breathe, taking Kanavi out by himself.
some good
Now
initiation
Elf
there on
Chris, Requiem,
WBG.
Maybe for a dream, maybe for
Think
the
the
moment
tempo
here,
momentum
JDG,
swings
they
off
wanna
for
move forward, but
JDG
just
there after
can't
they
against
lost the
Weibo's
Baron
top
and they
in these
lost
choke
the turret
points.
top.
Okay, yeah, Kanavi is probably
Tier
going to be
2
number one.
turret.
He is being engaged on every single time. Chris even gets himself the flash predict. Which
What do you want, bud? I fed you. I've taken you out like 15 times. I guess I need to give you away. I really do. Because I need to have... I can't have this life. This is like dealing with players, I guess. I guess I'm going to have to get rid of you because I literally... I can't let you sit here and not let me do what I'm trying to do because it's ridiculous. You know? Sit down and be good, bud.
the second part of the ult there, stylish stuff from the Ornn. And JDG, You know, we were coming into today saying, well, realistically, they should be favorites, but it's Weibo, so...
What if you sit over here in your bed then? How about you got a bed right here by my desk? Why don't you sit there and sit down and be good? Why I work and do this? All right.
So how do you ever realistically predict a series with Weibo insert? And we've shown exactly why it's so hard to predict what the hell's going to go on with this team. Consistently inconsistent.
Yeah,
to
I've
a
kind
team.
of
We
lost.
see the best part of that today.
I know that
They're
WBG
coordinated,
just
they're
got
zeroed out their targets
bear
very well,
and
their team fighting's been sublime, and I really think
the
that
turret top.
the grouped members of Weibo are on the same page for the first time this split, it feels like. It's taken a lot of series. The flash protect, stylish. Would have to flash away from the Renekton all the same, but just go straight into the ultimate. Sad stuff for Kanavi. Has just not been able to find himself in position.
Here's out here alone and gets
They
caught
are
out,
caught
so he's a goner.
unawares, and everybody's falling. This is not
JD.
the JDG that we've seen all split long. And Weibo have maybe made them imposters here as Missing's gonna fall. And in this first series of Group Ascend for both these two teams,
I don't know why you
Weibo
just
have
won't go lay on
achieved
the bed.
absolute dominance.
Crazy, bud.
Only Weibo could do this. Only this team could show up and just say, right, okay, we feel like a top-tier team now after just about slinking their way in through the back door to this upper group, to the Ascension group. They have ran.
So WBG's just in there stealing the,
It was
doing
a
what
great
they're
team
doing,
fighting back and
stealing
forth. It was
farm
high-level
from
play for both
Kanavi
teams, and I do think that
and
JDG
company,
had a good early
JDG
game,
and the
but
enemy
as soon as things
top of
started
jungle.
working out for Tarzan and particularly for Breed, the top side from JDG just couldn't really stand place. Tarzan, once again, fantastic damage, sets up for the reset. Breathe doesn't get himself stuck in like a 1v3 or 1v4 where Renekton can struggle in the late game. It's a series of 1v1s, which really works out for the Tristana, it works out for the Renekton.
Is that a
JDG,
flash
they're
W
way
there?
too split on the map. They're slow to react to this, just like this again.
Ruler able to get out,
Brain's
still
getting
has his
sleepy.
summoners available. But it's also, the thing about JDG is, if you're a JDG fan, it's not one singular moment, it's not one singular
I
player. It's multiple
Should
moments.
go. I
compounding
should have
into
went
these
more in depth in
magnificent
analysis
losses.
of this game.
And it's really
Got any
just a couple
questions?
things.
Ask me. We
Breed
can go
has
back
had
and look
Shear's
at it
number
again.
literally
Got
all
thrown
series
off
long.
here.
Missing didn't have much of an impact on the
But
Enchanter in
it's a
game
little
number
bit
one.
out of hand
It's a
for
little bit too little,
WBG
too late.
now.
We're gonna see if Baron, a flip here, is enough to get them back in
Breathe.
the game. Breathe. That T-Rex has come back from the jungle and he's hungry, boy. As he's gonna take one down.
So
Requiem coming
JDG
across,
just-
Sonic Shadow
or
to try to save a
WBG
lot of
just
the damage down from it.
basically
They
shut
do
down
end up getting the
Kanavi.
one kill off the back of it. Now they'll move mid.
From doing
Oh, King
anything
of
in this
Lizards,
game.
king of the top lane for this game at least. I'm
He's
really excited to see
0-5. I
what
didn't
Breed
even
can
notice
do
that.
against the top tier
Kanavi's
competition
died 5
on this
times.
level of form. Sheer, he
The
dumpstered his
100
way through the
farm
group stage,
behind
especially
right
in the
now.
laning phase. But Breathe has really not allowed him to play the game. He's not allowed Kanavi to play the game either. Honestly, he's been taking more than just one name off.
I learned the
7-0
scuttle crab
for
gives some
making the
area
Renekton
vision.
look powerful. So many teams have tried to make this kind of composition work.
Supposed to
So
do
few
something
have
different than
succeeded.
what the
Weibo
regular one
really
does.
turning up to play today.
From so long ago with the call up to the OMG squad, to the year on WE,
I thought
to the
maybe it
trade
read like it
situation
gave you
with
something
Billy
like the
Billy
Farsight
and
stone.
RNG. He has finally found a
Farsight
home
board.
with peers at Weibo, and he's making it known that
Small
he is
area.
here to take charge. He's on top side now, getting an inhib turret. Meanwhile, tier 2 in mid is going down, and Ruler might just get
My
caught out
brain
at
was
the
kind of
end.
dead.
He's
Sleep.
almost
I
down.
need
He's
to
a burning
go to
both,
bed, but
at
I'm
least
trying to
his arcade shift and his
power
barrier.
through this.
Tarzan and a little
Game's
bit of
getting
trouble
out
now,
of
too. Sheer wants
hand
it.
for
Sheer
JDG.
really
I don't
wants
know
it.
if
He's
there's
gonna
any
get
coming
it.
back in
He gets
this.
the one kill back. Breathe, able to fight right back with him though. Again, you're stepping to the king of the dinosaurs here, and there ain't no stepping to him. He's gonna chop down all over that all day. As the inhib turret and topside goes down, JDG are running for the hills here.
JDG.
Tarzan goes down, but it
JD, I
is
think
still
your
at a
team's
worthy
losing,
cost
bud.
for Weibo. They get themselves a kill onto Missing. They're going to get themselves at least that top
What time is it? It's 1:46. Yeah.
inhibitor and a
Cranky
couple of turrets to
food.
boot. Weibo, this is not going to be the
man.
end of the game, but
Just
like
want
it
my
often is
dog
in
to
these sorts
sit
of
and
games,
cooperate
though the
while I'm
other
trying
team
to do
survive,
this.
At what cost? Can they fight
I
their
said,
way
I
back
don't
into
have
it?
kids,
Feels
so
so
I
unlikely with the amount
kinda
of
see
goals
it
which
now,
Weibo
like,
built up.
yeah,
It's over a
it's
10k
really
advantage.
difficult when
You
you have
mentioned
kids
earlier,
and trying to
JDG were doing this
stuff
on,
like
on the
this.
daily in their
Yep.
own group. last stage of it.
Right.
Getting 10K gold
Sodaron,
against
why are
all
you
of their
worrying,
opponents.
man?
Well,
I
this
have
is the
kids.
nature
I
of
know
the
what this
LPL
is
format
like.
now. Get all of the top teams against each other,
Starting to
all
see
of the
it from
bottom
your
teams
point of
against
view
each other, and
now.
it should lead to closer games. I think in the first game, we saw that. But JDG, who couldn't...
So I
it felt
wanted
like
to
they couldn't
share
get
this
rocks in that
series
group
with
stage.
you.
They just have
I don't want to ruin
been
it and
dealt
say
with so
that
far. They get themselves
WBG is
killed back
going
onto
to
Tarzan, but look how much they have to commit to
lose
this.
this
She has
game
to
and then
flash
JDG
rip. They lose themselves an inhib turret at the same
going
time.
to come back
Missing
and win this
still dies.
series.
No, they fought so hard for one kill. It's not even a winning fight.
I'm here just practicing my
The-
talking,
the
and working on my
horns for
voice,
Chris
getting
have
better.
been so deadly,
Would you
man.
like worse news? I've got worse news for you.
All right, what you
There
got?
are Ornn items. So you look at
Yeah,
that gold
they
lead
are.
at the top. And basically, you add on about 1,000 gold for every other item in there. That's another 2,000. So not only is that about a 10,000 gold lead, it's more like 12,000. And particularly with the items you start.
Then I think I got frustrated
Those stats start to ramp up
because I got
really,
interrupted
really
a couple times
nicely.
and I had to
JDG,
stop
it
and
does
get up,
get
and
easier.
then I forgot.
And we've talked about it time and time
Literally,
again, how
when
Weibo
that
can
happens,
just kick things off
why
so
I get
easily.
frustrated
Solar Flare is going
is
to use, but the turret
I kind
is
of
the
want to
focus
watch
from
this
Weibo
game
here.
through, and
And
so
you
I had
only
to stop.
have to
And
do
then when I
this
go
once. I
outside or
cannot
do
stress
whatever,
enough.
I
You
forget
do not
what
have
was
to
going
face
on until I
JDG
come
again,
back and
and you're
game
about
gets
to take
done.
it 2-0, and it looks like that's the
So,
case.
apologies.
The engage comes through.
Working on all
Tarzan
of
kicking
this.
everything off. A requiem, but a silent night for JDG. His breathe is
So Breathe
all the
might
way
be a
under
goner
Nexus
here. No?
turrets. He's not going down
glad to
either.
do that.
True shot barrage, a last ditch
So,
effort from Ruler, and he's
personally,
the only
should have
one
done
left.
more in-depth
Weibo
analysis and took
doubters
longer
be
on this game
damned.
to explain
This
more
team
things.
means business.
But again, you guys really want to watch a 5-hour
Weibo
breakdown of a
Gaming,
VOD?
this
You
is
just
the
want to listen to
only
somebody else
team that
talk?
can slink into
Start
the
liking the
Ascension
sound of
group and
somebody's
somehow
voice.
then
If you
roar
need
to
something to
life
listen to
against
while you're
top
going to
tier
sleep, I
opposition.
don't know.
Weibo Gaming, everybody, consistently
I was wanting to play a game
inconsistent,
of
2-0 on the day and looking so
Ivern.
good doing it. I think that so many players deserve shoutouts. I think Tarzan.
So
for
I
all
wanted
of
to
the-
show this
the-
game,
the-
guys.
the critics
Sorry
he's had
that
for the first
got
round
interrupted.
robin
I
matches,
think
but for the entirety group
now
stage,
things will
it
work
felt
out
like people
better.
were
Like, it'll get
blasting
better
him out
from
with
here
the
on
side
out.
irons.
So
Side irons
whatever
are
happened
okay,
was
but,
probably
you
a
know,
good
is he
thing
really
because
good
it
enough?
won't happen
Is
again,
he
and
just in
then
that form
it'll
he
get
had in
easier
that,
from
you know,
down the
that,
road.
that one series they had
So I
versus
wanted to
T1
share
last
this
World?
series
No,
with you
he's really,
of
really
WBG
come back
versus
with style.
JDG.
I think Tarzan's been fantastic. I think Breed's laning phase,
wanted
his
to
ability
do
walk through these
FPX.
skirmishes is going
I don't think I have time to do FPX. Nip versus LNG. So we got Nip versus LNG to watch. Got JDG versus FPX. Which would be great because we just watched this series.
But I think Shanks
Cool
is
that
currently the best.
Nymera did that because I don't think they have on Mondays and Tuesdays they don't have
Honestly, I prefer
LPL.
teams playing what they're good at. Inductees can wait for another moment as FPX over on the blue
Sheer
side,
is still playing for JDG.
Out, and of course a couple of those.
So this should be a really hyped series right here, guys.
Navi has been looking to
We'll
get
watch
that
it
win on
tomorrow
the other
or
side. The Leona, the Ashe, the Rumble, core bands on red.
I need to eat. I really want to play a game of Ivern. Maybe I should try a game just to see. Watch this turn into like a 50-minute game. Sounds like that's kind of loud. Well, we were already up this late, JD. We should just go ahead and play a game of Ivern. What do we take on Ivern? So, if you don't know what you're doing, I'm just showing you how I quickly start working on a champion. If I don't know what I'm doing, I go to op.gg, the builds. Why waste the time figuring this stuff out when somebody else can figure it out? There's like a billion people on the other side of the world that play this game, or 100 million, or they're probably gonna figure it out quicker than I ever will. I just did a 5-hour VOD review. Hi, JD, buddy. We gotta play one game of solo queue. We Sure, let me go first so I get hard countered. That's cool.
The warrior spirit is never broken.
Figured that might be one that what hard counters me. Zyra does.
My favorite color is spring.
Is it? I like spring. Ivern. What does Ivern King do? He's master. Looks like Brand beat Iron King. Guess it's supposed to be one of the AP counters. Brand lost in Italy, or Ivern lost in Italy. I thought it was Volibear jungle, but I guess it's Viego jungle. I don't know what I'm doing on Ivern. I've played him before. Maybe in a PvP game or two. So I'm new with Ivern. But I like supportive style playing. It's fun. So I might be really bad. Might be a really good game. I doubt it'll be like a 12-0 stomp. I think you take his Q first so you can jump through the jungle. First time Ivern. Why is my ping so high? Is it because of the stream and the upload speed? This is why I didn't want to get into a solo queue game. I didn't want to spend 20 minutes loading and 50-minute long game. I'm gonna eat my food, which I should have. I should have took a break and ate before I did this. I would have had better results. So if I have bad results in this game, I'm not making an excuse. What I did wrong was I should have ate some food first. And that was probably bad of me expecting this to just go quickly because it'll probably get drug out to like an hour-long game. Figure out this.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
Oh, a feather-backed caterpillar.
So I'm just
Minions have
down
spawned.
right now for my stream. Let's see announcer volume. I don't have to be so loud. Pings.
When's the last time you had your beats shot? Don't start fights, Brambleback. Life is such a strange miracle. Gotcha! I'm having another eye-opening day. Gotcha! Gromp, no leap races now. Daisy stampede when no one is watching. Gotcha. I find that the stranger life gets, the more it seems to make sense. Never trust a butterfly.
An ally has been slain.
I'll be back soon, Scuttles. It's reassuring how alone we aren't.
Buddy. I'll be done after this game. Doing some work, bud.
One day, I'll root in one place and be happy. I got 2 guns and a shield.
Bring it down a notch. Well, look at you. Lose the pep.
Being rotates. Now, where did I leave my roots?
You have been slain.
The end of life is filled with life. These are so much better than the mud loafers I've been using.
We're almost done, JD, bud. Just working, bud. Everybody's gotta work.
Laugh like a hyena, and friends will gallop to your side. Red, Code Red, flee! Frogs, there's danger afoot.
It's not like Callista is gonna do anything there.
A gift from the forest. Rush just tickles my fancy.
I don't know what Callista's trying to do because there's no way you're gonna make up for that. You're not gonna get up there.
Pokey. Keep an eye out for new friends. Where did that come from? Gotcha! Nature isn't always.
An ally has been slain.
Do not linger here. I should go swimming later.
Trying to get 6 so easy.
I love how the grass is fluffy on my toes. Hello! Gotcha! I follow only the sun. And sometimes a river. Just one time, a scorpion. Top of the morning, Grom. Poke. Trees love tickling each other's branches.
Good job, team.
Hunters on the prowl. Run and hide.
Anything apparently. No, I'm level 6. Easy.
Go in peace, friend. Oh, look. A vegetable little fly.
I don't think Deer's got good here either. I should protect him so he doesn't get dove.
Some bugs need a little push to blossom. Nothing in here while I'm on the grass.
Just like level 6, guys.
I wonder what the ducks are plotting today.
There we go. Now I can get the dragon. Recall.
Oh, hello.
JD, you're gonna sleep on me.
Take all the gold. I really don't need it.
JD, I'm in a game of solo queue, bud. I can't even AFK or anything in this game. That's one reason why I don't play. I can't even AFK because the game will ban me.
Animals have more to offer than warm pelts and meat.
What are you doing?
You understand the true spirit of the noble Krubs.
An ally has been slain.
Used my smite there because I figured there's no reason to get the dragon.
Ladybugs should really befriend anyone. Where did you raptors get all this gold?
Well, they got the dragon. I've only pinged like 100 times for my team to go there. They look when it's too late. What can do about that? They would go and protect.
Careful! Daisy doesn't know her own strength. You look just like my friend Daisy.
How do I get this to attack?
Nothing beats the
An ally has been slain.
Oh, I can't even kill that. That's cool.
I want to put my toes in the river. Watch out! Daisy's really protective of me. I am never lost in the wilderness. Only in conversation.
What's our Callista doing, huh?
The forest protects us all. Brink like a snare, and you will not I gift my spark.
Get down.
Everything is connected in the strangest ways. Malice is afoot.
I don't know what my support's doing, even the
Sun
lane.
and rain are the only magic I need. Don't play possum. Daisy hates possum. I wonder what adventure today has in store for all of us. Sometimes I need to treat myself. Watch out! Daisy Stampede!
Ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Guess I should go back and buy some stuff. Katie, you want up there? Okay.
Oh, hello.
It's not looking good for my team here since we're 1-11. It's like they're trolling even.
This looks like it's going to grow on me.
So the green dot shows. I've never played Ivern or first game PvP, so I don't expect much anyways. I got this green dot here and here. I'm guessing those are the camps I have. With his passive, what's it called? Friend of the Forest.
The cleverness of mushrooms always
I have Friend of the
surprises
Forest
me.
for these buffs.
See you later, Red.
I like Ivern. It's fun. I think he's only good in certain situations, though.
Potatoes.
I don't think he's good in solo.
Mark where they died. That was as close as.
I could be wrong.
Wake up.
You have slain an enemy.
And I got Soloque, I guess. Yeah, that is a hard counter. I don't know what this guy thinks I'm gonna do to Ashe. This is what you're supposed to do with your support in jungle. I don't know what my support's doing though, because I'm Ivern. It's not like I'm gonna be able to get these. Support just kind of screwed me right there. There was literally, I was kind of following him around so he doesn't die. You can't go in that. Like, what damage is Ivern gonna do into an Ashe? It's 3-1. Like, what am I gonna do? I'm not gonna do much damage. Maybe when Daisy's out. So why did my support go all in like that instead of back off? I didn't want him to go in on that fight. Behind dragons.
I grow my own food. You know me, wolves.
Cat is ahead of
Has been
Vex.
destroyed.
Every river reaches the ocean in its own way.
I really didn't want this to turn into a 3-minute game.
An ally has been slain.
Life is such a strange. I'm having another eye-opening day. Stampede when no one is watching.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I find that the
Enemy
stranger
killing
life
spree.
gets the more
An enemy is dominating.
Sorry guys, but my team didn't really show up in that games. But we'll play more Ivern. Ivern is free this week, so I played a game of Ivern Jungle, so I'll be better the next time. I'm sure we'll have a better game of Ivern the next time. I was only a C in this game. But I'm gonna shut the stream down, guys, and get some rest and eat some food and be back hopefully tomorrow or today. I will see you all later, Soda Stream. Please go and follow my channels. If you could go to my Twitch and my YouTube and give me a like and a follow, I would appreciate that. Twitch.tv Sodaron. I don't want to go there right now because it does the infinite mirror thing that's annoying. I would like to VOD review JDG versus XPX later today and do more solo queue. So I'm going to get off here, get some rest, get some sleep, hopefully do it earlier than the last time. I had a lot of technical problems today where I reset up my whole streaming platform, OBS, whatever. So it won't be a headache. I got a lot of headache done today. I didn't get much content today, but I got a lot of headache out of the way. So I appreciate you all, and I will see you. Please tell your friends, and good night.